Your Honour, can I just deal with a couple of, I'm not sure if housekeeping is the right word, but a couple of minor issues. In relation to MFI 9, that was the bunch of emails and invoices that Mr Russell produced after his cross-examination.
Yes.
Can I just please call for the following two categories of documents? One, all communications between one or more of Heston Russell, Miles Harris and Tony Lee between 28 July 2023 and 31 July 2023. And the second category is each individual email in the chains in MFI 9 as a native file, including attachments.
I think for category 1, I think everything's been produced, but I'll double check.
Can I just, well, just to help my friend, can I just indicate there's...
But I'll double check. And I thought we produced some native files this morning of documents that were printed on badly.
I think you've just forwarded the final email to us. We want each email in the chain in native file plus attachments.
Well, I don't really know what that means, but I'll ask.
Well, I want to formalise this. That call is directed to Mr Russell,
Yes.
personally, who's present at the hearing and compelled to give evidence in the proceeding, and I make an order under section 36 that material be provided to the court.
Yeah, we thought we'd produced it, but I'll get a better understanding of the electronic version that's needed.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be produced in a party, so I want it to be produced by the court so I know exactly what's been produced.
Yes, Your Honour.
Thank you, Your Honour. And can I just flag why we're doing that? I'm not making any allegation at the moment, but on the face of the documents there are some questions.
Yes.
It may be that these additional documents resolve those questions, but pending the receipt of those additional documents, if any, it may be that a submission would be made, and in those circumstances there might be a question about whether it would be appropriate and fair to Mr Russell to recall him for some further questioning.
Well, even more fundamentally, I mean, it's been foreshadowed that that last document, MFI 9, is going to be tendered, and we're going to have to work out whether or not it is admissible, and the proper forum for that, if there's going to be a dispute about it, would be a voir dire in relation to that document, and we'll work out a time to do that after you've had the opportunity of looking at these documents.
Thank you. Then we then move to my next witness, which is Mr Daniel Oakes. Can I just raise one matter before I call him? His affidavit, Your Honour, is in volume part C, behind tab 35. Could I just ask Your Honour to turn to paragraph 76? There is there an assertion of journalist privilege. Can I make clear that claim is not pressed and on proper analysis ought not to have been made? The person referred to there it's a person whose name Ms Chrysanthu has mentioned in court, but on the whole people have been referring to that person as Soldier X. I think it's fair to say that the reason for the non-naming in the affidavit is more a sense of delicacy to protect the identity of that person. As I say, he has been mentioned in court by Ms Chrysanthu. I haven't, and I wouldn't propose to mention his name, but I think we all know who the name is, and the Commonwealth doesn't seek to protect his name. So I really just wish to raise it. I can say his name out loud if that's...
It's in all your notes.
Yeah, I know. So, but this is a person who's not a party to the proceedings. He's been the subject of reporting. I'm just raising...
Well, in any event, relevantly for present purposes, you don't press the claim referred to in paragraph 76 of the affidavit, and those parts of the affidavit that seek to make out the section 126K privilege and the words confidential,
yep.
Where it appears after paragraph 76 are not read.
Yep, correct. Right. That having been said, Your Honour, I call Daniel Oakes.
There's 2 objections, Your Honour, to the
Yes, why don't we deal with that before Mr Oakes gets in the witness box?
Sorry, just before my friend calls Mr Oakes, I had one call. I should just do it now so my friends can find the document. At transcript 604, line 15, Mr Robertson referred to a second editorial complaint report in relation to the November article. I call for that. I don't expect it to be produced now, but it was referred to in evidence yesterday.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. Sorry, I was distracted, so as long as someone else has heard it.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Your solicitors have. That's what matters.
Paragraph 32. It should go out for various reasons, Your Honour. No documents have been produced. It appears to be an opinion without any factual foundation. Under 135, we cannot test it in any way.
This is all paragraph 32?
All of paragraph 32.
Why don't I just restrict it to his belief?
Well, even on his belief, Your Honour, how can I test it? We've been given no documents. There's no underlying facts asserted. We don't know who the confidential source is. He shouldn't be allowed in.
I don't see why it really matters terribly much, but all right, well, I'll ask Mr Oakes.
Well, it's one of the people quoted in the article, Your Honour.
No, but if I restricted to his belief...
We are putting a case, Your Honour, that the ABC did not hold a belief in relation to public interest.
Precisely, and I expect you're going to be putting it to him, but in chief, presumably he's going to say what his belief is. Now, I might accept that at the end of the day, I might reject it at the end of the day, and I suspect I'm not going to be able to prevent you from putting propositions in cross-examination challenging his belief. So I don't quite understand what the issue is, but I hear what you say. I'll hear from Mr Owens. Or Mr. Sorry, I'll hear from Ms Barnett.
Your Honour's previously ruled on an objection in exactly the same kind with respect to 164 of Mr Willis's affidavit, which sought to depose to his belief in the integrity of confidential source B. In my respectful submission, the ruling should follow that.
Did I make a 136 limitation there?
I think Your Honour did, and we didn't oppose that limitation. We say that it is relevant to...
Even though consistency is the hobgoblin of the mediocre mind, I do try to be consistent.
There's no consistency, because for confidential source B, we have documents. We have documents, there's been discovery.
But have you asked about confidential source one?
Yes, we've been given nothing.
On the basis that nothing exists?
We've been given an Evernote document, which is described at paragraph 59, which is the typing out of this quote that was used in the article by Mr Oakes. That's it. We've asked for the metadata and apparently can't be given to us. So we've been given one document which types out the quote that was ultimately used in the story. That's it. We've been given no underlying material. We haven't been given the promises that were said to have been made beforehand.
Well, look, but at the end of the day, the reality is that the legislature thought has regarded as appropriate to enact Section 126K. It's going to mean that your ability is constrained to elicit information about that source. If you've sought production of documents relating to confidential source one, and the only document you've got is that one, and we have a public interest defence, which in part requires me to assess the reasonableness of actions, and his subjective state of mind about his belief seems to me to be relevant within the meaning of Section 55 and 56 of the Evidence Act. And when it comes to discretionary exclusion, I have to have regard not only to the Section 192 factors, but also to all the relevant circumstances, including that, the nature of the privilege means that he's entitled to protect the confidential source. So I intend to proceed as I proceeded before. I'll make a limitation of Section 136 of the Evidence Act, restricting the representation in paragraph 32 to the belief of the
That follows.
and affirm as well. The affirmant.
Yeah, that follows for 53 as well, Your Honour. It's the same issue.
We agree that it follows, Your Honour.
Yeah, well, that follows for 53 as well. Right. Is that any objection? Right. Subject to that ruling, the affidavit of Mr. Daniel Oakes, affirmed 4 July 2023, is read.
Thank you. Call him.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. If you would come into the witness box, please.
When giving evidence in court, you are required to take either a religious oath or a non-religious affirmation. Which do you choose?
Affirmation, please.
Please repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Mr. Oakes, take a seat. Hopefully there's some water there for you if you need it.
Your name is Daniel Oakes,
Yes.
and you are a journalist employed by the ABC, is that right?
Yes.
And is it right that your professional address is 120 South Bank Boulevard in South Bank, Victoria?
Yes.
It's correct, isn't it, that you have affirmed a single affidavit in these proceedings dated the 4th of July 2023?
Yes.
Could I ask, through Your Honour, please, if the court officer could provide Mr Oakes with a copy of Volume C, the court book? And Mr Oakes, could you turn to tab 35, behind which hopefully you'll find a copy of your affidavit. Now, I understand if you could turn to paragraph 15. Is there a correction that you wish to make to that paragraph?
There is, yes.
Just to tell His Honour what the correction that you'd like to make is.
The reference to October should say Oscar, essentially.
Right. So as at the date of this affidavit, the 4th of July 2023, what was your understanding as to the name of the platoon?
The name of the platoon was Oscar Platoon.
Okay. Other than that matter, are there any other matters in your affidavit that you wish to correct?
There was one, sorry, 70. There's a slight issue with the chronology between paragraph 72 and maybe 80.
Yes, what's the issue there?
Sorry, in particular, it's my communications with that particular person occurred prior to the Sydney Morning Herald article, of 20 September 2019, rather than subsequent to that story appearing in the Sydney Morning Herald.
The person you're referring to there is the person who, for the moment, we'll refer to them as Soldier X, as they were referred to in the Fairfax article. Is that
I
what
believe so,
you're
yeah.
talking about? Okay. Other than that, are the contents of your affidavit true and correct?
I believe so.
No further questions, Your Honour.
When did you come to the knowledge or information that Oscar Platoon was not called October Platoon?
2020?
When in 2020?
It would have been probably on or around the date the original story ran, and it wasn't necessarily that I became aware. It's just that I realised that there'd basically been a mistake. So it wasn't, what I'm trying to say is it wasn't on that particular day that the story ran that I became aware that the name of the platoon was Oscar. It was prior to that. But the mistake was corrected, I believe, on the day that the story ran.
So how did you realise it was a mistake to call Oscar Platoon October Platoon?
One of the people that I speak to, one of my sources, I guess, pointed it out.
And who did you communicate that to when it was pointed out?
I can't remember precisely. I can't remember, sorry, no.
Which one of your sources pointed it out?
I don't recall. I don't recall exactly, no.
Well, you'd been speaking, according to your affidavit, to at least 2 people from formerly of Oscar Platoon for some time. Do you agree?
Yes.
How is it that if you'd been speaking to them, one of them you say on more than 30 occasions prior to October 2020, that you were under the impression that Oscar Platoon had the formal name of October Platoon?
Because in those conversations with those people, the name of the platoon would seldom be mentioned. It's not like every time a conversation occurred, we went over the facts of what we'd previously discussed, or so it just simply wasn't mentioned in the conversations with them.
And you didn't realise in calling it October Platoon that that was a very strange name, given the military use the NATO phonetic alphabet?
Well, it's a bit hard to say that I would have found it strange if I wasn't actually turning my mind to it.
Well, you know about the NATO phonetic alphabet.
I'm familiar with the NATO phonetic alphabet, yeah.
And that other platoons were named after that alphabet?
No, not necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily have known what the platoons in the other companies were referred to as.
So why did you only know, as far as, so you're saying the only companies whose platoons names you were aware of were Alpha Company?
I can't remember if I was aware. I can't remember. I'd be speculating on what I knew 3 or 4 years ago.
Was the limit of your knowledge in relation to the commandos in Afghanistan to rotation 18?
No.
So which other rotations did you have information about?
I can't say exactly, but other rotations.
And you know that there were platoons from other companies in those other rotations?
I'm aware of that, but my conversations about other companies, I believe, were confined to which companies they were rather than which platoons.
Right. But your sources, or the only sources you had are from Alpha Company?
No.
So you do have sources from other companies?
Yes.
And you don't know the names of those platoons or where those sources served?
Well, as you just said, I have contacts in other companies, so I'm aware of what those other companies are called. But unless I had reason to look further at the actions of the platoons that make up those companies, I wouldn't necessarily have been aware of what the names of those platoons were.
Even though there's only 2 or 3 platoons per company?
Yes.
And did you come to know that you were also in error when you believed that November Platoon was also known as Viking Platoon?
I had spoken to a number of people who told me that was the case. For instance, I remember a conversation where a contact of mine referred to the fact that your client claimed that your client had a drinking horn strapped to his back, which the person I spoke to, sort of linked to the fact that they, as I was told, referred to themselves as Vikings. There's plenty of trying to search for the right word, symbolism, or Viking references and symbols and nicknames. As far as I knew, and as I was told, they only applied to November Platoon rather than to the company as a whole. And there were a number of people that said that to me. But
you know, don't you now, or do you believe that it's Alpha Company that's called Vikings, not November Platoon?
I don't know that.
Well, you had a whole video, didn't you, from Alpha Company?
Yes.
And you accept it was about Alpha Company, that video, not just November Platoon?
Yes.
Right. And it applied to Oscar Platoon and November Platoon?
If you say so. Yeah.
Well, you've watched it, haven't you?
I've watched the video.
Right. And the video talks about the whole company being Vikings.
Sorry, what do you mean by talks about?
It's described as Vikings for the Alpha Company.
Sorry, but when you say talks about, are you saying that there's dialogue or?
There's words on the screen where it says Alpha Company, Vikings.
Is there? I haven't watched that video for quite a long time. I can't remember the precise location of or nature of the graphics on the video.
Now, just do you have a copy of your affidavit there?
I do.
I just want to ask you some questions about various paragraphs. Paragraph 13. You give some evidence there about the fact that you consider potential war crimes by Australian soldiers a topic of significant public interest.
Yes.
You accept, even though the topic is one of significant public interest, that you as a journalist have to be very careful before making allegations of misconduct against Australian soldiers.
Yes.
And that you accept, don't you, that an allegation of a war crime is a very, very serious allegation to make about an Australian soldier or someone who served as a soldier.
Yes.
And you accept, don't you, that in making such allegations you should approach what you're told by sources with the utmost caution?
Yes.
In particular, sources who wish to be anonymised and not have their names reported?
Yes.
And that when it comes to confidential sources, you should reflect upon, before publishing what they tell you, their motivations?
Yes.
And investigate what their motivations are?
Yes.
And also seek to corroborate what they've told you, given they've sought anonymity and will not be publicly accountable for what they've said?
Yes, as far as possible, yeah.
And it's right, isn't it, that where you say that no Australian should be above the law, that includes journalists?
Yes.
And that holding to account soldiers who have committed crimes, although important, does not mean that the journalists who seek to do so should engage in any impropriety as journalists to publish those stories.
I agree with that, yeah.
And that journalists publishing these serious allegations should adhere to ethical standards to ensure that what is published is accurate,
Yes.
what is published is fair.
It depends what you mean by fair, sorry, I don't.
Well, the ABC has a standard of fair and honest dealing. You're
Yes.
familiar with that?
Mm-hmm.
And that requires the publication of factual material to be presented in a non-misleading and honest way. Do you agree?
Yes.
And aspects of fairness would require, for example, if you have facts or information that contradict what you've been told by a source that's making an allegation of a war crime, you present those contradictory facts in the publication for the audience's information?
Well, you would potentially include them I think that it's incumbent upon you to consider them, in the lead up to publishing a story. And then potentially, yes, you would include them in any story.
Well, balance is another part of ABC's mandate, isn't it? To ensure that stories are balanced where appropriate.
Yes.
And also in relation to confidential sources in particular, that if you only have an anonymous source or a confidential source making a serious allegation of fact, that it's incumbent to corroborate the allegations being made by that person if those allegations are serious.
Yes, as far as possible, yeah.
And if it's not possible to corroborate, you shouldn't publish.
That's a blanket statement, but I would tend to agree with that, yeah.
And it is the case, isn't it, as frustrating as it may be, that as a journalist with your experience, you've had situations where you've got an allegation that's very serious and very interesting, but you just can't get it corroborated, so you don't publish it.
Yes.
Now, in relation to the questioning that you do as a journalist as part of ABC investigations, do you accept that part of the investigation turns on the questions that you choose to ask?
Yes.
And that a journalist, if they choose to, can avoid an entire topic by just failing to make inquiries down a certain line?
Hypothetically, yes.
And that it's the job of an investigator to not just obtain information to support the allegation made by a source, but to actually ask questions to see if there is contra information that might contradict it.
Yes.
Because otherwise you accept, don't you, if you only go down the path of asking questions that might corroborate your source, you're acting in a willfully blind manner as to what the truth is.
Yes.
Now, in paragraph 14, you've used some quite strong language in relation to what you say, what makes the investigating of war crimes, alleged war crimes, important. Now, is it the case that at some point in your history of investigating war crimes, you formed a view about the matters you've set out there in the sort of second half of that paragraph, and in particular that culture exists, or that those aspects of sport that you've put in that sentence there exists, and then secondly, the nature of the secrecy?
Sorry, what was the question? Do I agree with what's...
No, I mean, you've put those sentences in there. Is that a view you hold towards former soldiers? Is that why you've put those sentences in there?
I've investigated this subject matter for 5 or 6 years. I've had more conversations than I could possibly care to remember. Those words are there because that's what I believe after countless hours of speaking to people who were deployed to Afghanistan.
So you formed a view based on those conversations that is an attitude or a culture that's held or that exists amongst former Special Forces officers? Some
former Special Forces officers, certainly not all. There are many that I respect and some I consider to be friends, so certainly not all, but some, yeah.
So when you use those words, you're not intending to say, are you, that there's a overwhelming number of people that fall within that category? You're just saying that you've received information that some former soldiers fall within that category?
Some serving and former soldiers, yeah.
Who served in Afghanistan?
Yes.
Right. And given that it is only some of them as far as you're aware, when you approach a new story or a new allegation about soldiers in Afghanistan, you're open-minded, aren't you, about what you might find, and you don't presume, do you, that it will always be negative?
I approach any story with an open mind and a philosophy or practice of inquiry and curiosity.
So when you, for example, receive an allegation about a former commando, you don't approach it, do you, on the basis that that person would have conducted themselves in the manner described in paragraph 14?
Can we just be a little bit more specific? Paragraph 14 deals with a few things. Are you saying...
The sport
Sorry?
sentence?
That is... But that deals with a shroud of secrecy, which really isn't.
No, the one before that.
Should we use the word sadistic?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm asking. Do you approach a new allegation against a person who served in Afghanistan on the basis that you presume that that's how they conducted themselves, as in a sadistic fashion?
No.
And you talk there about the shroud of secrecy, warped camaraderie and willful blindness by senior command. Do you have in your mind just specific instances there, or do you think that's a general proposition that applies?
Oh, I could sit here and think about, a number of specific instances that have been described to me.
In different platoons and in different operations over different years?
Yes.
Now, when you have a source speak to you outside of that shroud of secrecy, do you ask them why they are speaking to you about it?
Often, yeah.
Take into account the possibility that the person who's speaking to you might have some axe to grind against the person they're making allegations against.
Yes, I believe that in this job, large number of people will have a motivation for talking to you. I believe that I don't mind if people have a motivation as long as I'm aware of what it is.
Yeah, it's important to be aware of it, isn't it?
Yes.
Because journalists can be used as tools for vengeance by people who wish to shroud themselves in anonymity when it comes to speaking to the media.
They can, yeah.
And you probably have experienced that with many types of people, not just former soldiers.
I don't know what the definition of many is, but certainly a few, yeah.
Right. Now, in relation to the October 2020 article, you started looking into it or came into it only about 10 days before it was published?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
Well, what you say is you were first told of the allegations. It's in paragraph 16 of your affidavit. Feel free to refresh your memory as to the chronology. That in or around late July 2020, Mr. Willisey informed you via telephone that on 15 July he'd received an email from a US Marine making serious allegations against Australian commandos he had interacted with in Afghanistan. Do you remember that?
Do I remember the actual event or saying this in the affidavit?
No, do you remember the event?
I have a recollection, not a strong recollection, but I have a recollection.
And was it just in conversation that he told you about it? Did he tell you anything else?
I can't recall.
He didn't ask you to look into it or do anything at that point?
I can't recall whether he asked me to or whether I volunteered. I just don't recall the content of the conversation.
And well, what you have is a bit of a jump then. So you've said in your affidavit there's an initial conversation where he just tells you of the allegation against the serious allegations against Australian commandos. And then there's a bit of a jump and he has another discussion with you in October 2020. Do you remember that?
I recall that a conversation took place. I don't recall the precise content of that conversation or the, sorry.
Yeah, but it was approximately October 2020.
Yes.
So, sorry. Can I just ask this question? You're based in Melbourne.
Yes.
Were you based in Melbourne at this time?
Yes.
As well. So, do you have? What's the nature of the interaction between ABC investigations working in Melbourne and working in Brisbane? Is it just sort of ad hoc, or are there formal meetings where you discuss what's going on, what sort of work you're doing, or what's the catalyst for those sort of interactions? Well, I'm doing this and I've heard from that, or did he come? Was it your understanding because of your particular interest and your history in dealing with stories of a similar nature, you were sought out as someone to tell.
Yes, yes.
I see. Thanks.
How often would you interact with Mr. Willisey over the phone?
At that time?
Yes.
At that time. I couldn't tell you exactly. It was regular, but I couldn't tell you exactly, no.
And do you recall that there was a period of time where he was off writing his book?
No, I don't recall that.
Now, in relation to the conversation you had in about October 2020, you've said in your affidavit that he told you, I'm working on a story about the allegations from the US Marine. Now, and you say, I know a couple of people who were deployed and I can talk to them. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did he, is what he said to you, you know, or did you offer to do a ring around to ask about the allegations that the Marine had made to see if anyone had heard of them?
Yes, as stated here, I offered to make some calls, yeah.
Did Mr. Willisey give you more detail than what you've set out here? Because it would appear just from what you've set out that you weren't told very much about what the allegations were, other than they were serious allegations against Australian commandos.
I don't recall precisely what he told me in that phone call. I'd just be speculating.
Were you given any documents with Josh's allegations in them, any of the emails or interview transcripts or anything?
No.
So when you offered to call people who were deployed, did you know what year you were looking at or anything like that? What were you looking for?
I knew which year I was looking for, yeah.
Yeah, so you knew it was 2012?
Yes.
And at that point, did you have any information or knowledge about the dates of the different rotations in 2012 and who was where, when?
I would have had some knowledge, yeah.
Because there was rotation 17 in the first half of the year. Did you know that?
Yeah.
And then rotation 18 in the second half of the year.
Yes.
Did you know that rotation 17 was Delta Company?
Yes, I would have known that at the time.
And then rotation 18 was Alpha Company.
Yes.
And did you, then you say that on 11 October, do we assume from 20, you called one of your confidential sources, confidential source 1?
Yes.
And that's a person, isn't it, from Oscar Platoon?
Yes.
Yeah. Who was on rotation 18?
Yes.
So thinking back, given you rang that person, do you think you were told by Mr. Willisey that he was specifically looking at, as far as timing was concerned, rotation 18? Given it looks like that's the first person you thought to call, someone who was on rotation 18?
I can't remember what exactly he told me about the dates or times. I can't remember.
Well, without obviously revealing any details, at the time, did you have sources who were on rotation 17?
Sitting here, I don't know off the top of my head. I just don't know.
Okay. So you're not sure why you focused on rotation 18 sources?
No, I don't know. I can't recall the precise conversations that took place. So no, I don't know what pointed me in that direction.
And had you been told by Mr. Willisey that he wanted some quotes about Heston Russell? Had his name been mentioned?
I can't say exactly. As I said, I don't recall the precise nature of those conversations.
Now, you just set out the history there with confidential source 1. Now, did you that this is a person you'd been talking to since 2016?
Yes.
And you say at paragraph 31 you'd spoken to him about 30 times?
Approximately, yes.
And had information from confidential source 1 been used in any other stories?
Yes.
Which stories?
Well, I can't say precisely sitting here now.
Because it's right, isn't it, that there, before this story, and other than the Soldier X allegation, there were really very few, if any, stories about the commandos as compared to the SAS.
I don't know. I can't recall.
Well, in your experience of all the stories you've written, and you've listed a lot of them there, starting in paragraph 12, it's the case, isn't it, insofar as any of the Afghanistan stories were concerned, that they're all about SAS and not about commandos.
No, that's not true.
Well, which ones do you think are about commandos?
Well, the commandos flew a Nazi battle flag over their armoured vehicle in Afghanistan. That was a story that received a lot of prominence.
That was a different rotation, though, wasn't it?
Yes, but you asked whether there'd
Yeah.
been any stories about commandos, so
Yeah,
that was about commandos.
Yeah, what rotation was that?
I can't say exactly, but I believe that it was 2008 or 9,
Yeah, so
roughly.
Yeah. Would confidential source 1 would have been deployed that early in 2008 or 9? Would he have been used?
Yes.
So he might have been used for that story.
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Are there any others that you can think of now as you look at the list that were about the commandos?
Number 5. Number 6. Within that tranche of stories ranging from 7 to 13, I know that some of those stories at least would also have related to the commandos as well.
And do you know if any of them related to, putting aside the Soldier X allegation, if any of those relate to that 2012?
Sorry, I don't know, sitting here.
Now, and you can't remember if confidential source 1 assisted you with any of those stories?
I would certainly have spoken to confidential source 1 about some of those stories at least, but I can't recall whether he provided concrete information in relation to any of those stories, or whether it was along the lines of me contacting him and saying, what do you think about this? Does this ring true? Things like that.
So that's sort of a litmus test, isn't it? When you've been given an allegation by a source, it's sort of the first step, isn't it, to determine whether it's passes the level of incredulity according to other people who might have been there.
No, it's not the first, but because there have been occasions where, someone has told me something and then I've checked with someone else and they've said, no, that sounds, I'm not just talking about in the context of war crime stories, all stories. Someone will say that sounds outlandish or untrue, and but it subsequently turns out to be the case.
Okay.
So it's not, that's not the benchmark for, if it sounds ridiculous, it's not a story. I mean, sometimes you've got to go beyond that because it may sound ridiculous, but it actually is true.
But that's a check, at least, that it's one of the checks you would perform, not the only check.
I don't ring a source and say, does this sound ridiculous to you? I say, this is what someone's told me. What do you think about that?
Right. But if the person has no first-hand knowledge of the actual incident, is it the case that that wouldn't be a sufficient check? You'd have to go beyond that.
Sorry, I don't. What, can you rephrase that?
Well, if the person that you're talking to ask them if it sounds plausible or what they think of the allegation was not actually an eyewitness, that wouldn't be sufficient, would it, to just ask them, does it sound plausible, and then publish once that person has told you it sounds plausible?
If the person was not an eyewitness and, I would be personally doing all sorts of speaking to other people, doing other checks in the background, but it is difficult to speak in a hypothetical general sense. Every story is very different and very complex in the kind of work we do. It's very difficult to make generalizations.
Sure, but what I'm putting to you is that meeting the standard of plausibility, having spoken to someone else who had some experience in the same situation, is not sufficient to publish a serious allegation.
Sorry, Ms. Crescenti, could you repeat that?
The mere fact that a serious allegation is plausible to another person who's been in the same situation is not sufficient to enable you to publish.
I would agree with that.
Now, in relation to confidential source one, you've told us that you called this person on or around 11 October 2020, and that you thought it was worth contacting this person from Oscar Platoon because he or she had previously told you about allegations of misconduct by Mr. Heston Russell and November Platoon. Do you see that at paragraph 33?
Yes.
So what made you think that a person who told you something about my client was someone you should speak to in relation to the Josh allegations?
The fact that they had made allegations about your client was not the relevant factor. It was the fact that they were deployed to Afghanistan at that time.
Okay, so are you sure that, given what you've said at 33, Mr. Willesee didn't tell you anything about looking at November Platoon?
November Platoon had been mentioned to me long before this as a subject of deep concern.
Right, but what I'm asking is why you connected what you had been told about November Platoon with the allegations made by Josh, as told to you by Mr. Willesee. And what I'm asking is, did Mr. Willesee suggest to you that you should speak to contacts who could give you information about November Platoon?
I don't know. I don't recall the nature of the conversation or the precise details of the conversation.
Can I ask this question? Just paragraph 33, you say, I considered it would be worth contacting confidential source one regarding allegations made by Josh. So in your mind, I've made a decision to contact confidential source one regarding the allegations made by Josh. You knew about the allegations made by Josh because you'd spoke to Mr. Willesee because, and the way I read it, one, they would have been in Afghanistan at the relevant time, and the conjunction had previously told me about allegations of misconduct by Mr. Heston Russell, November Platoon. So the way I had read 33, and you said, which led me to believe they'd have relevant knowledge. So those two factors in Afghanistan at the relevant time had knowledge of allegations of misconduct by Mr. Heston Russell and November Platoon. So am I right in thinking that at the time that you made the decision that you would contact confidential source one, in your mind, you knew the allegations related to misconduct by either November Platoon and or Mr. Heston Russell?
I can't remember precisely, Your Honour, but that would seem to be a logical extension of.
Yeah. But you just can't recall how you can't cast your mind back now.
3 years ago, Your Honour, I can't remember the precise nature of conversations.
So at 35, you've set out as best you can your conversation or what you told confidential source one. And you see in that paragraph, you've referred to more than just what we've been calling the helicopter allegation. You've referred also to the throwdown situation. Is that what that is? Shooting an unarmed civilian and then planting a weapon?
I believe they refer to it as a throwdown in Afghanistan.
Yeah. And then also the next one from another allegation of killing an entire family in their home.
Yes.
And then another allegation, which is the helicopter one, of killing an Afghani prisoner because there wasn't enough room on a chopper for him.
Yes.
So you had been told by Mr. Willesee at some point before 11 October that Josh had made those three allegations?
I can't recall when I was told certain things and necessarily the precise wording of what I might have been told. I simply can't answer that. Sorry.
But when you prepared this affidavit, you thought that you, when speaking with confidential source one, relayed to him 3 of the allegations that Josh had made about 2012.
Yes, as it says, words to the following effect. I can't remember the precise nature of that conversation. I can't remember what weight I put on
The different elements.
the different elements and allegations.
Yeah. Now, then confidential source one told you that, can I call him he? Is that all right? I don't want to assume.
Yes.
Thank you. That he didn't know of those things specifically. Well, he says not of that specifically. But I did hear other stuff. It was certainly at a high level. What did you understand he would have meant by at a high level?
You're asking me to speculate on what he was thinking at the time.
But what I want to suggest you would have understood by that is that he didn't have direct knowledge. He'd heard general information, and it was at a high level in the sense that not something he knew personally.
Oh no, I don't agree with that.
Now he says our platoon commander pulled our platoon together. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you know at that time who the platoon commander was for Oscar Platoon in 2012?
I don't know. I can't say.
But you accept it's something you could have asked your source who the platoon commander was?
Sorry, you're asking me to say whether I believe in a hypothetical or...
You could have if you wanted to, given he told you his platoon commander said something. You could have said, who was your platoon commander?
Sorry, you seem to be asking me to speculate on something I might have potentially done.
I'm asking you if it was an available line of inquiry.
Yes.
But you don't recall doing that, do you?
Doing what, sorry?
Asking who his platoon commander was.
Oh, I don't recall specifically, no.
And then he said, so he's saying that his platoon commander said to them that the DEA have said in no uncertain terms that they won't operate with November Platoon anymore due to their behaviour in the field. And us at Oscar would have to take the burden of all counter-narcotic operations as a result, but we must not relay these concerns to November Platoon. You see that?
Yes.
So where you've got in brackets Drug Enforcement Agency, do you accept that that should be administration? That's a little...
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Is that the name of a person that he told you?
No, not necessarily. I don't know. I can't recall.
And that he doesn't. There's no dates in any of these conversations. Did you know for sure, given you told us that confidential source one was deployed in Afghanistan as early as 2008 or 2009, and obviously had a range of experience across the war, did you have any knowledge as a result of this conversation as to what rotation he was talking about?
The whole conversation was predicated on the basis that it was that rotation in 2012.
Well, you haven't said that, so that's why I'm asking. Was there a part of the conversation where you said, I want to ask you about rotation 18 or 2012?
Yes. Well, these were phone calls over Signal, voice calls.
Yeah.
And when I made those calls, I would have said to them from the start, you know, I'm calling about this year, and yeah, that's. If what you're asking is it possible that these quotes were related to a different rotation or different year? No, there's no chance they were related to a different rotation or different year.
Well, I'm just suggesting that in your affidavit, you haven't actually put that part of the conversation, so that's why I'm asking. Given you've told us confidential source one had deployed much earlier, how was he to understand, given the question you say you asked him, that you were asking about 2012?
Because I would have said that to him immediately when I called. If you see that it says I said to him words to the following effect. I can't remember the precise details of that conversation, but I have no doubt in my mind, for what it's worth, that I would have started the conversation by saying, I want to ask you about this particular period.
I mean, you say you have no doubt in your mind, but you don't have an actual recollection of it, do you?
No, I don't, and hence the wording, words to the following effect. I can't remember the precise details of the conversation.
And then the second half of the quote in 36 is about JTAC, a JTAC, who was a captain in the Royal Australian Air Force. Now, a JTAC is a Joint Terminal Attack Controller.
Yes.
So is that a person?
Yes.
So did you know who that person was that he was referring to?
No.
He didn't tell you?
No.
And you didn't ask him who the JTAC was?
I can't recall. It's entirely possible I did, but I can't recall.
So a JTAC who was a captain was assigned to our rotation, and he said the air crews were at the point of not wanting to support FE Bravo operations anymore. And this had political and operational consequences. You see that?
Yes.
FE Bravo is the description of the 2nd Commando Regiment deployed on the relevant rotation, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So it's the whole company, it's not just one platoon?
Yes.
Right. Now, in relation to, thank you, so you wrote down the quote as you were talking to him?
Yes.
Do you use Evernote? You type it up?
Yes, I can't. Yes, I do. Yeah, I type it up in Evernote. Yeah.
So
Or I did at that time.
Yeah. So you were typing as you were talking, or you took a handwritten note and then put it into Evernote?
I would have. I can't say for sure. My practice would have been to type as I was talking.
And you said that the conversation was very brief. As you're sitting here looking at your affidavit and just remembering as I'm asking you questions, is there anything else you can think of any substance that was spoken about or asked about in that conversation?
Again, I can't say exactly. I'd be guessing if I tried to answer that.
And then what happened was, just to get the chronology in order, you sent an email to Mr. Willisey, and I'll just show you that so you can see that. Do you have could the officer please give the witness court book B, tab 75,
Volume 1.
volume 1? Thank you. You're so helpful.
I'm a good junior.
You really are. I'm going to buy you a packet of chocolates. Now, that's the email I think you're referring to in your affidavit, is
Sorry,
that right?
which tab, Mr. President?
Oh, sorry, tab 75.
75.
Right towards the back.
Yes.
So your email says on the 11th of October at 2:55, from a member of October Oscar Platoon Alpha Company to CDO, which is 2nd Commando Regiment,
Yes.
who was deployed on rotation 18, and then you've put the quote that you've told us about.
Yes.
And just now thinking back, given the opening line of your email, where you say who was deployed on rotation 18,
Yes.
does that make you think that perhaps you were specifically asked by Mr. Willisey to look into any sources from rotation 18? The fact that you've raised that with him in the email?
Not necessarily. I mean, that's just a statement of fact that this person was deployed on rotation 18. It doesn't mean that it was necessarily in relation to anything Mr. Willisey had asked me.
But you don't know one way or the other?
I don't know one way or the other, no.
Thank you.
Just looking at that email at page 528, find tab 75 in front of you, and I know you were asked some questions about this, but does actually looking at that email now assist you in recollecting what you understood at the time you sent this email to be meant by those opening words, it was certainly at a high level?
Would you like me to speculate in an informed fashion, Your Honour, or?
You're right to ask a question like that. If we're going to the realms of speculation, don't do it. If you have genuine recollection, tell me, but don't speculate.
I don't have a genuine recollection. I could speculate, but
No, that's fine.
Now, you did provide the notes. I can show. I'll just go through confidential source 2, and then I'll show you your Evernote. So, going back to your affidavit, the next day on 12 October, this is paragraph 41. You spoke to confidential source 2.
Yes.
And so you'd been speaking to this person for about 3 years.
Yes.
And other than, is this a person who you understood, as you say at 42, was deployed in rotation 18?
Yes.
Had the person also deployed on other rotations?
Yes.
How many?
I couldn't say exactly, a number.
Yeah, before or after rotation 18?
Before.
By the time you first spoke to him in July 2017, was he still a serving member, or had he discharged at that point from the armed forces?
I don't know.
Now, you you give some evidence at paragraph 51 about ADF members being violent people who have access to weapons.
I believe I say some ADF members of violent people who have access to weapons.
You're not aware, are you, in Australia of any instance where a former ADF member has engaged in violence against a source for a journalist?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's fair enough to say, isn't it, that a person who is angry and wishes to be violent could fall into all sorts of categories of society, not just former ADF members?
Yes, but I believe we're here speaking specifically about ADF members.
I mean, you know, there was a very famous serial killer who was also a journalist.
Was there?
Yeah, you should look it up. It's pretty fascinating.
I will.
I'm just wondering why you held specific concerns about former ADF members as compared to other members of society.
Like bin men, or these conversations were about Afghanistan and special forces in Afghanistan. Why would I be talking about any other profession?
Why would they have access to weapons now? I mean,
Well, you can legally obtain a weapon, Ms. Crescenzo, and some of them do have them.
but so do other people.
I'm aware, but other people wouldn't necessarily be the subject of investigative journalism stories and massive inquiry and potential criminal charges for war crimes.
All right, but you're not saying, are you, that these people had a particular violent tendency above and beyond other people?
Sorry, which people?
I'm just trying to understand your paragraph. I'm just trying to understand why paragraph 51 is in your affidavit.
Sorry, could you please point out which points are difficult to understand or improbable? If you break it down point by point.
Are you suggesting that ADF members have a greater tendency to violence or blow or sort of revenge compared to other people in society?
I'm not reporting on other professions, or I haven't said anywhere here that they are more violent or have a greater tendency
Right, that's
than
what I'm
other
asking.
people.
That's just what I'm asking.
Sorry, I'm confused about what the question is.
I'm only asking if the reason you included that in your evidence is because you hold a belief that group, as compared to other groups in society, hold a particular tendency towards violence above and beyond other groups.
I don't compare them to any other groups in there, but are you asking me now whether I believe they have a greater
Yes.
tendency? Well, they certainly have a greater tendency to towards violent acts by the nature of their profession.
Right. When they're in war.
Yes, yeah, but I'm not. I don't quite know. I don't. Well, no. Well, for instance, are you asking me if they're more have a tendency towards violence more than teachers, for instance, or?
I'm asking why, in your mind, a confidential source for one of these stories has their safety. I'm asking if you're saying a confidential source in these circumstances is more imperiled from a safety perspective than any other confidential source who makes a serious allegation of a crime against a person.
Well, in other areas that I've reported on, such as tax fraud, child protection, things like that, the people that I'm dealing with don't tend to have a high preponderance of mental illness, PTSD, training with weapons. I think by definition, if you're a former ADF member, to use the example I used before, you probably have a greater tendency to violence than a teacher or an accountant.
Right, but are you saying?
I think we've explored this.
Okay,
I
think so.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, you asking me whether...
I think what the witness has said stands to reason, doesn't it?
Yeah, I understand. I just was trying to explore what the point of that paragraph was, Your Honour. Now, the person, confidential source 2, is also from Oscar Platoon.
Correct.
And you gave at paragraph 54 a similar summary or the same summary that you gave confidential source 1 as to what you were asking about?
Yes.
Now, the source says to you, again, not specifically, so that you understood that source was not an eyewitness to the things you were describing?
Correct.
But I remember talking to a DEA agent afterwards. Did you understand what he meant by afterwards?
I can't say specifically now. As I could speculate, but I don't know for sure.
And then he gives you that quote. But he says they didn't give any specifics, but it was just a look. Something obviously went down.
Yes, that's what it says, yeah.
What did you understand he meant by that?
Precisely what it says.
So that he wasn't told anything specific, but he interpreted a facial expression?
That appears to be what he's saying, yeah.
You don't mention, as you sit here, can you remember anything else about that conversation?
Sorry, just to clarify what I just said, I wouldn't agree with the characterisation that his knowledge of what apparently occurred was from a look, because he says explicitly in the first sentence he spoke to the DEA agent afterwards.
Oh no, but he's saying that the problem the DEA agent had was not specified.
Yes, yeah, the incident that supposedly, triggered this conversation, he's not specific about what it is.
And did he tell you the name of the DEA agent?
I don't recall.
And do you remember anything else about this conversation other than what you've set out there?
No, not specifically. No.
And you've said it was very brief at 57.
Yes. Oh no, sorry. That's a reference. The very brief is a reference to. Yes. It was brief. Yeah.
The call with confidential source 2.
Yes.
And then if you can go back, do you still have that other folder?
I do.
Tab 77.
Yes.
The email on the 12th of October, where you give the quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there was a bit of back and forth with Mr. Willisey in relation to those quotes. And if you go to tab 76,
Yes.
So it starts on page 529, but if you go further down, the email exchange starts really at the bottom of 531.
Yes.
So you send the quote of confidential source 2 on 12 October.
Yes.
And then you say that he says, that's good, thanks, mate. And then you say you're pushing on the names of the DEA guys as well.
Sorry, where's...
At 531.
Yes.
One of them was called Brett and is still apparently quite senior in DA. Maybe worth asking your guy if he knows the name.
Yes.
And did you find out the full name of Brett at that time?
I don't recall.
Do you remember trying to speak to this Brett or trying to find out their contact details?
I certainly don't recall speaking to him. I don't recall speaking to him, and I don't recall asking for further details.
And then there's some more exchanges between you. The exchange on 5:30 at the bottom, Mr. Willisey says, my guys says that MARSOC guys were loose, but the Australians were off the reservation. Are both your guys out now?
Yes, I see that. Yep.
And you said first guy has definitely told the judge about the aircrew arcing up and said we would say that in any story.
I see that. Yep.
And when you're talking about the judge, you're talking about Brereton?
It would appear so.
And then there's some back and forth about the October Oscar issue, which you've now cleared up. And then there's a lot of redactions on the page 529. Do you know, I don't want to know what's under them, but are they, I think they're legal professional privilege redactions, are they? Or are they source privilege, or I can't remember what they are.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, at it's in a very, I think it's volume, the last volume of the court book. It's tab 454. I think it's volume 4 or 5.
Yeah, I don't have that. Sorry. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, 454.
454.
Sorry.
At the time, at some point, do you recall Mr. Willisey describing to you what Josh actually alleged, the circumstances?
I don't recall a conversation of that nature. I'm assuming it would have occurred, but I don't recall.
Yeah, at some point were you told, do you think, that Josh was in the helicopter and he heard something over the radio? Were you given that sort of detail, or was that later? I
don't recall.
These are your Evernote document that was produced on 3 July. And, sorry, 454. There's an ad. So the first quote appears to be the one that I've just asked you about, which is confidential source 2. And there's a redaction. So I think the top redaction is the name of your source.
Yes.
And the second redaction, do you know what that is?
Sorry, pardon my ignorance, but what is Evernote?
Well, it says Evernote helps you remember everything and get organised effortlessly. There's an ad at the bottom there.
I actually did read that, but I didn't find that a particularly useful description of what it is.
Your Honour, it's just a program for taking notes, as simple as that.
Is it on your computer, or is it on your phone? Or
Yes, it's an app and also a
dictate
website.
into it, or you just dictate into it, or you type it?
No, typing.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. So yeah, I think the first box, is it right to say, is the name of the source
Yes.
or initials or whatever? And then the next box, do you know what that is?
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's not the name of a source, is it?
No.
Do you remember why, like, were you involved in redacting these documents?
I was, yes.
Do you remember why you thought to redact that, whatever that is?
No, I don't recall.
And then it says there's another name there, Frank. You know who Frank is?
No.
So you never spoke to anyone called Frank or found out who Frank was?
No, I believe that my recollection, and it's not precise, is that I, in a subsequent conversation, potentially a subsequent conversation that's mentioned in the affidavit, in fact, I believe so, I raised this and it was as simple as a mistake. The person who gave me this quote said, no, I don't know what. It could have been as something as simple as me mistyping, auto-correcting. I've got no, because I recall this person saying, no, don't know who that is. There's no one called Frank.
There's no Frank.
There's
So
no Frank.
It could just be a typing error.
It could be something as simple as, yeah, me making a typo and then that person saying, no, you got that.
When you read the quote back.
Yes.
Yeah, you do give evidence about ringing the person back
And
to check
checking
the
the
quote.
quote, yeah.
Right. And then the next part of it is the confidential source 1. So that's the first one you got on the 11th. And that's what you put in your affidavit as to what you were told. So I assume the first box there is his name.
Initials, probably, yeah.
Yeah. And then what are the other? I don't want you to tell me what's under them, but do you remember why the other bits are redacted?
No.
All right. Do you remember producing another version of this recently with some of the redactions removed? Were you consulted on that?
Sorry.
Last week, we were given another version of this document.
Yes.
With the redactions reduced. Were you part of that process?
I believe so. Look, I've obviously looked at a lot of documents with a lot of redactions over the last few weeks, but I believe so.
Could I just show you the same document that we got on Thursday night? I think Friday morning we saw them, where there's the same document, but there's fewer redactions.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the second box.
I'll mark the a replacement for document 454 in MFI 1 by 32.
Yeah.
So this can be replaced in due course.
I don't think we'll replace it, Your Honour, given there was cross-examination on the redacted version, but maybe it can accompany it.
That makes sense.
So what is unredacted? The first box stays the same, but then the name Brett has been unredacted. Do you see that?
Yes.
So do you remember why you thought to redact that name in the first place?
I don't recall.
And did you understand at the time that was one of the DEA agents?
Sorry, at the time of...
The article in October 2020.
Did I understand that was the name of one of the DEA agents? I would assume so, given that the name was mentioned to me in the conversation.
Yeah, and you wrote that email I just took you to Mr. Willisey, which said, I'm chasing up the names of the DEA agents. One of them's called Brett.
Yes.
Right. And we think your best recollection is Frank is a typo.
That's my best recollection, yeah.
And then the other bit that's been unredacted, underneath the word headquarters, it was redacted, and now in the next version it says 15 months straight of operations.
Sorry. Oh, yes, I do see that. Yep.
Do you remember why that was redacted?
It was redacted, I guess, with an abundance of caution, because of, I guess, a fear that might potentially identify someone. Subsequently, on reflection, it would be highly unlikely that would. But there was that was I was an abundance of caution.
We're overestimating our power of deduction from that amount of information.
Your power of deduction is well documented, isn't it, Ms. Chrysanthemum?
Oh, well, I'll take that. 15 months straight of operations, that's a reference to the confidential source.
Yes.
Right. And as you said before, confidential source 2 had done earlier rotations.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Now, the next one that was unredacted last week is before it was at the same time, and then it was redacted until the word was, but you've unredacted a JTAC who was a captain in the Australian Air Force.
Yes.
Why was that redacted?
I can't recall precisely, but I can only assume it was the same reason. Excessive caution, excessive caution, which on reflection was probably not necessary.
Wasn't that part of the quote in the story?
I don't have the story in front of me, sorry.
No, wrong one. Sorry. Maybe. Well, maybe it wasn't. I thought I read it somewhere else. But why did you think? So you thought that we could identify confidential source 1 by the fact that they had a JTAC who was a captain in the Australian Air Force on their rotation?
Possibly initially that's what I thought, but as I say, on reflection, I decided that no, it was not. It was not a risk.
So just while you're looking at this, with confidential source 2, is it right that the following year you were on leave for some period in 2021?
Yes.
What months were you on leave? Do you remember?
April till the end of the year.
And so did you tell Mr. Willisey, with his permission, the name of confidential source 2 and his contact details so Mr. Willisey could speak to him in your absence?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember at all, either at the end of 2020 or sometime in 2021, giving any of your confidential source names to Mr. Willisey for him to communicate with in your absence?
I don't recall.
You don't know either way, or you're saying...
I don't know either way. No, I'm not saying no, I just don't recall.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I just wanted to... while you're on leave, you say in your affidavit in September 2021, so this is a year later now, you emailed a list of November platoon names to Mr. Robertson.
Sorry, which paragraph is that?
61.
Yes, I see that.
Do you remember why you did that?
No.
But that was when you were on leave.
Yes, it would appear so, yeah.
And the names in that document were not just from rotation 18, they were across November platoon over a number of rotations, weren't they?
I don't recall, and we certainly don't recall without having the list in front of me.
Right. I'll just quickly ask you. The list is at tab 150. So I think that's volume 2.
No, that's... Maybe it's this one.
I'm not going to read out any of the names in court. I'm just going to ask you if looking at that list...
Sorry, I'm still trying to find it. Thank you. One. Yes.
So this is the email you sent to Mr. Robertson on 2 September 2021.
Yes.
So what I'm asking you is whether they're from one rotation or if they're from more than one rotation.
Some of them would have been on more than one rotation. Others potentially would have that would have been the only rotation they did.
And is this a list you compiled over time, or is it a list you got from somewhere?
I believe it's one that I just compiled over time.
And you had my client's name? You knew he was the platoon commander at one point?
Yes. Yep.
Now, going back, just let's leave that there, but going back to the October article in 2020, other than the evidence that I've just taken you through, and then ringing back the sources to check you'd written down their quote correctly, do you remember any other participation in that article at all?
No.
You've said that you don't recall any fact-checking occurring for that article. You don't recall attending any fact-check meeting. You've said at paragraph 92, you don't have a specific recollection of a fact-check being performed for the October article.
Yes.
But you have no reason to doubt it would have occurred, as it would have been standard procedure for the ABC with a publication of this nature.
Yes.
So can you just explain that to us? What type of publication gives rise to that procedure?
When I say a facts check, I'm not necessarily referring to a formal meeting in which people sit down. It's an organic process over a period of time. You know, when things come up that need examination, or in the lead up to a story running, yeah, obviously you have conversations around checking facts. That's what I'm referring to.
But what is the standard procedure that you're referring to?
Oh, just the checking of facts.
But you've said with a publication of this nature, what sort of publications would give rise to that procedure being adopted, in the sense of double checking some of the allegations in the articles to sort of against the information you have to ensure that they're correct?
So you're asking me if there's a distinction between stories of this particular nature and others?
Yes.
Oh, it's just, I guess, degrees of weightiness or seriousness. It's not like we have, two categories. One you don't need to check, one you do need to check. It's just degrees of seriousness of the story will probably determine how extensive that process is.
And does fact-checking involve another journalist in the team asking you to explain what material you have to support certain allegations in the story?
That's difficult to answer because, as I said, there's not necessarily a formal process. So some journalists, some stories, maybe that occurs. It's not, a written guideline or specific.
I'm just wondering if there's any process in place to ensure that, as part of the editorial process or as part of the team of ABC Investigations, to ensure that, or to double check that a journalist hasn't made an error, whether it be in quoting someone or in the context of a quote or in a date error or other errors in the story. Is there a collaborative process in the team whereby another journalist will sit down and say, well, okay, let's go through your story and see what material you have and double check things?
Again, not a formal process, but certainly a story will go through a number of sets of eyes, for to some extent for the purpose of pointing out any, inconsistencies that might not have been picked up, or there are various levels that sets of eyes that a story might go past.
And for your part in this story, you don't recall if that happened?
Well, I wouldn't be aware because I just wouldn't be aware. I'm geographically removed and I just don't know.
You don't recall receiving any calls or anything about it to check your quotes or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, the the part of your article, the part of your affidavit that starts at attempts to contact members of November Platoon, it starts at paragraph 60. This is historic attempts, isn't it, to contact the platoon before you participated in this October article?
Well, yeah, the period. I've got the period here, 2017 to 2020.
Yeah, I mean, but the article's published in 2020.
Yep.
What I want to suggest to you is you didn't, when you were asked to help find some quotes for this article, you didn't renew attempts to speak to anyone from November Platoon for the purposes of this article.
No.
And that's what you've said in your affidavit. I'll just remind you that paragraph 90, after you've described the failed attempts, if I can put it that way, to speak to people from November Platoon, you did not repeat your attempts to contact members of November Platoon because you didn't consider they would be prepared to speak to you.
Yes.
Right, because of your previous experience
Yes.
with them. And you did not, given that evidence, you did not suggest, did you, to Mr. Willisey that you'd made renewed attempts to speak to November Platoon members?
I don't recall, but I'm assuming not, no.
Yeah. Now, just in relation to those previous attempts to contact November Platoon members, because you've given quite a large date range, the specific examples that you've given there appear to be, you've given us, since you swore this affidavit, we've been told which November Platoon member relates to which paragraph.
Yes.
Right. I'm not going to say them out loud, but we have a document, Your Honour, that we can show Your Honour about that. So with the first one...
Sorry, you're supposed to go to you kept going through them. Mr Oak's been cross-examined for over an hour and a half, so I think I'll take a 10-minute break.
Sure, I'm okay, Your Honour, but
But I'm not.
Okay.
He was pretending it was
That was a
value.
polite way of... but we'll have a
Read the room.
We'll have a 10-minute... They'll have a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 12 and we'll sit till 5 to 1.
Thank you.
All stands, the court is now temporarily adjourned.
You don't have to stay there. You can go wander off.
Oh, thanks.
You didn't get the code. That was the judge saying, I need a break.
Mention 60415 for a document about the editorial complaint report or something.
Yeah, so...
So that 604 is Alex Boucher, so it might be a different time. Yeah, might be a different time.
We'll get it. Yep.
I don't know.
You guys know what native format means? Because I thought you forwarded the emails.
So I forwarded 2 pages that were incomplete.
So you've
So
got...
I
We
forwarded
want
that.
all of NFI 9, not
Yep.
just that
But
portion.
that's fine, but if we forwarded it, is that enough
No,
native
because
format?
it means you can't see when things have been attached if you just forward a whole chain. So you need each individual email.
But if we forward So just back at paragraph 68.
Sorry,
Paragraph 64.
65. Yes.
So the first person, do you remember who that was?
Yes.
Right, I want to suggest to you that that person,
Sorry. I'm terribly sorry to do this.
I've sorted it out.
Sorted out?
Yeah.
Sorry, Your Honour.
I'm not going to say the name. That person was not on rotation 18. Is that your recollection? He said he knows who it is.
I know who it is. My belief is that person was.
That was your information?
Yes, but I that's to the best of my recollection.
Okay. And that person told you he had a great time, basically?
Yes.
Then the next person, you got a response from his wife, not from him.
Yes.
And that was two. You don't have any specifics. One's 2018, one's 2019. You don't have any more specific information.
No.
How do you remember these contacts?
How do I remember specifically who they were, or how do I?
How do you remember that in 2018 that you contacted platoon member 1?
Because I remember it.
And there's no notes. There's nothing.
No, because it was as it says there, it was a very, very brief phone call. I didn't feel the need to take any notes. On a fruitless, extremely short phone call.
Okay. And with number 3, that person I want to suggest to you wasn't on rotation 18 either.
Sorry, which paragraph?
Paragraph 73.
73.
The New York person.
Sorry, what was that they weren't on?
Yeah, not on rotation 18.
Is that a question or an assertion?
I'm putting that to you. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't have a precise recollection, but I believe they were.
Now, then you spoke again in late 2019 to Soldier X?
I didn't speak verbally, but I was in communication, yeah.
That you've corrected that and you think it's before the Herald article in September?
Yes.
And then you've said that at 83, you thought you communicated with 2 other people on the list?
To the best of my recollection.
But you don't know which ones? Without saying the names.
Yeah, sorry, I'd have to have a look at the list and go through it because obviously I can't tell just from reading that paragraph.
And you don't know when you did that? You've said between 2017 and 2020?
No, I don't remember.
And other than that, you contacted 7 other people but received no response?
I believe so, yes.
And you couldn't find the contact details for 15 others?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, excuse me just for one moment, I think. Excuse me. No further questions, Your Honour.
Nothing in re-examination, Your Honour.
Great, thank you for your attendance and you're excused.
I call Joe Pacini.
Any objections to
Yeah, I think there are
your
objections.
affidavit?
Can I say I'm a little under-resourced at the moment?
Your little what?
Dust off his
Under-resourced. But it's all right.
Oh, I see.
I've got called and then objections.
Did you say there's no objections?
No, there are objections, Your
Oh,
Honour.
okay. Well, why don't we deal with that before she goes in the witness box?
Yep. Sorry, I sort of need Ms.
Which,
Barnett for that.
Which tab is? 6? Oh, there's 2. She has 2 affidavits, so she's not. Yes, 36. Yes, 36.
Which one? 26.
We added after. After 26.
So the first objection is to paragraph.
Mr. Smith doing them or you're doing them?
I'm doing them. I'm old-fashioned, Your Honour. Person who,
Well, old-fashioned, you had your juniors do them.
I thought the person who took the witness had to do the objections. Oh, well, that's what I was told. Blame David Levine for that, Your Honour.
Maybe. In any event.
26, the second sentence to the end. And it connects to paragraph 105, which were the confidential exhibits that didn't go in. So we've objected to 105 and 106. Your Honour's already refused confidential exhibit JP1, and we say that those all go as one.
Have a look at 105.
105 we say is irrelevant, and it talks about information apparently well after the publication of the article, and just seems to be chucked in there to say negative things about my client.
Well, I'm not sure whether it's chucked in there to say negative things about your client, although it does have that effect. I think what is being said is that, I mean, you are running a case in part which says, at least from the time, well, which has a number of components. One component is there was a predisposition to follow negative stories in respect of, well, generally, ABC investigations, to say they're only interested in negative stories. And also there was a predisposition to have a negativity about Mr. Russell and the November platoon. And then you're running an additional story that, at least from the time of the editorial complaint, there was a view that it was there was some degree of animus towards Mr. Russell occasioned by that. It does seem to me to be relevant that there were potential stories which arose from tip-offs which were not pursued because they didn't think they met the threshold of public interest, when I have to have regard to all the circumstances in determining the public interest defence. It doesn't go any higher than that. And I can certainly make a limitation. I mean, if it's an agreed fact, for example, that there were tip-offs about numerous stories concerning Mr. Russell from time to time, and they weren't published because the ABC met the public interest threshold, then it doesn't seem to me that that second sentence in 26 and 105 needs to be there.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been given any evidence of the tip-offs, so we don't know. All we've been given is subsequent stories written by other people for those things. I think there's a bit of a nuance that I should respond to in what Your Honour says our case is. We don't make a case on public interest, my friends do. And Mr. Willisey told us in the witness box.
When I say case, obviously enough,
I understand.
I know who bears the onus and who's running the cases.
Yeah.
I'm talking, as you would probably understand, about case theory.
Oh, yes, but on the negative story notion, that came out of Mr. Willisey's mouth in the witness box. We've never known or suggested that ABC Investigations has a predisposition to only publishing negative things about everyone, which is what the evidence was on Tuesday.
That's what Spiro Agnew called the press, nattering nabobs of negativism.
Well, what about all publicity is good publicity? It depends how you look at it. But that's not how we've ever run the case, and that evidence was a bit of a surprise to us. So that's not what we're saying. In relation to the second aspect...
I thought, quite seriously, I thought you were saying that there was a fixation on running negative stories on perhaps even broader than Mr. Heston and November platoon, but generally, I mean, I thought some of your cross-examination was directed to that.
No, Your Honour, it was introductory cross-examination which zeroes in on the fact that for the preparation of these two stories, not one inquiry was made to seek to contradict the negative allegations that had been asserted by sources. And on the one occasion such an inquiry was made on the 18th of November by Mr. Willisey, and he received positive information about the platoon and my client, that was not included in the story, and in fact it was hidden for part of these proceedings until we discovered it ourselves and forced it out of them. That's what we say. But in relation to this notion of other stories, we have not complained about other stories other than the one.
I know you haven't complained, but it does seem to me to be relevance in the very broad evaluative notion of what...
It meets the threshold of relevance, Your Honour, and I accept we can agree. I'm not going to cross-examine about the first sentence. I've got no basis to suggest it's wrong, and if that goes in, then it goes in for what it's worth.
All right. Well, what do you say, Mr. Owens?
Ms Barnett will deal with this.
Yes, Ms Barnett.
Your Honour, 26, the last sentence, it is, as Your Honour, I think correctly noted, what the witness is doing, and bearing in mind her role as the editor, she's saying there is a threshold. There's times we've achieved it, there's times we've not. That distinction ties in with her evidence overall as to why she believed these articles were in the public interest. To the extent it ties in and refers to paragraphs 105 to 106, consistent with Your Honour's previous ruling, we would not read subparagraph C, so that would come out. But the information there also needs to be read with what is said at paragraph 106, particularly the end of paragraph 106.
And why do we need anything in 105 after the word media?
Your Honour's correct. It probably falls in the same category as C.
Yeah.
Save to the extent of the issue.
Can I shortcut this? If you're not going to read from the word media in 105 to the balance of 105, confidential exhibit JP1 is not tendered, then I would be disposed to allow the paragraph that's subjected to be read.
Can I just make this one final point, Your Honour? Your Honour sees at the bottom of the last part of paragraph 106, what Ms Pacini is saying is these matters that she was otherwise aware of were matters she otherwise took into account when assessing the credibility of Mr Russell's public denials. So in one sense it depends how the cross-examination goes, but it may be that at least to some limited extent, the content of her knowledge and her taking it into account in assessing those denials.
I see, I didn't notice that in 106.
They are subsequent to publication, Your Honour, but the editorial complaint process is ongoing.
I don't have a problem with 106, Your Honour, for what it's worth. As long as it's a 136 limitation, I don't have a problem with it if the rest of 105 goes as Your Honour's suggested.
Well, I think Ms Barnett's saying she needs 105A and B in order to make sense of 106, don't you? Is that what you want? Yeah. 105A
and B actually contradict what's being said at 106 because they post-date.
They may or may not. I'm inclined, let's move on. I'm inclined to make a limitation in respect of 105 and 106 to the extent that it's not already evident from their terms that they're not evidence of the truth of the matters referred to in A and B. I notice confidential exhibit JB1 is not being read, and I'll receive the paragraph objected to because I consider it's relevant for the purposes articulated.
The next is 61.
61,
Your Honour.
61.
It's hearsay. It's opinion. We don't know that. I don't know if we should know that.
Well, I'm prepared to make a section 136 limitation in 61 as it's limited not to the facts in 61 but as to her her opinion or impression of Mr Willis's reporting, which I can see is relevant.
Yes, and I asked for the same limitation to 69.
Similarly, yes, that makes sense.
And then 71, we object to 71, the words that Mr Malley spoke, and we want a 136 limitation on those. For the fact that he spoke them, but not as proof of what his beliefs were or that he held any views. He's not giving evidence.
That seems appropriate.
Yes, Your Honour, we suggested.
Yes. I'll make a limitation in those terms.
87 was just
Yes.
and he agreed with that approach, so that's the same thing.
Yes. I'll make a limitation of that effect.
89, you've already ruled on that, Your Honour. 103. Actually, I'll just cross-examine on that, Your Honour, I think. Those words. 105 to 106, Your Honour's done. 107. We just seek a 136 for the 107, 109, 110 and
I'll make a
111.
limitation from 07, yes.
For 107, 109, 110 and 111. Just to her knowledge. Then 132.
109, 110, 111, you have to definitely with the 136 limitation there, Ms Barnett.
No, Your Honour. I mean 110.
110 might be. Well, anyway, I think she can say what was published on the ABC website. So I'll make the limitation in respect of 109 and 111.
132. We have a difficulty with the second sentence. We knew.
Yeah, I mean, 132 is bad in form. I reject it. The second sentence.
And then 145.
Could I just be heard on that?
Briefly.
What we've agreed.
Any sentence in an affidavit which commences the words "we knew."
Well, what we've indicated is that it should be limited to her belief. We accept certainly she can't speak for others.
No, I
but
think
to the
I
extent
I reject the second sentence. It's bad in form. You can adduce evidence of her belief, which will be subject to 136 limitation.
144, the second sentence, we just asked for the 136 limitation limited to her belief as opposed to what Mr Lyons actually thought.
Yes, that seems appropriate. I'll make that limitation. But please, I'm just going to do these preemptively, Ms Barnett. If you want to just speak up if you have.
And then 156 to 157. We just take a relevance objection, Your Honour. We're not sure why this keeps getting put in and repeated. Fine about it. I don't understand what it goes to.
What does 156 and 157 go to?
well, Your Honour, again, it may be that the appropriate course is to admit it provisionally subject to the cross-examination. There's an allegation, as Your Honour knows, about why Mr Willisey
It
wasn't
reminds
on.
me, did I deal with that other provisional matter? I think I was
I'm
going to
referring
admit.
to the second affidavit of Mr Robertson.
Yes. Yes, yes. Well, I make that ruling in respect of.
I think we opposed the 136 and Your Honour was,
I think it was going to depend on the cross-examination.
yeah.
And on the cross-examination.
Yes, and which was very limited as to time. Would Your Honour mind if we come back to that?
Yeah, come back to me. To be perfectly frank, it's lost the mist of my memory as well. So,
Your Honour knows there's an allegation put about whether or not Mr Willisey was on byline of the November article. We say this evidence is relevant to that.
Well, Ms Pichetti should leave the court if I'm going to address this issue.
yes, if you wouldn't mind, the court officer will come out and get you, Ms. Puccini.
That is not the evidence of Mr Willisey. In fact, he gave direct evidence to the contrary, and if my friend wants to come up with some case theory about
Sorry,
that...
I just want to understand the submission made, because
Your
I
Honour,
don't
the submission made is that, and as I say, a lot depends on the witness's evidence when that's put to her, but part of her state of mind may relate to this evidence, and that's the relevance.
Oh, so you're saying the evidence of this witness will be that is the reason for the editorial decision she made about bylines, not...
I can't put it as high as the reason, but it may inform her belief.
It was a week later.
Well, look, put on that basis, I think she's entitled to adduce that evidence, and you can proceed to challenge it.
It hasn't been adduced. We've got affidavits. Nowhere has she said that his name didn't go on the article because of this issue that happened a week later or 9 days later. There's no evidence to that effect. There never has been. Mr Willisey has said repeatedly he was going out to lunch.
Is she going to give that evidence?
I can't say for certain, Your Honour, but my point is if she doesn't give that evidence, then it's not relevant and I wouldn't press it. That's why I'm proposing.
But you must know what's in your brief about what she's likely to say. I would give you leave to adduce that evidence if that is the evidence that you propose.
I understand, Your Honour.
If you're going to lead that in chief, what you've said there, then I'd let 156, 157 in. If you're not going to lead it in chief, then I would reject 156 and 157.
Yes, Your Honour, it may be that I'm wrong on my understanding. That's why I'm being careful with the way I put it. But my understanding is that Your Honour has heard some evidence from Mr Willisey about various threats he was receiving.
I understand that. But,
and I understand that is a
the only relevance to 156 and 157 is if what is in those paragraphs is material to the decision made by her concerning bylines. If you're going to get evidence in chief from her along those lines, I'll give you leave to adduce that orally and I'll allow 156 and 157 in. If you're not going to adduce that evidence in chief, then I'll reject it.
Can we just have 5 minutes to get instructions?
Yeah, would Your Honour mind if we...
Of course.
...and instructions on that?
And I should say, I would oppose that, given I didn't touch this topic with Mr Willisey, and this is wholly a new version of events for us.
I'm here on an optimistic search for the truth.
Your Honour,
I think
I'm glad someone feels that way about what's true and what's false.
Your Honour, perhaps the appropriate course is we don't read that.
All right.
If something arises in cross-examination, it may be...
156, 157 is not read. Yes, next one.
So second affidavit. We just want a 136 in the same form, Your Honour.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
We just want a 136 over this affidavit in real life. It's all about the December article. We haven't, Your Honour, thinking of the articles we've actually sued on and the main affidavits, we haven't sought blanket 136 orders. We just thought it was unnecessary because of the way the affidavits were framed. But where truth is not deployed, usually for a Section 30 affidavit, similar to what we're dealing with here, there'd be a blanket 136 because the only thing that's relevant is what information the journalist had to form the views that they say they formed. This article's not sued on.
Sorry? The article's not sued on, yes.
And so we don't understand why the truth or falsity of it would be an issue when the truth or falsity of the articles that are sued on are not. I mean, for example, Your Honour's not going to read any of the material that's in the Willisey affidavit about the allegations he received about November Platoon in as truth. And we just say this falls within the same category.
You're asking for a 136 limitation over the whole of the 17 July 2023 affidavit.
Yeah.
Let me understand what Ms Bardin is. I have not read this affidavit.
Yes, Your Honour, we have proffered a limitation. The exception to the limitation should be in relation to dates. My learned friend, as Your Honour heard yesterday, puts that the timing of this article is relevant. To the extent Ms Puccini gives evidence about a date, we would say the date should go in for all purposes. But otherwise, we agree it's limited to her.
I'll make a limitation to that effect.
mind.
I made a limitation to that effect. There'll be a section 136 limitation generally save for the representations made in the affidavit concerning dates.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Right, well, we can have the witness then. Oh, yes, we can have the witness. You don't need to get instructions, that's right.
When giving evidence in court, you're required to give either a religious oath or a non-religious affirmation. Which do you choose?
Non-religious affirmation, please.
Please repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Take a seat, Mr Puccini. There should be some water there if you want. And if
Do you mind if I take my jacket off, Your Honour?
not at all, that's fine. And if you need a break during the course of the cross-examination, please let me know.
Thank you.
Your name is Joanne Puccini, and you're employed by the ABC.
Yes.
What's your current position?
I'm the Head of Investigative Journalism and Current Affairs.
And is your professional address 700 Harris Street in Ultimo? Now, you've affirmed two affidavits in these proceedings, is that right? One of 3 July and one of 17 July. Could I ask, please, if the court officer could give you a copy of Part C of the court book?
Thank you.
And if you turn to tab 36, hopefully you'll find there a copy of your 3 July affidavit.
Yes.
Now, I just understand there are a few matters that you wish to clarify. Could I ask you to, sorry, I haven't said a paragraph yet, 105. Now, just for your information, your evidence in these proceedings won't include what's in subparagraphs A, B and C, but is there something in the first sentence that you wish to clarify? First sentence of 105.
Yes, that the tip-offs, I don't exactly recall when each one came through. It says here over a series of months, but I wanted to clarify that the time frame was post the October article through to after the publication of the OnlyFans article.
Okay, thank you. Now, can I next ask you to have a look forward at paragraph 132? And again, just for your information, the last sentence of that paragraph doesn't form part of your evidence in these proceedings. If I can ask you to just read the first sentence of the paragraph to yourself, and then I'll just ask you a couple of questions. Right, are you able to tell His Honour what information did you have available to you that was relevant to your opinion about the public interest that you've spoken about in the first sentence there?
Well, firstly, I had the FOI letter, the rejection of the FOI, which confirmed there was an investigation into the November platoon. Secondly, I was also informed by the letter that I had received from the OSI requesting material relating to the Josh allegation and also to other material that the ABC had in its possession relating to the November platoon. And I was also informed by Mr. Willis's dealings with the OSI.
Okay, thank you. I think if I could next ask you to have a look at paragraphs 141 and 142, is there something about those paragraphs that you wanted to tell His Honour?
I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Robertson was in Queensland and I was in Sydney, so the two, it looks like the reply came before Mr. Robertson's email, but that was a time difference.
Right. Yeah, are you able to say which is the correct, as it were, baseline time? In other words, did you send did Mr. Robertson email you at 11:57 a.m. or at 10:57 a.m. or are you unable to say?
My recollection, he emailed me at 10:57 a.m. Sydney time and I replied at 11:02 a.m.
And finally, if I could ask you to have a look at paragraph 153. Is there something that you wanted to clarify about that?
152.
53, I think.
Oh yes, that two of the items were not restricted to June and July 2012.
Okay.
Not.
That's the evidence in chief, Your Honour.
Yes, Miss.
Ms. Puccini, you've been a senior, or you've held senior editorial positions at the ABC for some time. And you understand, don't you, as part of your role as a senior editor at the ABC, that the audience of the ABC, or the large audience of the ABC across Australia, means that allegations published by the ABC will reach many people around Australia?
Yes.
And that a serious allegation made about a person, whether in their profession or their personal life, by the ABC could have very serious negative impact upon them, whether it be professionally or personally. And because of that understanding, you know that it's very important for the ABC to be careful and responsible in the publication of serious allegations against people. And as part of being careful and responsible, you understand, don't you, that the ABC also needs to be honest and fair. And you accept, don't you, when it comes to ABC investigations? Or can I just ask, where does ABC investigations sit alongside the news division? Is it within it, is it a separate category, or is it alongside it, or how does it work?
It's within the news division in the current affairs area.
And how is it distinguished from the general news division?
Well, the general news division includes investigations. It also includes state newsrooms and current affairs programs like 7:30, Four Corners. Investigations was set up as a multi-platform reporting unit. So it reports everything from daily news stories to Four Corners programs, often to try to maximise the impact of a story across platforms or to go where the story sits best.
And you say in your affidavit that in 2021 there were about 19 journalists within the ABC investigations team?
Yes, but by journalists, I think there are 9 reporters. There's also producers, camera, edit, digital producers.
So the 19 includes everyone. Could you just explain to us, because it's just come up, the difference between a producer and a digital producer?
A producer generally, not always, but generally handles the television and audio component of a story. Sometimes they also do some research for the reporter. the digital producer, their primary role is to produce the story into our content management system.
What, sorry? Your what?
Content management system. It's a piece of software that enables you to publish a digital story. So they will put photos on headlines, metadata. I can't actually do it myself, so apologies.
What I might describe as the ABC website.
That's right, yes.
Is that the system that's called Core?
That's right.
Right. And so that's what the digital producer does. But the producer we've heard some evidence that the producer does fact checking. Is that the role of the producer?
At times, it depends on the story.
And does every story get given a producer? So how?
Look, it usually depends how much there is to do, how many platforms. A very simple television news story, a reporter might do on their own. If there's multiple outlets for the piece of content, they might have a producer. Brisbane is slightly different to Sydney in that there is one producer to one reporter, whereas in Sydney there's, I think, 7 reporters and only 4 producers, so the reporters don't always get a producer, whereas in Brisbane they work very closely.
Who were all of the reporters and producers in the Brisbane office in 2021, in November 2021?
It was Mark Willisey was the reporter, Josh Robertson was a producer, I think. Alex Blucher was on maternity leave then, but they also share reporting duties at times as well.
Rory Callanan in that office?
He's in the Brisbane newsroom.
So he's not dedicated to ABC Investigations, but he sometimes works with ABC Investigations. And where was Mr. Harrison?
He was in Sydney as the digital producer.
So the digital producers don't have to be in the same location as the reporters?
No, the team only has 2 digital producers. They're both based in Sydney and they produce stories for the whole country.
And that's Daniel Harrison and Claire Bloomer?
That's Jan Harrison replaced Claire Bloomer.
Oh, right. So Ms. Bloomer was there in 2020 for the October article, and she was the digital editor, the digital producer on that article, and then Mr. Harrison replaced her. What process, if there is one, of fact-checking occurs within the investigations unit?
Well, the process is facts are gathered as someone researches a story. So often it either starts with a tip-off or we decide of our own accord to investigate a particular subject. The reporting team, sometimes just the reporter, sometimes a producer as well, sometimes a researcher, will then make calls and gather their information and collate that information, and then we'll write the article. That then is usually subbed in a draft form, either by the editor or the 2IC. Then it's further refined, and then there's a final fact check that happens, a sort of what we call a line-by-line fact check.
Who does the fact check?
It depends on the story. Sometimes if it's the reporter and producer together, sometimes it's just the reporter if there's no producer. Sometimes if the reporter is doing another aspect of the production, the producer will do the fact check.
So it's not a 2-person job. It's not a person asking the reporter to explain where information's come from?
No, it's that too, because if a producer is, usually someone has oversight of the fact check, but if the information has been gathered by the reporter through their conversation with somebody, then the producer will ask the reporter, where did this come from?
And is it ever the case that the reporter, I think you said, does their own fact check?
Sometimes, if there's no producer on the story.
But how does that work? How does the reporter do their own fact check? Just by looking at their own material and reading the article?
Well, looking at their own material, I will sometimes ask them, can you please check this, this and this? is this correct or is that correct? Or where did you get this from? But yes, they will go back to their notes, their conversation notes. They will Google, if there's dates that they have in there, they go back to a reference document or.
And you referred to the 2IC. You've been promoted since this article was published in November 2021. But who was the 2IC as of November 2021 beneath you?
Bilali.
And where was that person located?
In Sydney.
And in relation to the processes, was it the case that a producer is always attributed to the story as well as the reporter? Are they considered a reporter as part of the story for attribution?
It depends. You mean in terms of bylines?
Yes.
And usually someone gets a byline because either a piece of their information is in the story or because they've done a lot of work on the story, either through fact-checking or production. Sometimes the actual vision is the story, so the producer, by collecting the vision, essentially helps to author it.
And when the ABC Investigations does a piece for the website, what is the procedure by which it's decided that there'll also be either radio or television accompanying that piece?
There is usually radio news that accompanies a digital story, unless it is so complex or legally just difficult to summarise in 30 seconds. Sometimes in terms of television news, whether there's enough vision really and whether there's any interview material available.
And what's the purpose of having the radio and or the television when an article is published online from ABC Investigations?
Well, it's not just ABC Investigations. Every newsroom, state and national newsrooms are multi-platform at the ABC. That is, we have been like that since 2014. Every story is published across more than one platform.
And what happens when thinking about ABC Investigations, and you talked about complicated stories that could be difficult from various perspectives. How is it decided when you have a complicated story, how and who decides how to get it into the 30-second radio or news grab?
The reporter.
So that's up to the reporter. And in relation to...
You have to say yes for the purposes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. You just got to make a verbal answer rather than not.
I should have pointed that out, sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, Your Honour.
That's all right.
I feel like I'm having a conversation. There's no one else here, and I'm sorry. Now, you at paragraph 22 of your affidavit, do you have it there?
Okay.
Talk about some notions of public interest and the threshold of public interest. And you've referred there to the ABC's glossary to editorial policies. Could you just briefly explain the structure of the editorial policies and guidelines that apply at the ABC? Because you've referred at some point to there's standards referred to. There's standards within the editorial policies, is that right? And what's the status of those standards insofar as the news reporting is concerned?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, are the standards something that you must comply with, or are they something that are discretionary? Are they only guidelines? As far as news reporting at the ABC is concerned, what status do those editorial standards have on how journalism is conducted at the ABC?
We're bound by them. We are obliged to abide by them.
And with every standard and policy, there are also guidance notes that assist journalists to comply with those standards, is that right? And the guidance notes are more sort of directive and informative rather than binding, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And in 2008, you were at the ABC, that's right, isn't it? And do you recall that there was a significant review into all of ABC's editorial policies and guidelines and an update of them?
Yes, I do recall that.
Did you participate in that at all? In paragraph 22, where you set out some of the, so this comes from the ABC's glossary of editorial policies. So that's something that comes out of the mandatory document, is that correct? The policy document as opposed to the guidelines. And the definition, is that the same definition that applied in 2021?
I'm actually not certain.
Do you know of any amendment to the editorial policies since the big 2008 review to date?
I know of.
Now, you one of the some of the dot points there under public interest, which it very clearly says cannot be exhaustively defined, and this is not it very clearly says it's not confined to this list, but the word just expose or exposing is used in the first 3 dot points. When it comes to the notion of exposition, you understood it to mean, didn't you, bringing to light facts about certain matters. And that would mean bringing to light true facts. Do you agree? Truth. Now, in relation to checking whether facts are true, whether allegations made by sources are true, you agree, don't you, that attention to detail is very important, and that I think you've said once the detail is often the smoking gun in a story. And when you're investigating a story, you need to find out the timeline. Who spoke to who, when and why. Yep. And you have to be skeptical about information that's given to you. And you have to think about the motivations of a person giving you information. And you have to check and double check the allegations. And in relation to motivations, it's your experience, your very lengthy experience as a journalist, that the motivations of sources are often not pure.
Yes, that's correct. Although I should add that that doesn't mean that you don't talk to them or use them. You have to bear in mind that they may have some kind of agenda or motive and deal with that.
And when it comes to confidential sources, in your experience, you have to be even more careful with them, given they don't wish to be publicly connected with the allegations that they're making to the journalist. In relation to confidential sources, in your experience at ABC Investigations, where a confidential source has made a very serious allegation, is it appropriate to publish that allegation if it's not corroborated?
On what you mean by corroboration?
Can you tell us what you understand corroboration could be?
Well, there's different instances where what we need to do is establish that an allegation is a credible allegation and that the person making that allegation is credible. It is not always possible to get direct corroboration of an allegation. So, for example, if someone is making an allegation of sexual assault or sexual harassment, there are often only 2 people there. The corroboration, the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator would deny that allegation. So, presumably. So you do, what you need to try and work out in that instance is this a credible person making this allegation? Are the circumstances as they describe? Was the alleged perpetrator in that city, in that bar, in that place? Is there any way to establish whether the alleged victim was also there? Did they tell anybody afterwards? So when we talk about corroboration, there's different kinds of corroboration depending on the circumstance.
And I think what you're describing in assessing the credibility of the source is a number of factors, such as checking what they've alleged against other objective facts to see if the story matches facts that you can check. As you said, was the alleged assailant at that bar, in that place, at that time? Those are things you might be able to check to ascertain whether what you're being told is credible. And in circumstances where those additional matters can't be determined, if all you have is the person and what they've told you, and perhaps having checked internal inconsistencies and been satisfied that their story has been the same over various iterations, what else can you do to assess the credibility of a person other than by corroborating what they've said?
Sorry, I don't know, would there be confusion here? Given Ms Puccini's last answer, it may be unhelpful to use the term corroboration.
Yes, credibility, I think.
Which I think you might be using in a lawyer's way rather than a journalist's way. What I gathered from your evidence is when you were answering questions about corroboration, you were thinking corroboration means another witness who will say the same thing, rather than extrinsic facts which you might discover which support the story of the person. And the word corroboration can be used perhaps a little differently depending upon the context. So are you talking about the need to speak to another person, or are you talking about the need to go out and uncover extrinsic facts which tend to support what the person is saying? I think it's important to get that clarified.
So I think my definition of corroboration is the same as the witnesses, which is finding another person who saw, heard, or at the event. And what I was asking Ms Puccini about was the notion of checking credibility, which I think was Ms Puccini's last answer, which was finding out other extrinsic facts to assess the credibility of the source.
As long as we all know that, because that's
how
not
I
the
was,
way I'd use corroboration.
Yeah, and that's how I understood.
Well, with respect, I'm not sure that is. We may. The witness said what the witness said, but I'm not sure what my learned friend just said is in fact a summary of what the witness just said.
All right.
Well, I think we should clarify that because I think it's apt to confuse.
That's why, as to corroboration, what did you understand? I was asking you and what you were answering.
I believe that you were asking me whether one should always have another witness to an event.
Thank you.
In order to report it. And the answer to that is no, not necessarily.
Depending
on the story and on the circumstance. It is not always possible to do that. It's not always possible. There may not be another witness, or the witnesses who were there may not be able to be found or may not want to talk.
And you used the example before where there was only two people involved in something. Now, when you're talking about credibility, when you're talking about the credibility of the story, as I understand your evidence, there may well be circumstances where one can report a story because you reach a certain threshold of comfort by reference to checking other facts which lend some degree of verisimilitude to what the person is saying. For example, they're in the same city at the same time, telephone messages, that sort of thing.
Yes. Would it be helpful, and if it's okay, I'd like to perhaps use an actual war crimes example rather than sexual assault?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Sexual assault's a very special example, isn't it? Because it is he said, she said, or she said, he said, or whatever. There's two people involved usually, and you won't be able to find another corroborative witness as to what in fact occurred. So that's a special example. But where there are available witnesses, like in a war crime situation, could you explain in that circumstance how, if you don't have an actual witness to the event, what would amount to extrinsic material that would lend credibility to the story given by the source?
So we actually already had aired in our SAS stories single source accounts from both Dusty Miller and Braden Chapman of incidents that occurred in Afghanistan during their rotation there. and similarly to these stories, it was a matter of checking that Dusty Miller and Braden Chapman were there at the time, that they were credible allegations, that they had a good career behind them, that other people spoke well about them, that they didn't have malice towards any individuals, that their account was consistent over time. A range of things.
And those single for those single witness allegations, is it the case that there was no other available witness given the circumstances of what they alleged, or you just couldn't find someone to corroborate what they were saying?
Oh, I have to say that war crimes reporting is the hardest any journalist can work on, aside from sexual assault. It is very, very difficult, firstly, to find potential witnesses because of protected identities. They also tend to move a lot. And also there's a code of honour among special forces, which means they don't like to speak out, and people who have spoken out have suffered consequences for that.
Except, don't you, that having regard to the circumstances and the source and the other information you have, that occasions arise where you just can't publish the story, you just don't have enough to publish, even if you believe the source? Yes. And no matter how much the journalist believes the story and thinks it's a story in the public interest and is important, as a matter of responsible journalism, if some form of corroboration cannot be found, having regard to the circumstances, as editor, are you the person who decides, no, we're not publishing?
Yes.
And you've described in your affidavit an upwards referral process at ABC. There are circumstances in which, perhaps not as much in your more senior role now, but back in 2021, there was a couple of people above you in the editorial process and investigations. There was certain stories you've described in your affidavit where you engaged the upward referral process, where you thought that you needed a more senior editor to make that decision. Is that right? So when you decide to use the upward referral process, is it the case that the person who you refer above the chain becomes the decision maker as to whether the story should be published, not you? Thank you. Is that a convenient time, Your Honour?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Ms. Puccini. Now, this is nothing about your evidence. It's said to every witness, but you're under cross-examination, so how are we going for time? When are we
going well?
Well, perhaps if I can ask you to just go outside the court.
The loaded
for a moment,
question.
Mr. Chetty, and someone will come and tell you when to come back. But are we happy to come back at 2 o'clock? Will we need to come back at 2 o'clock in order to finish?
Yes.
All right. Well, if you could come back at, say,
Maybe.
5 to 2. Thank you.
There was an assumption in that question, Your Honour. I'm trying very hard. And I will keep going. I'm happy to keep going if the witness is happy to keep going until we finish.
I think what my learned friend is saying is coming back at 2 o'clock doesn't mean she'll finish.
I'm going to try.
Well, Ms. Puccini's the last witness.
Yes.
Well, we'll stay here till we finish.
Thank you. I'm happy to do that if the witness is happy.
If as long as that doesn't cause, I realise it's easy for me to say that, but it might cause difficulties for other people. But that would be my intention.
There'll come a point where I have a child under 10 who will not have a supervisor if we go too late, but we can just see.
Mark, he's already looking after a lot of them, so won't notice. Shipping over there.
All right. Well, if we run into insuperable problems of that type, then someone can tell me that I need to adjourn. But otherwise, we'll just we'll put the lights on and we'll keep on going.
Thank you, Your Honour.
All right. 2 o'clock.
Well, this court is now temporarily adjourned.
since how long?
I think I'm going to move fast now.
Are we talking like 10 o'clock tonight?
No, maybe 5.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, actually, that was a lie. This court is now.
Just before the witness comes back, assuming we finish with the, which we will, the evidence today, we had planned to come back for addresses on Monday and Tuesday. I did say to people that and I'm happy to do it Monday and Tuesday if you wish, but did you want more time to do some written submissions and come back and address, what do you want to push on?
I think from our point of view, time, bad thing. The question really is when, I suppose, when could we come back?
Well, I just raise it because behind you, if
And I'll just also say, particularly because there will be potentially some issues on Monday in relation to those MFI 9 documents. I think we've still got documentary tender to deal with.
do, yeah. I mean, I could do it Thursday, Friday instead of Monday, Tuesday, but or alternatively, actually, that's not. I don't think that's ideal for other reasons, but I could do it. I've actually got. I'm pretty. Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll talk about it at the end of the day, but let's assume at the moment it's going to be Monday and Tuesday.
Thank you.
Right, can we have the witness back, please? Yes, thank you, Ms. Puccini. Yes.
Ms. Puccini, just in relation to the two examples that you gave before lunch in the war crimes context of Dusty Miller and Braden Chapman, with Dusty Miller, that's the story, isn't it, of the medic who was with the SAS, who was treating a person and the person was very injured, and then an SAS officer took the person away, and then the son of the man who was taken away found him dead.
Yes, that's right.
So that's not quite a single witness account, is it? Given the medic saw a certain part of it, which was the injured man being taken away, and then there was other evidence from the son of the dead person as to how he found his father and the injuries on him.
Well, it's similar in that, and just a correction to that, he wasn't very injured when he was taken away. Then he was taken away. Obviously, Dusty Miller didn't see what occurred, but his belief was that the man had been unlawfully killed. The son also didn't see what occurred. So the allegation of an unlawful killing was a conclusion that Dusty Miller came to.
Well, the son found his father with boot marks on him and injuries. That was the evidence from the
I can't
son.
recall exactly.
And there was actually a video that the son had taken of his father's body which showed the injuries.
Yes, that's correct.
And in both instances, you had two separate eyewitness accounts from the medic as to what the Afghani man looked like when he saw him, and then from the son who found the body. Do you agree?
Eyewitness accounts not to the alleged killing, no.
No, but you had before the alleged killing and after the alleged killing.
Yes,
You had a dead body.
yes.
Right. And with Braden Chapman, Mr. Chapman's the person who saw the execution of a person with their hands up in the air. Is that one?
Yep, that's correct.
But wasn't there helmet cam footage from a few days later where SAS officers effectively made admissions in relation to the killing?
I can't recall whether it's to that exact killing, and I have to go back and have a look.
There was an article published by the ABC about it, and it's called, in my books, it's Murder. And it's in behind tab 46 if anyone is interested. And Mr. Chapman, in fact, gave his account to the ABC of what he saw, and then the ABC had access to helmet cam from a few days later, where the helmet cam had admissions which just days later, the helmet camera of another SAS operator captured members of 3 Squadron discussing the soldier who had killed the Afghan man with his hands up. And then that's set out. Do you remember that?
I recall publishing the story, yes.
But you don't remember the fact that the ABC also had helmet cam, which appeared to contain admissions in relation to the murder that Mr. Chapman had said he'd seen?
I know that we had helmet cam that contained admissions to a killing. I'd have to go back and re-familiarise myself with the story to be able to tell you whether it's that exact killing they were talking about.
But it's right, isn't it, that Mr. Chapman was an eyewitness to the alleged killing?
Yes.
And in that same squadron, an earlier story where Mr. Chapman was not an eyewitness, but he was in the same 3 Squadron of the SAS in the same deployment. The ABC had footage of another killing, which was described by the ABC as an execution, and Mr. Chapman didn't see that, but he participated in that story as well, as far as his information about 3 Squadron and his views on the video. I think that killing was about Soldier C.
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's another example that you give in your affidavit of Mr. Frost. Do you remember referring to that in your affidavit? He spoke to the ABC in 2016 in relation to murders that he said that he was personally involved in. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So he made some admissions as being a person who had culpability for those murders. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The ABC wasn't able to. Did you work on this story?
No, I did not.
I just wanted to ask you about it, just because it was referred to in your affidavit. In relation to that story,
You able to point me to where I can?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. Sorry, I'll give you a copy. Yes, I actually meant to do that. So this was, I want to suggest to you a particular case where Mr. Frost admitted to culpability in relation to the killing that he was telling the ABC about.
What I'm reading here, he's accusing somebody else of actually doing the killing.
Yes, but that he
Was
participated.
involved
Yeah.
in a cover-up.
Yes. And do you notice at the bottom of the second page, it says the ABC has been unable to independently verify his battlefield claims?
Yes.
I mean, it's obviously been used in this article Is that a term that is, in your experience, used very often at ABC investigations?
Don't know.
Do you think, in your experience, that where you have a single source, and Mr. Frost here was said to be an eyewitness, that even though he was an eyewitness and even though he appeared to be making admissions against his own interest as a person at least involved after the fact, the ABC still told the reader that they weren't able to verify his battlefield claims? Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you think that is a fair and proper way to deal with single source allegations?
Depends on the circumstance.
Well, thinking about now comparing Mr. Frost's allegations to Josh's allegations, just briefly. Mr. Frost said he was an eyewitness. You agree?
Well, it's actually unclear to me here whether he actually saw the killing. He says he looked and saw that somebody was dead.
He says he turned around and turned back. He says, I can't remember. That's the one point I can't remember because I wasn't looking. I didn't want to look. I turned around and the guy was dead. He'd been shot through the forehead. So
Yes, that's right.
he was there and there was a person alive and then he turned around and then he turned back and he'd been shot through the forehead. Right. Well, would you class that as an eyewitness?
The actual killing? He's an eyewitness to the event, yes.
Right. So he also admitted culpability for covering it up, according to this article.
Yes.
And despite that, and also, I should note, he was an Australian commando, so he was part of what the code. He was a member of the people who held the code, as opposed to an outsider. So did that make his account, in your mind, as you sit here, more compellable or less compellable, given he was one of the group? Compelling. That's what I mean. That's what I mean, compelling. Thank you.
Hence, sometimes the group has a greater reason to not tell the truth, and sometimes they have a greater reason to tell it. It depends.
Well, people who have spoken out against their own platoon members, whether it be in squadrons of the SAS or otherwise, have been described as very brave for speaking out against their fellow soldiers. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And I want to suggest to you that when you compare Mr. Frost, who was there and didn't see the actual bullet flying through the air, but nearly did, and the circumstances of his account compared to Josh, you knew, didn't you, that Josh did not actually see anything, he just heard something?
Yes, that's what is in the article.
And that he only deduced a murder, he didn't actually witness one?
Sorry, I just need to think about that. Well, yes, he deduced one. He had conversations with other people about the circumstances. But yes, he didn't witness the alleged killing.
But I mean, for example, he didn't know which of the teams on the ground pulled the trigger, if that's what he heard, a gunshot.
Well, he said that it was two commando on the ground, or the Australians on the ground.
Yes, but the article also said that it was a joint operation with the DEA. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
So from that,
Sorry,
did you...
could you point me to the actual article?
I think I've jumped ahead, I'll come to it. But
Yes.
the point I want to make, just with this, before I move on, is that there was no reason why the ABC, for the October article and November article, couldn't have included that line. The ABC has been unable to independently verify Josh's battlefield claims.
It's not a requirement. I think the reader could... We laid out to the reader exactly what Josh witnessed.
But that's what I'm asking. I'm not suggesting it's a requirement. What I'm putting to you is there's no reason why, in the circumstances that you're aware of, having edited those 2 articles or being the responsible editor, that line or something to that effect couldn't have been included in those articles. You agree there's no reason why?
Well, no, I don't agree actually, because, sorry, give me a moment. Aside from Josh's account, which to my mind was the publication of a credible allegation. It was not, we're not the police, we're not the OSI, it was a credible allegation that Mark Willisey had not verified the incident himself, but had spoken to a credible source who believed that the allegation was credible and should be published.
You're talking about confidential source A?
Yes.
Who was not on the ground?
No.
And who was not in the platoon? And who wasn't even in Afghanistan in 2012, as far as you're aware?
I can't discuss source A further without breaching Mr. Willis's confidence.
I'll mark Australian Commando claims he covered up POW's execution. Supreme Court Judge joined Secretive Defence probe article as MFI 33.
Thank you. You said before that you were reporting allegations. I'm just trying to understand what you were trying to say there. Isn't it right in the standards of accuracy, insofar as the editorial policies are concerned, that it's considered that where a person or source on the ABC content asserts a fact, it's a fact presented by the ABC, and to the audience it's presented as a fact, regardless of who says it?
Yes, but I think you're interpreting that as the ABC saying that this incident happened. You know, what is accurate and what is factually accurate is that this is Josh's account of what occurred.
And the ABC has chosen to publish Josh's account on its ABC website?
Yes.
So it is endorsing that account by publishing it?
Right? It is publishing that account.
It is representing to the public that ABC Investigations investigated the account?
It is reporting to the public that the ABC collected that account and has verified that it is a credible allegation and that he is a credible person.
Such that the account can be presented to the Australian public on the ABC website?
Yes.
Now, in relation to the statistics that you've given about ABC investigations, you said at paragraph 16 of your affidavit, if you still have it, that in 2021, 93 stories were published by ABC Investigations.
Yes.
And you had said at paragraph 15 that was Mr. Willisey, Mr. Robertson, along with approximately 17 other journalists and producers.
Yes.
That's not a lot of stories for that many people. Is that because of the time it would often take for each of these stories to be prepared before publication?
Ali, as I said before, there's only 9 reporters, so more than one person can be working on a story. One of them is a cameraman, one of them is an editor, there are 2 digital producers, there's a researcher, there's, I think, 5 producers. It's a mixture of things. Firstly, these are complex stories. Probably 50% of the stories that the investigations team starts, it abandons. Some of them are have big multi-platform rollouts. And Connolly's aged care stories had 2 Four Corners, a number of digital articles, background briefing episodes, so they take a long time to prepare. It's a mixture of things.
In paragraph 27, after you've discussed the public interest threshold, you give some evidence about the editorial policies and guidelines, which I've already asked you a little bit about. You give some examples there about things taken into account under those policies and guidelines in determining whether something should be published. And you say, for instance, sources with relevant expertise may be relied on more heavily than those without. It's the case, isn't it, that you didn't consider Josh had any relevant expertise? Josh, the source.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
I'm going to ask you about these general notions that you put in paragraph 27 as against the Josh allegation.
Yeah, would you mind telling me where I can find my affidavit?
Yeah, paragraph 27 of your affidavit
Tab 36.
is tab 36.
Tab 36, thank you.
And page, the numbers are down the bottom in bold on the right-hand side, page 230.
Got that?
You say, for instance, sources with relevant expertise may be relied on more heavily than those without. You didn't understand Josh had any relevant expertise, did you?
Yes, he does.
As what?
A pilot, he's there. He was part of the operation.
So he had expertise as a person flying the helicopters in 2012?
Yes, and being involved in the DEA missions.
Well, were you told he was involved in DEA missions?
I was told he was a pilot for the DEA missions.
Did you look at any of the first-hand material that Mr. Willisey had, or did you just have conversations with him about it?
No, I didn't.
Sorry, you
I
didn't?
did not look at the material that Mr. Willisey had.
Okay.
I don't normally do that. That's their job.
Then you say eyewitness testimony usually carries more weight than second-hand accounts. I want to suggest to you that Josh was not an eyewitness.
Well, he was a witness. He was there. It's
he
his
wa-
account.
He wasn't an eyewitness.
Yeah, on the ground. It is his account.
He wasn't on the ground, he was in the air. And he heard
He was on
something
the
through a
ground,
radio.
as in he was present when the alleged incident occurred.
Do you accept that in the information you were told about the alleged incident, there was no body, as in no dead body was ever identified as being connected with that alleged killing?
Yes, he didn't claim there was.
Now, so what I'm saying is the ABC had no evidence that someone had in fact died.
You're an object. No evidence. I mean, does she mean there was no body?
Yes.
Well, that's a different question.
Josh said,
Well, I think you should put to her what it is a bit ambiguous. If you're putting to her, I mean, there was we've all heard we've read the material, we've heard the account, and if you want to say there was insufficient material, then by all means put that to her. But if you want to say what we know did not constitute evidence, you can also put it to her. But
right,
I think you have to do it.
Jenny, Josh did not know for sure on the account that you were aware of that someone had actually died.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about your question. No, we didn't claim that he did.
Okay. And then you say the passage of time or the inaccessibility of locations can affect the standard of verification reasonably required. What I want to suggest to you is the passage of time also can affect the credibility of the account.
No, I don't accept that. Having dealt with a lot of people who have talked about war crimes, and from my conversations with Mr. Willisey about Josh, this incident stayed with him. It stayed with him because it impacted him. It impacted him psychologically, and it stayed with him as a strong memory.
The express terms of how he describes what he heard on the helicopter may well fall within that. But did you discuss with Mr. Willisey the other details or the other material Josh had spoken to him about outside the express account of what occurred on the helicopter?
I don't recall.
Did you discuss with Mr. Willisey, for example, why Josh was alleging that it was Australians?
Why? I discussed with Mr. Willisey that Josh was alleging it was Australians.
And did Mr. Willisey tell you that Josh was alleging, in relation to that specific incident on the helicopter, that he was working with Australian commandos?
I don't recall the exact conversation that I had with Mr. Willisey, but certainly my understanding from my conversations with Mr. Willisey was that Josh was working with Australian commandos, yes.
That Josh had said that, or that Mr. Willisey had deduced that?
Don't recall the exact conversation, but my understanding is that Josh was working with Australian commandos.
And did Mr. Willisey raise any concerns at all about or inform you of any information that he had from Josh as to Josh's concerns, his own concerns about his own memory, about certain events?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'm not aware of any concerns.
Had Josh informed Mr. Willisey that he had concerns when it came to specifics such as dates, locations, who he was working with, would that be something that would have been relevant to you in deciding whether to publish the story?
Depends on what those concerns were. Again, with war crimes reporting, people are often vague on dates. I think all of us would struggle to remember the exact date from 10 years ago, but they in particular, they were doing a lot of missions, they were flying in and out of places. When it came to locations and exact dates, they could be vague. Witnesses would often say, oh, I remember the wheat was tall, or it was hot, or it was freezing cold, because Afghanistan's very cold in winter. But so you would be able to deduce a date range, and certainly or where it was in terms of the deployment, whether it was early in the deployment, middle or end. But it would not have concerned me greatly if he was not super specific about place and date, because that's common, and places they would be in and out of.
What about, would it have been relevant to you to know that he wasn't clear on which unit he was working with on that day?
No, not particularly, because Mr. Willisey, through his conversations with other sources and the rest of his research, knew which platoons or which regiment was there at the time. There are at different points in time, obviously there are different regiments and different platoons on the ground in Afghanistan.
Did you have enough understanding of the war crimes reporting to understand the difference between rotation 17 and rotation 18 in 2012? So you didn't yourself know the various dates of deployments of different Australian units at different times that year?
No.
And were you ever told that the period of deployment that Josh described he was there for, in fact, overlapped with two different companies of commandos, not just one?
No, I wasn't. I was told the dates he was there, but not the number, what number deployment it was.
So you didn't know, you weren't told, for example, that for the first part of his deployment, he was there at the same time as two platoons that were different to Oscar and November platoon?
No, but it wouldn't have mattered because the October article didn't. The Josh allegation, as it was written, did not relate to a particular platoon. It talked about commandos, so wouldn't have been relevant even if it was two different platoons.
And it wasn't relevant, or I'm just not sure if you knew or not, I'm just trying to understand your answer, that Josh did not say to Mr. Willisey that the unit he was working with that night were in fact commandos.
If he said they were Australians working with the DEA and Mr. Willisey established that the Australians working on this mission were commandos, then that's fine because Josh is an American. He doesn't know the Australian military. I don't know quite how to put it. The Australian military setup. Structure. Thank you.
But you accept, don't you, there's a difference between something a witness or a source has told the ABC and something that the ABC has deduced from further investigation.
It all adds up to the sum of being able to write an article. So the Afghan families that we interviewed at various points did not know which squadron an Australian soldiers were from, but we were able to deduce from all the rest of the reporting that it was 3 Squadron, for example.
For the SAS
I think you're across purposes.
Yeah.
I think what you're being asked to focus on is not necessarily whether there are other things there which allowed you to take into account in deciding whether or not the story reached a certain threshold allowing you to publish. What you're being asked to focus on is the difference between Josh telling Mr. Willisey something and Mr. Willisey deducing from other material that certain facts existed. So, and you're asked, do you understand the distinction between those two things?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
And it would be wrong, wouldn't it, if an article did not distinguish between those two in the sense that if the fact was something Mr. Willisey deduced and was not told, but he reported it in the article as something that Josh told him or said to him, that would be wrong, wouldn't it? Be contrary to the ABC policies. You don't think it's misleading to say Josh said he worked with commandos when he never said that?
No, I don't.
How is that not misleading?
Because if the Australians there were commandos, then it's not misleading.
But Mr. Willisey was not told they were commandos, he deduced it.
Can we just be clear that this should be put as an assumption?
Assume that, please.
Sorry, could you ask that question again?
Assume Mr. Willisey was not told by Josh.
And I don't know this to be true.
No. Assume he was not told by Josh which unit he was working with. All he said was it was Australians from Task Force 66, which are commandos and SAS, and some others, but commandos and SAS. If Josh did not say it was the commandos that night, wouldn't it be misleading to tell the Australian audience in the article Josh told the ABC he was working with the commandos that night?
No, it would not.
Are you sure about that? So you think that is not a breach of the standard of attribution, for example? Attributing to him that he said something when he didn't? You don't think it's a breach of the standard of accuracy?
No, I do not.
You don't think it's presenting facts in a misleading way, contrary? to the standards required by ABC journalists? Now, isn't it right that you understand that a reader will give more weight to an assertion of fact that comes from a witness compared to an assertion coming from the journalist?
I don't understand that
If someone
question,
says,
sorry.
I saw a murder, Josh told ABC he saw something, he saw a murder, it's very different to a statement that, based on the information the ABC has from Josh and other sources, the ABC has concluded there was a murder.
Sorry, I still don't understand what your question to me is.
My question is, attribution is important because it affects the weight that a reader will give to what is being stated in the article.
So, sorry, what's the question to me?
I'm asking you, do you agree with that?
Sorry, maybe I'm not very smart, but I'm having trouble understanding what your question.
I'm suggesting to you that it makes a difference in an article whether the witness says they saw something as opposed to the ABC concluding that it occurred.
That really depends on the circumstance.
Well,
Can I give you an example? Just say you had a story where someone said to you that they saw someone was assaulted by a politician. And you knew because of other information that you had that there was a National Party conference at the town where this occurred. And so you were able to deduce from that it was a member of the National Party who was someone who assaulted. If the person said, Bill Bloggs told me a National Party member of Parliament assaulted a woman in the street of Tamworth, rather than, whereas the source had actually said, I saw a politician assault someone in Tamworth, would it be misleading for you to attribute to the eyewitness the fact, that more specific fact, that it was a particular type of politician which you have identified through a process of deduction rather than someone simply saying it was a politician? It may be a not particularly apt example, but I'm trying to, I think, capture what I think Council's putting to you.
Yes, thank you.
If there were only National Party politicians there at the time, then then it's the same. If there were Labor, Liberal, Greens, then there's a difference.
So you said in an answer earlier that you understood that Josh had said he was working with the DEA on that mission.
The DEA mission, that is my understanding.
And is that just from reading the article, or is that information that Mr. Willisey had given you?
Sorry, I was working on a lot of stories at the time, so.
Would it have made any difference to you in deciding whether or not it should be printed that it was a DEA mission if Josh had said to Mr. Willisey, I never saw the DEA guys with the Australians I was working with? That wouldn't make a difference.
Sorry, I don't recall Mr. Wilsey ever saying that to me. Could you point me to the article,
Yeah,
please?
I can give you a big copy of it, so you've got it in front of you.
That would be great, thank you.
October, yeah. So, the first thing that I was asking about, the difference between the ABC has said something and Josh has said something, is in paragraph 31, where it says he has told ABC Investigations. Do you see that?
Yes.
Well, you accept, don't you, as you read that that's a representation of a paraphrasing of something that Josh has said. And I want to suggest to you, if Josh had never said that he was working with the commandos that night, then that statement should not have been included in the article.
Don't agree.
And then you see at 33, it was part of a wider joint Australian Special Forces US Drug Enforcement Administration DEA campaign targeting illicit drug operations that were financing the Taliban insurgency. If Josh had said to Mr. Willacy, I never saw any DEA agents with the Australians I was working with, what would your reaction have been to including that in the story?
He didn't say that to me, and it wouldn't have made a difference.
So you said earlier that you had information from Mr. Willacy that the reason it was commandos was because the commandos were the ones who were working with the DEA at that time.
Yes.
But if Josh had said to Mr. Willacy, I never saw any DEA agents with the Australians I was working with, wouldn't that undermine that fact in your mind if you had been told it?
No, because Josh, one is part of the mission. It's made a difference anyway.
So you think Josh said to Mr. Willacy, that night we were on a joint DEA operation? Mr. Willacy hasn't said Josh said that. That's one of the statements that's coming from him as the author or the ABC. So he's not attributing 33 to Josh. He's just stating that that's what it was. Right. But you just said it didn't matter if he ever saw a DEA agent because that was the mission. Is that something that Mr. Willacy told you Josh told him, or is that, where have you got that information from?
My memory, which, no, he did not. I mean, this is all, it's my memory.
Right. And I think there might be a typo in a date, but just correct me if I'm wrong in your affidavit, where in paragraph 29, were the raids in 2018 or 2019?
I thought they were 18.
Did you know? Do you know?
I can't recall. I thought it was 2018.
Since then, you've said that you've been careful to minimise what documents are left lying around after stories are completed.
Yes.
Is it right that there's effectively a policy within the investigations unit to get rid of as many documents as possible that might identify sources so that they can't be picked up later by some investigative body?
Yes.
And is there some system as to which sort of documents are destroyed, or is it random?
No, there are some. Really, it's documents that might refer to confidential sources.
Might what? Sorry.
Refer to confidential sources.
Oh, yeah. You could just keep your voice up a bit. They don't amplify. They just record.
Sorry.
In relation, I'll just skip ahead. You give some evidence about Mr. Rokes. He was one of the authors of the October article. And you've made a statement there that you found him to have impeccable, it's at paragraph 52, impeccable contacts of integrity within the Australian Special Forces, including the commandos. I'm just wondering how you could have formed that view.
From my conversations with him and from the information that his sources shared with him, they seemed well informed.
Because you give an example in the next paragraph. We've heard evidence from Mr. Oakes that Soldier X was one of his sources. Is that what you're referring to as an example?
Right, can you point me to the paragraph?
52
please?
and 53.
Thank you. I don't say there that Soldier X was one of his sources.
No, he told us that was. You said confidential source 3 was Soldier X.
He wasn't a confidential source.
He was a source. Sorry, we might be at cross purposes. Why is it that you've given that example after saying he had impeccable sources?
I'm not giving Soldier X as an example of his source.
What is the example you're giving? You say, for instance.
What I'm saying in that paragraph is that Mr. Oakes was aware, I know that he was aware of the Soldier X story because at a certain point in time before Fairfax published that story, he was researching that story.
Right.
So he had commando sources who told him that story. I'm not saying that Soldier X is his source.
But you're not saying that all of his sources were of impeccable integrity, just you knew he had some that were.
I knew that he had a number of commando sources who provided him with reliable information.
Right, but you didn't know, well, you're not trying to say, are you, that you assumed that all of his commando sources were of impeccable integrity?
Don't know exactly who they are.
That's what I mean. So that's not what you're saying, is it? Now, in relation to Mr. Willisey, you refer to him at paragraph 54, and you say you found him to be meticulous and extremely thorough. But just from the evidence you've given thus far, you don't directly check, do you, as against the information that he has, the accuracy of his stories?
With Mr. Willisey and all the other journalists on the team, I don't do their journalism for them. That's not my job, and I have a lot. I might have 15 very complicated stories going at once. I check that he has checked, or that they have checked. I say, have you done this? Could you do that? Have you fact-checked it? But I don't do their journalism for them.
And what I want to suggest to you is you rely on what he tells you to form the view that that the work he's performed is meticulous and thorough.
Oh, it depends. It depends on the story. But yes, and he's a journalist with 30 years' experience. He is meticulous. So yes, I trust his journalism.
Well, you swore this or affirmed this affidavit in July of this year. Are you saying, as you sit here, you don't have concerns about the quality or research underpinning the October article and the November article?
I don't.
At all? And the information you have to form that view is what Mr. Willisey told you, what information he told you he had?
Well, it depends on the article.
Well, you went through the editorial complaints process in relation to these two articles, and you found out at some point that no platoon had ever been named in relation to the allegations for Josh.
Yes,
Josh.
No platoon was named.
Right.
The October article, yeah.
In the course of that process, did you find out that Josh never identified that he was working with commandos that night? The word
Josh himself?
Yeah, Josh himself. Did you know that at some point in the process?
No.
In the editorial complaints process, were all of Mr. Willisey's source materials handed over to you?
In the Kirsten McLeish investigation, no.
And they weren't handed over to Ms McLeish?
No.
So that process again relied upon Mr Willisey giving information to you and Ms McLeish as to what information he said he had.
Yes.
So there was no person checking if what Mr Willisey was saying about the information he had, there was no one checking whether that was correct.
It was checked in relation to what we published, and it was found, and what we published was correct.
But you didn't hand over, either to you or to the editorial process people, the underlying information that Mr Willisey had.
Well, some was handed over. I think the questions to defence were handed over.
Questions to defence.
I don't know whether the interview was handed over. I'm not sure. I can't recall that.
What I'm asking is, how can a journalist's story be checked for accuracy if the person checking doesn't have the information the journalist has?
What Ms McLeish had was the article, and then she had an account of what Josh had said, which was that he was working with Australians. She had an explanation from Mr Willisey about who the Australians on the ground at that time in that mission were, and she determined that was accurate.
What I'm suggesting to you is Mr Willisey never disclosed to Ms McLeish that Josh did not know whether he was working with the commandos or not. And the best he could identify insofar as the Australians he was working with was Task Force 66.
Yes.
And so what I'm suggesting to you is that at no point have you or anyone else at the ABC actually checked Mr Willisey's work against the information, all of the information he had at the time of publication.
I trust Mr Willisey's journalism, and Mr Willisey had done the research beyond the Josh interview to justify what was written in the article.
I understand he told you he'd done certain things. What I'm asking you is, and I'm putting to you based on the answers you've given, that no person at the ABC has ever checked the accuracy of the articles that the ABC and Mr Willisey are being sued over against the information that Mr Willisey had. All of the information.
And what do you mean by all of the information? Sorry.
The emails from Josh, the interviews with Josh, information from other sources, all of the information he had from confidential source A and then later confidential source B.
They had an account from Mr Willisey of all the information that he had.
Right, which relies on him accurately reporting what he had.
Yes, and he's a person of integrity, so...
Okay, can you please focus?
Yes.
No one ever had, other than what he said he had, the actual body of information that he had prior to publication of each of these articles in October 2020 and then in November 2022.
November 2021.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Sorry, thank you.
Sorry, that's correct with October. November was based on an FOI that obviously people had the full letter.
Yes, but the Josh allegations were repeated in the November article, you agree?
Yes.
Now, if the day before the November article, Mr Willisey spoke to a source that contradicted some of the information he had, would you have expected him to tell you that?
Depends on what information it was.
Well, for example, have a look at the October article. See in the second half of it, there's quotes that Mr Oakes obtained from sources, the Oscar Platoon sources. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And those quotes refer to the interactions between November Platoon and the DEA. And if you look at paragraph 59, I remember talking to DEA agent afterwards and he said, we're not going out with those effing guys ever again. You see that?
Yes.
What would it have been relevant for you to know that the day before the November article was published, Mr. Willisey spoke to that DEA agent?
This particular DEA agent?
Yes. Did you know? Have you ever been told that?
Because I don't recall. I may have been.
Well, just focusing on those quotes just for a moment. At the time of the October article, do you think, given someone from Oscar Platoon in paragraph 59 appears to be quoting another person, being a DEA agent, that as part of the verification process, someone should have attempted at least to speak to that DEA agent before publication?
They could be found, yes.
If they knew who they were? And if they could be found, is it your view that to verify that quote, a proper step would have been to check that that DEA agent agreed that he said those words?
Highly sure that if he'd found him, he would have agreed. But yes, I do agree that it would have been good to find that person. People don't always agree with something that someone else says they said.
Sure,
yes.
but if that person had been contacted and they said, I didn't say that, that would have gone into the story, surely.
Yes,
It would have to, for fairness, wouldn't it?
potentially. I don't know. This is a supposition. I don't know.
Did you ask before this story was published, have you spoken or tried to speak to that DEA agent, Mr. Oakes?
I don't recall.
I think this was a Mr. Oakes quote, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
And there's another quote at 57. Our platoon commander pulled our platoon together and said, and then there's what he said. Did you ask whether the platoon commander had been spoken to?
I don't think so, no.
But just looking at it, isn't it an obvious and easy thing to check whether the platoon commander agreed or disagreed with saying those words?
Perhaps.
Well, they're speaking, the source is a person from the platoon. You understand that, Oscar Platoon? So the source would have known the name of his platoon commander. Do you agree?
Yes.
If you didn't know the name of the guy, that would be concerning as far as the credibility of the source was concerned. Right? And isn't it obvious as a basic step in investigation when someone says so-and-so said something to me to try and find that person and speak to them?
Well, it depends, really. Perhaps we could have done that.
Well, you should have, shouldn't you?
Well, this quote is obviously this person's recollection. We don't check every single recollection in every single story. However, yes, we could have done that.
Well, there's a heading with that quote. It's the heading. We're not going to work with those effing guys. Right? Pretty strong words. Do you agree?
Yes.
And the person who's said to have spoken those words, his identity was easily ascertainable. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't know how easily ascertainable it was. That's the DEA agent you're talking about.
No, the platoon commander. The platoon commander.
Oh, but the quote, the effing guys, is actually the DEA.
Well, assume Mr. Oakes had at least the first name of that person at the time of publication.
I don't know that he did.
Assume that. Assume that he had the first name of that DEA agent and he knew his seniority. Would you have expected Mr. Oakes to follow that up to try and get into contact with that person?
Potentially. I mean, it doesn't invalidate the quote, but Potentially.
Well, potentially, it's a step of verification, isn't it?
Well, look, yes, he could have. I don't know whether he did or didn't. I didn't ask him.
No one asked him, as far as you're aware.
I don't know. I don't know who no one is.
And 57, the platoon commander's name was ascertainable, wasn't it, plainly?
Yes.
And wouldn't it have been an obvious step to try and contact that person to see if they said those words?
That's that.
Yes. I want to suggest to you, Ms. Pacini, that it was a terrible failing on the part of ABC Investigations to not speak or attempt to speak to those two people before this article was published.
I don't agree.
And that it is plain that the purpose of this article was not to speak truth, but to malign November Platoon. Do you agree? And that as far as you're aware, no attempts were made to investigate or search for any exculpatory material in answer to those quotes.
Well, that is something that I don't know.
You're not aware of any attempts, are you? Did you ask? Have you sought to investigate those quotes and seek alternative perspectives or points of view or evidence?
I don't recall.
Now, yes.
Council didn't ask you this question, but I'm interested in. Rejected the proposition that I think the question put to you was that it was a terrible failure, or words to that effect, that you didn't, that no one from ABC Investigations spoke to the platoon commander and the DEA agent as in paragraph 58, and you rejected that. And I'd just like to understand in your own words why you would say that. Forget the words of colour, terrible failure. I just want to understand in your words why you would say that that isn't a shortcoming or a failure. If you'd explain that to me.
Because I don't. That wasn't the main part of the article. This is more about culture rather than serious allegations. This is account from two people of conversations that they'd had that I had no reason to disbelieve. They weren't matters of significant fact, I suppose. That would be my explanation.
Thank you.
If it was just a question of culture, why did you name a platoon at all? If it was just a background issue of culture about commandos, why did November Platoon get included?
The story was about, broadly, events on that mission. So that's why they included it. The original draft didn't have it, but as they started researching, their contacts told them that there was a cultural problem.
When you say
on that mission,
well,
on this during this particular time period.
But your understanding was the time period was what?
Middle of 2012.
Right. Did you understand that Josh was there from May to November?
I thought at the time it was June till October, but I'm willing to accept May to November.
And you assumed, did you, in editing this story, that given the time period, November Platoon must have been on this mission?
I assumed that November Platoon was there over this period of time, yes.
And therefore on this mission?
Over this period of time.
But you didn't know if they were on the mission? Because you said that mission, and I'm just trying to explore that with you.
Well, I'm sorry if I misused words, but I assumed that November Platoon was involved in this operation over that period of time. That's what I'm.
And isn't it the case that you thought it was important to include those quotes to connect the allegation that Josh was making with November Platoon? Well, the only other platoon that was named in the article was Oscar Platoon.
Yes.
And Oscar Platoon was saying bad things about November Platoon. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So do you accept, as you sit there looking at the article, that where there's two platoons named, both said to be commandos, where the article says, when it introduces this section under the heading, a member of the 2nd Commandos Oscar Platoon who served on that deployment being when Josh's mission was happening, do you agree? Do you accept that the ABC was representing in this article that November Platoon was the platoon who Josh was talking about?
No.
Well, again, only 2 platoons are named as being on that deployment, and one of them is saying bad things about the other. You agree? So, reading the entire story in context, you don't think that the ABC is saying to readers that it was November Platoon?
That was certainly not the intention.
But do you, in fairness, as you sit here and read it, accept that that's the result?
No.
Well, have a look at, after the DEA quote at 59, so both, you accept, don't you, both quotes at 57 and 59 are negative about November Platoon?
Yes.
And they're negative in the sense of a criticism that the Americans, the DEA, were unhappy with them. And that's what's said at 56 in the intro to this part.
Yes.
And Josh the Marine is American? Yes?
He was not talking about a particular platoon.
Yes, but in the middle of Josh's bit, at the beginning, it says that Josh's operation was part of a wider joint Special Forces DEA DEA campaign. So you see how the Josh part is connected to the DEA? That his mission was part of a DEA mission. You accept that?
Yes.
And then the story says, and on that deployment, in other words, when Josh was there, the DEA have said bad things about November Platoon,
Yes.
and that the only other platoon named is the one reporting the bad things about November Platoon, and that it said that, not just that, but that over the page, back to Josh, under that heading, so under the heading, we're not going to work with those effing guys, we go back to Josh at 60, where he talks about working with other people, and then he concludes with saying, this is Josh, everybody else would step on the lines, but the Aussies would just see the line and just hop right over it.
Yes.
Now, you've been a journalist for a very long time, Ms. Pacini, and you understand how words combined in a certain sequence can give rise to an understanding on the part of the reader. That's what journalists do. Do you agree?
Yes.
Having had those elements of the article drawn to your attention, I want to ask you again, do you accept that because of the composition and content of this article, that most readers would understand that it points to November Platoon as the subject of the Josh allegation?
No, I don't.
Do you accept that that's the natural, non-re interpretation of the composition of the entire article?
No, I don't.
So who would the reader think Josh is talking about?
Commandos. Or he's talking about commandos. And separately, there's a section about cultural issues.
But it's not separate because Josh comes back into it at the end. Do you accept that?
No, I do not.
Have a look at the key points. You're used to the device of key points used by the ABC. Do you agree? And the key points start with an allegation that a US Marine says Australians were known to leave firearm bodies in their wake in Afghanistan. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's a Josh allegation. And then it says, Australian soldiers from 2nd Commando Regiment told the ABC the US DEA refused to work with the November platoon in Afghanistan.
Yes.
And then afterwards, it says, back to Josh, it is unclear if the alleged killing is covered in the IGADF inquiry. So do you accept that in the key points that both parts of the story are intermeddled there?
No, key points outline what is going to be in the story.
When you came to publish the November article a year later, did you understand that the article was intended to convey that the criminal investigation was into this allegation by Josh?
I knew two things by the time we came to publish the November article. I knew that the OSI was investigating the Josh allegation, and I knew separately from the rejected FOI that Defence was investigating, well, not Defence, sorry, there was an investigation into the November platoon.
Right, so with point one, I want to suggest to you didn't know that. You had been told that, or you'd been asked for some information from the OSI about the Josh allegations. Is that right?
We had received, well, I knew two things. One, that the OSI had visited Mr. Willisey at his home, the commando team, and had asked him, he sent me a note after that meeting, asked him questions about the Josh allegation and indicated that they believed that Josh was credible and that they were interested in and they also wanted his material. So when he rang me to tell me that, I said they're going to have to put it in writing, it's ABC material, and that's the that I received requesting that material and other material.
And did you understand the OSI was speaking to Mr. Willisey about lots of allegations that were in his book?
Well, I understood that Mr. Willisey had had a number of meetings with different teams from the OSI. My understanding is that the OSI has different teams working on different allegations, some of them to do with the SAS, and that the team that visited him was the team that is investigating the commandos.
But going back to my question, when you published the November article,
yes,
did you intend to convey to the reader that the criminal investigation into November platoon was in relation to the Josh allegation?
Sorry, I'm just thinking it through. Can you repeat that for me?
When you published the article on 19 November 2021, having regard to the information you just told His Honour that you had, did you intend to convey to the reader that the criminal investigation into November platoon related to the Josh allegation?
No, we intended to convey to the reader that there was a criminal investigation into the November platoon.
But that article also referred back to the October article. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And the allegations made by Josh were summarised in the November article?
Yes.
And there were 3 links back
Yes.
to the October article. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Now, what I want to suggest to you is that in editing that article, you intended to convey to the reader that the criminal investigation into November platoon related to the Josh allegation.
Intended to convey to the reader that there was a criminal investigation into the November platoon. We're also obviously aware that there was a criminal investigation into Josh allegation.
You weren't aware of a criminal investigation. You were aware of some inquiries being made based on the evidence you've given by the OSI of Mr. Willisey and some documents sought of you about Josh.
The OSI is a body set up to investigate allegations of war crimes. So their interest in speaking to Josh would indicate to me that it is a criminal investigation.
The fact that someone makes an inquiry and asks for some documents does not, I want to suggest to you, result in a rational conclusion of a criminal investigation.
I disagree.
Did Mr. Willisey provide to you at any point the OSI's file note of his meeting with them on 13 November 2021?
OSI's file note. I don't believe he did.
He obtained it subsequently, well after the publication of the article.
Yeah, I don't believe he did. He sent me some notes, but I'm not entirely sure whether that's the same document that you're talking about.
It's a different document. I think he sent you an email the day after the meeting about what he says occurred. And you relied on the accuracy of that email, did you, as representing what occurred in that meeting?
Yes.
Now, can you explain why, when the November article was published, a press release was also published on the same day?
I don't know.
Well, you were involved in the production of that press release?
I don't recall. I know there's an email that I sent saying Sally wants to put out a release. Sally Jackson wanted to put out a release. I don't recall whether I was involved in it or not.
Well, what are the potential sources of information that she could have possibly had for that release other than you or the journalists involved in the story?
Journalists, John Lyons, Mark Maley, they were all involved in the...
That's because it was upward referred under the editorial policies. So you don't remember if you were involved in that press release? And you don't remember being told why there was a press release?
No.
I want to suggest to you that it's unusual for a news organisation to issue a press release heralding the publication of a news item.
I agree. I have no view on
That's something that happens often at ABC investigations, that a press release is issued to announce that the article has been written?
Well, every week there is a press release about every Four Corners program that comes out. Every week there's a press release about every foreign correspondent. There's a press release about 7:30 stories. Yes,
Are
there
they
is
press releases?
routinely. Yes.
They're not ads?
No, they're media releases.
Before or after publication?
Before, sometimes at the time, if there's potential injunction risks. They're for journalists to use to then write stories from if they can't watch the program.
Well, the press releases issued for those programs, when they're beforehand, are ads, aren't they?
No, they are much more detailed.
Okay, well, in ABC investigations, in your experience, in all the positions you've held, how often have you seen a press release announcing the publication of an article?
Well, there was a press release with every single Four Corners we did.
But I'm asking now about articles on ABC investigations, not joint Four Corners or what the other programs do.
With every Four Corners, with every background briefing, with a number of 7:30s, there were
Sure.
media releases.
Sure, but you can't think of one other example, can you, just for ABC investigations?
Not right now, no.
I want to suggest to you that you understood the press release was being issued, and because the ABC wished to vindicate Mr. Willisey after the criticism he received for the October article. And the whole purpose of the November article was to vindicate Mr. Willisey's reporting in the October article.
Correct. Clearly
And
it's in the public interest if a commando platoon is under investigation for war crimes.
Well, let's break that down. Are you saying that it was in the public interest to report that even though the OSI had told you and Mr. Willisey that your communications with them were confidential?
Their communications weren't published.
Right, so let's take it one step at a time. You agree, you understood, you weren't to publish the communications with the OSI. And do you agree that the FOI was issued in order to get around that?
No, the FOI was issued for a number of... You mean why the FOI was published or why
It was issued in the first place.
Well, I didn't issue it.
Did you talk to Mr. Willisey about why it was issued?
He told me he had issued it.
Did he tell you why?
I can't recall exactly what he said. I think it was partly because Heston Russell had asked publicly why we hadn't FOI material, and knew the answer to that was because we wouldn't get it, because you never do. But also, I think, yes, partly to see what the reasons would be.
Did you ever get any material from Defence in answer to any of the FOIs to Defence that you can think of working at ABC Investigations over the last 5 or more years?
In relation to war crimes, no, because once the Brereton inquiry was underway, they rejected all FOIs.
So you understood when Mr. Willisey told you he'd put in that FOI that it would be rejected?
I believe that it would, but we were being criticised for not doing it and thought, well, actually maybe might not be a bad idea to do it.
Well, if you knew it would be rejected, wasn't it just a device to use as a pretext to write an article about it?
No, because you can't predict what the reasons would be.
Aren't the reasons always the same under the statute?
No. I did not know what would come back with that FOI. I didn't know that it would come back. Sometimes, they're delayed.
Did you have
When?
Did you have experience with FOIs?
Some. It's not my absolute area of expertise. Some.
Did you have any understanding of how the FOI disclosure log worked?
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that the way that works, and worked back then, is that when an FOI is put in and some documents were produced, the FOI response and access to those documents appears on that log. But rejected FOIs where nothing's produced do not appear on that log. You don't know?
Or don't. No, I don't.
Now, just briefly back to your affidavit.
Yes.
Under the heading October article, you talk about your first recollection of speaking to Mr. Willisey about Josh in July 2020. Then you say on 23 July he sent you a quote.
Can you point me to which point it is, please?
Paragraph 65 and 66. It's on page 235.
Great, thank you. Yes.
Now, as of July, was it your understanding that Mr. Willisey was planning to use Josh in his book as opposed to as an article for ABC? You don't remember whether that was discussed? You say there that he sent you on 23 July a quote. Do you see that at paragraph 66? Yes. Could Ms. Piccini please be given Court Book Part B? It's tab 63, which I think is volume 1. That's the document that you've referred to in your affidavit. I just want to suggest to you that that does not appear to be the Josh helicopter allegation.
No, that was discussed on the phone.
So this is something else?
Yes.
Because if you go back to your affidavit, you say that you thought that the content of that email.
Yes, I was referring to the phone conversation rather than the email, I'm sorry.
All right, so at 67, you're referring to 65, not 66. Okay. Now, you thought that it clearly met the public interest threshold. You're talking about 65 there.
Yes.
And is that because he told you that the Marine had said while he was working with Australian commandos in Afghanistan, they shot a prisoner because he couldn't fit into a helicopter? I've spoken to him about what he witnessed and have some recorded material which is quite detailed.
Yes, I'm paraphrasing there, but yes.
Is it the case that you understood as at that time that Josh had actually witnessed the shooting?
I can't recall exactly what he said to me.
But was that your understanding at the beginning?
I can't recall the exact nature of the conversation, I'm sorry.
And then there's a bit of a gap between your communications with Mr. Willisey on this topic. So you've got July 23 where you get the email, and then the next time this is discussed is at paragraph 71, which is October 2020. Do you recall any communications in between?
No, I don't, I'm sorry.
But something happened which made you decide to editorial up the chain, and that's what you did.
Well, it's not up the chain. I consulted the editorial policy advisor.
Mr. Malley.
Maley, yes.
Sorry, I apologise.
Sorry, Mr.
Maley.
Mark Maley, editorial policy advisor for News.
And then after you contacted Mr. Maley, you say at 72 that you had some numerous conversations which you can't recall distinctly, but during those conversations, you asked, can we find another witness? Would any of the other people in the chopper speak to us? That was an important inquiry to make, wasn't it? And then you suggested that Mr. Oakes see if they can track down other commanders who were there on the mission, yes? And you say we might be able to get an Australian to verify it. By verify, you mean confirm that the event occurred?
A second source to the incident.
There's someone who saw the incident or was aware of it directly.
Yes.
And then you say, failing that, we can get a commander to talk about missions generally and how they worked and whether they match Joss's characterisation of them. And that's what you say ultimately occurred. Then you suggested that he speak to defence, but you accepted they probably wouldn't say anything useful. That was pragmatic. Why did you bother to speak to them every time if you knew they were just going to say no comment?
Well, because perhaps on an occasion they might.
Hopeful.
Well, and also it's a right of reply issue, and you don't know. They might.
Well, you know, don't you, that no attempts were made for the purposes of the actual article in October to speak to members of November Platoon?
I know that a number of commandos were called. Exactly which platoon they were from.
They were from Oscar Platoon, was that your understanding?
But the article wasn't about November Platoon. The Josh allegation was not about November Platoon.
Well, it was in the sense that some pretty negative things were said about November Platoon down the end there.
I know that over a period of time there have been a number of attempts by members of the team to contact members of November Platoon. In fact, I think Heston Russell complains about that in his complaint. It's not easy.
Well, the complaint that he makes was that in September 2021, nearly a year after the article was published, a couple of members of November Platoon were approached. Do you remember that?
I remember him complaining about November Platoon members being approached in his complaint, but that doesn't mean that the entirety of any approaches made to November Platoon members over the years was what Heston and Russell knew about.
Well, what I'm asking you is, did you understand that for the purposes of this article, no fresh approach was made to speak to November Platoon? You didn't know one way or the other?
I put Dan Oakes and Mike Willisey together to work on the article.
Right, but you suggested a right of reply for defence.
Yes.
So don't you think it would have been also fair to seek a right of reply from November Platoon, given the allegations at the end?
Not entirely sure the possibility of that. I don't know.
Well, you knew it was likely defence would just say no comment, but you still went back to them every time. Well, doesn't it then also make sense that an attempt should have been made to speak to members from November Platoon?
In relation to the Josh allegation or in relation to...
Well, in relation to, first, the allegations at the end of the article about their behaviour.
I didn't see them as specific, serious allegations rather than quotes about cultural issues in the platoon.
Sure, but they were allegations of misbehaviour, weren't they?
I don't even know that I would class them as allegations. They weren't specific allegations about breach of rules or war crimes or anything like that. But they're more a cultural issue.
Yeah, but a culture so bad that the Americans didn't want to work with them.
Yes.
Well, that's negative. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Doesn't that constitute an accusation that warrants a right of reply?
No, to my mind, no.
And in your mind, you didn't think they got a right of reply over Josh because you say that you weren't accusing them of the Josh allegation. But you were accusing them of the Josh allegation in the November article, weren't you?
No, I don't believe we were. The Josh allegation in the November article uses commandos.
So you think that was just background context?
Yes, as a follow-up.
Now, say you then were told, expressly this is in paragraph 75, that Mr. Willisey told you he spoke to Josh and he said none of the US Marines would speak to me because they're also traumatised. Did you see that as sufficient inquiries? So if Mr. Willisey said, mate, will any of your friends talk to me? And Josh said, oh, no, not really, don't want to talk about these things. You think that's sufficient, do you?
You're making the conversation more casual than it was.
Well, it's pretty close to what the conversation was, Ms. Pacini, that we have on a recorded interview.
Right.
Go ahead. I've got a question to ask at some point.
What I want to suggest to you is, if you're trying to check the veracity of what someone tells you, asking that person to find witnesses to either corroborate or contradict them is not, the only available pathway.
Well, he knew who was on the chopper with him. There are many, I'm assuming there would be many Americans on this mission. We are required to make reasonable attempts. I believe that this was a reasonable attempt, given Josh would be the one who would know the names of the people on that helicopter.
So an investigative journalist couldn't find out who else served in that unit at that time? Well, are you aware that Mr. Willisey did not even try?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Willisey even tell you how many people were in that unit, such that the number
Not
of
aware of how many
possibilities...
people.
You don't know. Right. So are you saying that it was sufficient to just ask Josh as opposed to finding out how many people were on the unit, who was in the unit, where they might be, who might want to talk to him? He made none of those inquiries. Are you saying as you sit here, satisfied with the fact that he just asked Josh and Josh basically said thanks but no thanks?
Yes.
That's not an investigation, Ms. Puccini. That is a reporter who does not want to find the truth. Do you agree?
I disagree.
That is a person who doesn't want to find anyone to contradict their source. Do you agree or disagree? That is a person who is willfully blind in the sense that they make a conscious decision to not make inquiries because they don't wish to have the information they have obtained contradicted in any way. You think that, do you, that this sort of limp attempt at finding out other people constitutes the requisite standard of care necessary at ABC investigations?
Yes, I do.
Did you then you're then told Dan has quotes about the November platoon, looks like they had a bad reputation, but then you're told Josh doesn't know whether it was November platoon. So you always knew Josh didn't know which platoon?
Yes.
Before publication. But you're told that Mr. Willisey researched Josh's bona fides and he's confident he was there and did work with the commandos. So the research you understood that was conducted was that Josh was telling the truth about being there, he was telling the truth about who he was, and he was telling the truth about the fact that at the time he was there were Australians there.
Yes.
And then Mr. Willisey tells you that he was confident that he did work with the commandos.
Yes.
So you understood that it was a deduction that Mr. Willisey had come to.
I understood that it was a deduction. Sorry, can you...
You understood the issue about the commandos was a deduction that Mr. Willisey had concluded based on the other information he had?
I can't recall, I'm sorry.
Right.
But I understood that he worked with the commandos, yes.
Now, then you say at 76, Mr. Willisey mentioned a number of impressive statistics
Yes.
supporting the research he'd done. And the examples you give are numerous missions undertaken by Josh on his deployment and the fact that Josh had been mentioned online as a Marine.
That he'd done some media, I can't recall exactly what it was.
So to be fair, those are the two examples you give there. Do you remember any other impressive statistics? I want to suggest to you that those two bits of information are wholly unimpressive.
Don't agree.
Well, the fact that he'd done missions, numerous missions, how was that impressive insofar as his credibility about this story was concerned?
I understand the fact that he was there, the fact that he had a level of experience, the fact that he was a respected person was the conversation I had. Whether I can't recall exactly what Mr. Willisey said, but I recall him giving me an account of Josh's credibility that I accepted.
When you say Josh's credibility, you mean Josh's credentials, don't you?
Yes, credentials.
Now, you also say there that it was not uncommon to not find other witnesses.
Yes, that's correct.
But is that because people in AVC investigations don't look for other witnesses? Is that why it's not uncommon?
No.
Because Mr. Willisey did not look for any other witnesses, did he?
He did.
And there was some drafts that went back and forth Were you reading those, or is that something, or do you just look at the end product?
I recall looking at least one draft, or possibly two.
But at what point do you get involved as an editor, if at any, when it comes to the actual drafting? Or is that not what you do? Is that something for the producer?
I get involved insofar as I suggest ways to restructure the story or parts to shorten, make longer. In terms of the actual production, that's the digital producer.
But you have noted that in paragraph 81 that you saw a draft without the Oakes material, and then at 81 you saw the draft with the Oakes quotes down the end included. And you thought that that was important because of the DA connection. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you tell Mr. Willisey that's why you thought it was important, or did you not discuss it?
I don't recall.
Now, there's a conversation that you deposed to at paragraph 85 over the page that I just wanted to ask you about. Sorry, at one point you say that you thought Mr. Willisey had been working on it for months. Is that right?
I knew that he had been working on it for months, but along with a number of stories. I think he might have been working on the East Timor story and Queensland story at the time. He often worked on more than one story.
So you're not suggesting that he was working just on this in your mind?
Right, yeah.
Were you aware that he was writing his book in this period, August, September 2020?
No, I don't recall when the time. I know he took time off to write his book. When he came back to work, he was working for the ABC full time.
Right, but I want to suggest to you the time off was August, September 2020.
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
And that may account for the gap in your affidavit where you go from July to October. Now, there's a conversation at paragraph 85 where you raise with Mr. Willisey the issue of the conflation of the two parts of the article, and you thought, or you suggested that some separation words should be included, such as in a separate allegation or something to that effect. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you formed that view because when you read the second draft, which included Mr. Oakes's contribution, you were concerned that it read as though the allegation by Josh was against November Platoon.
I wouldn't call it concern. This is just normal editing that would take place with any story. I asked him, as outlined here.
Well, you said, do you think November Platoon is responsible?
Yes.
So you must have thought that that was a possible reading of the draft you'd seen.
Yeah, potentially, which is why we separated it with a subheading.
Okay. And he said, we don't know. Josh doesn't know which platoon it was because he was American and wasn't familiar with the Australians. And then you said, should we be saying that these are separate allegations about commandos? And he said, I don't think so. There's no suggestion that the other platoon did it. And we don't have any evidence of bad behaviour from that platoon. If we say they're separate, it might point the finger at the other platoon. We do have that context of bad behaviour with the November Platoon. Do you remember that?
I'm paraphrasing it here 3 years later. So that's, but yes, we did have that conversation about should we call it a separate, completely separated, which really couldn't be done because you don't know. It might have then pointed the finger at another platoon, or so the decision was made to separate it with a subhead.
Okay, but you understood from what Mr. Willisey told you that there were two platoons?
Yes.
Possibly fall within the date range, according to him?
Yes.
And that he did not want to accuse Oscar Platoon of anything?
He didn't want to accuse either platoon of anything.
Well, he says, we don't want to, it might point the finger at the other platoon.
No, he didn't want to accuse either platoon.
Oh, didn't you?
If that's your interpretation of that conversation, that's not my interpretation of what occurred.
It wasn't your interpretation when there were two possible groups being accused. Mr. Willis, he said, well, I don't want to blame A.
I want to blame either.
Well, I want to suggest to you, you understood he did. And that
I absolutely reject that. It's clear, if you look at Alex Blucher's email to defence, he talks about commandos, it doesn't talk about a particular platoon. Absolutely did not want to suggest it was either.
What I'm suggesting to you is that the inclusion of that heading, which was a quote or part of a quote about from the DEA agent, doesn't separate the article up. It's still one article.
Still one article, but separate issues about the same deployment.
But you've got another heading in there as well. Lots of fire and bodies were often left in their wake. Do you see that? So it's not just two separate parts. There's another heading at M.
Yes?
Well, that doesn't sound like a separate part of the article, does it? Talks about it's unclear if this alleged killing is one of those being investigated. Josh says he did between 1 and 2 dozen drug missions with the Australians from 2nd Commando in 2012. And then there's some quotes about being bloodthirsty. And then we have another murder being alleged by his buddy on a wall. Do you think that under that heading, lots of fire and bodies were often left in their wake is a separate part of the article?
Yes.
Even though there's a happy picture there of Josh in colour, where it says, Josh led a helicopter crew in the US Marine Corps?
Talking about a separate issue.
But it's not, because it talks about the alleged killing. Then it talks about how many missions Josh did with the Australian Commandos. And then he talks about his experience with those commandos. And then he says, on another mission, one of his friends saw something. Why is that separate?
He's talking about the mission more broadly.
It's not separate, is it, Ms. Pacini?
It's
one article.
I believe, and the intention was not to accuse.
And they're not headings, they're just quotes in bold, aren't they?
No, they're called subheads.
Well, there's no subhead at the beginning. There's a headline, you agree? Then there's text. And then there's a quote in bold with more text, another quote in bold and more text. And they're quoted in bold and bigger because they're quotes.
Subheads.
They might be called subheads, but if you're a person reading the article, you would see it as the ABC focusing on some interesting quotes in the subsequent content.
I disagree.
Not as a separator of the article and the subject matter of the article.
I disagree.
Do you actually disagree, or do you just not want to admit it because you know it's bad for the ABC in this case?
No, I actually disagree. I'm sorry.
I just want to suggest to you...
Other people... Sorry.
I want to suggest to you that on no rational view, as an editor, as a journalist, as a person who is capable of reading English, is your answer true? Now, the next
Did you want
topic...
to say something, Mr. Owens?
No, I'm sorry, I was going to say, if it helped my friend, I was going to say I'm certainly not going to say that any element of this proposition hasn't been put to the witness.
It's very helpful, thank you. All right, so after the article was published, and you became aware, didn't you, of... Sorry, at what point did you become satisfied that the article should still be published, despite the fact that there wasn't another witness to the incident?
After...
For the purpose of the transcript, Can you make it clear what article you're talking about?
October article.
I know, but when you come back, look at the transcript and
sorry.
do searches, etc., be good if you're talking about the article to be
The article.
specific about the article. I understand you're talking about that, but just for the purpose of the transcript.
The article in front of you, the October article. So I already asked you some questions where you suggested to Mr. Willisey, do you have other witnesses? Have you done this and that? He obviously came back to you and told you he had no other witness to the event. How did you conclude? What was the process of decision-making that was involved by you to allow the article to proceed to publication despite that?
I had a number of conversations with Mr. Maley, the editorial policy advisor. The Willisey reported back his conversation with source A. Maley advised that the article was good to publish or sound, and so then that's when the decision was made.
Because you give evidence of having an early conversation with Mr. Maley in October 2020, and he gives you advice as to what to do. It's paragraph 71. And what he told you is, we run single person accounts occasionally, and then he says Kevin Frost was a similar type of allegation which was not corroborated. And I've already taken you to the article about Mr. Frost and made some suggestions to you as to how that was quite different to this situation. And then he says to you, in those cases, you check the scaffolding of the story to make very sure it stacks up. If you've done your homework on the source's bona fides and we're not blaming any specific person, I think this is an important allegation to publish. So he gave you that advice before Mr. Willisey went and did further research according to your affidavit.
I subsequently spoke to him again, and you'll see in point 87 I talk about speaking to him about the structure of the article as well. I had more than one conversation with Mr. Maley.
Right. But who was the decision maker on the October article?
Advice.
So, yeah, because Mr. Maley's not, he's part of the advice, editorial advice section, not the decision-making section.
Right, yep.
Mr. Lyons is part of the editorial decision-making section. Right, thank you. So you didn't have to follow his advice if you didn't want to?
No. But he is very experienced and I seek his advice.
Right, and I want to suggest to you that with all your knowledge of the editorial standards and guidance notes, that it was inconsistent with those practices and standards to publish this story on the basis of one ear witness to that event, and that the information given by confidential source A was marginally relevant at best.
I disagree.
And that accusing a group of Australians, whether it be the entire 2nd Commando Regiment, which was Oscar and November Platoon, or whether it just be November Platoon, of at least one of them committing a murder, was unethical and irresponsible on the part of ABC Investigations and you as editor.
Agree.
Do you know how many people were in the platoons?
No.
Did you know how many people were in the 2nd Commando Regiment at that point? So you didn't know how many people would be suspected of this murder after you published this story?
May have known then, I do not know now, and I don't recall.
Do you recall asking?
Don't recall.
Did you care how many people would fall within this group of men and women that were being accused of murder?
Of course, I take my work very seriously. I care about every story I publish.
Well, it's relevant to the publication of a serious allegation, the harm that it could cause.
Yeah, I take every story I do very seriously. Josh was very consistent with his account. He stood by his account prior to the publication of this and post the publication of this story.
You were told by Mr. Willisey that. You didn't know that yourself. And what I'm suggesting to you is it's relevant to the publication. Yeah, I know. I'm just moving on now from this article. It's relevant to the publication of serious allegations to take into account the harm that that publication can cause to people. How did you take into account the harm that could be caused?
I believe that you reported it carefully and responsibly.
Sorry, I missed that. You did what?
I believe that the article was careful and responsible.
That's not taking into account the harm.
All journalism we do in investigations to someone or a group of people. It's the nature of our work. But there are also important stories to do in the public interest.
What it sounds like is you don't take into account the harm at all.
Correct.
Okay, so after this article was published, it received some criticism. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And were you involved in dealing with the criticism that was being directed towards that article and Mr. Willisey?
The first criticism that I became aware of, I think, was the questions from Jonathan Moran.
So he approached Mr. Lees from ABC Communications and you were told about some questions on 27 October. And were you involved in responding to those questions?
I'm sorry, I can't recall exactly my involvement. Yes, I was.
You've got a heading. You can feel free to look at your affidavit. There's a heading starting at paragraph 94, applicant's response to the October article.
Yes.
Was that the first time you'd ever heard of my client?
Yes.
And you liaised, didn't you, with ABC Communications to have a statement issued? And why was that done? Why did ABC have to issue a statement in response to those I think there was a Daily Telegraph and there was some other broadcasts, radio and television broadcasts. And is that something that often happens at the ABC? And when the journalism's being defended, it's right, isn't it, that the journalist is also being defended?
Yes.
Is it correct that when a journalist's reputation is relevant to a future story, that they should not participate in that story because they have a personal interest?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, the attacks that were being made in October 2020 about the October article were an attack on Mr. Willisey's journalism, and you understood that that was a serious allegation against his bona fides as a journalist, and you understood, didn't you, that he had a personal interest in vindicating his reputation in relation to the bona fides of that story, the October article?
Yes.
And so what I'm suggesting to you is when it came to the publication of the November article, under the ABC guidelines, it would not have been appropriate for him to write that article because his own personal interests in defending his reputation were involved.
I disagree.
And you in the response to the public statement response, I just want to suggest to you, at no point did the ABC assert or point out that the allegations made by Josh were not intended to be made against November Platoon.
Could you point me to that statement?
Sure, it's tab 117.
Which one? Sorry, 117.
117, it might be volume 2.
Yeah, it's not in this volume.
Maybe leave your affidavit open so you don't lose that.
And Your Honour, would it be possible to have a short break at any point soon?
Of course, you can have it now if you wish. No, not at all. Please. Well, why don't I come back at 10 past?
Great, thank you.
All Sands, court is now sitting down.
Got the opposite problem, I've run out of water. I had too many fan towels.
Silence on stand. This court is now resumed. Please be seated.
Your Honour, I had a question, and then Your Honour paused and waited,
Oh, wait.
and then never asked the question. So I just thought I'd
Doesn't
remind
mean I'm
Your
not
Honour.
going to, Ms. Chrysanthemum.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I'm not going to.
I just wanted to. I felt bad that I just sort of, went through without taking a breath and giving Your Honour a chance to ask the question. that Your Honour wanted to ask.
You're right to feel bad, but doesn't matter.
I'm usually right. Did you want to ask that now or later?
No. I'll ask it when you're finished.
Ms. Pacini, you were just looking, you asked to look at the statement that the ABC issued on 28 October. It's tab 117. Were you given, I think it's volume 2 of B.
Sorry. Tab. Could you repeat the tab number, please?
117. So what I suggested to you was that the public statement and the answers to the Telegraph did not state that the Josh allegation was not about November Platoon. What it did state, I think, is somewhere that Mr. Russell was not named in the report. So that's over the page. I'm just wondering if you remember, you might not remember, was there any reason why it wasn't publicly stated at that time, or at any time really, that the Josh allegation wasn't directed at November Platoon?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
And then you say in your affidavit, just keeping that open, that press release open, please, at paragraph 103, I was surprised that Mr. Russell self-identified because I didn't believe we'd made an allegation against November Platoon at all, and I've already, suggested to you to the contrary. And then you say to ensure that there was no confusion, we issued a media release, and I've taken you to the entire release, but you've put the quote that I've just shown you in the second page. When you say to ensure that there was no confusion, was that just to ensure there was no confusion that Mr. Russell was accused of anything?
Well, yes, to ensure that we said Mr. Russell had not been accused of anything. Mr. Russell also called himself the spokesperson for November Platoon.
But you don't remember why it didn't say we have no knowledge that that November Platoon was the one who was involved in the allegations by Josh. Now, the next step is about a year later, so I'll just take you forward in the chronology. And you say some brief things about another article in September, but I just want to take you now to the first editorial complaint, which was received about a year after the first publication of the article on the 18th of October 2021. And it's in paragraph 111 of your affidavit and following, if it helps you to remember the chronology. Do you recall that you, once that editorial complaint was received, communicated with Ms. McLeish?
Yes.
And were you the point of contact on behalf of ABC Investigations with Ms. McLeish?
Mainly, yes.
And you understood that the complaint had been received well beyond the normal 6-week period that the ABC stipulates for complaints. And Ms McLeish told you, didn't she, that she, on about 27 October, that she was inclined to investigate despite that?
Yes.
And I'll just show you the email. It's behind tab 170, which I don't know. I think it's in tab, I think it's in volume B, hopefully volume 2. Volume 3. So thank you. And it's tab 170. And Ms McLeish raised with you the correspondence, or sent you a link for it, and said, although we generally only accept a complaint for investigation, we don't more than 6 weeks after material was broadcast. She goes on to say, on balance, I'm erring towards accepting this one for investigation. Do you have any initial views on the matters raised in this complaint which would assist in making this decision? And you said, is it possible to have a Teams meeting about this before I send you comments? There's a few issues I'd like to talk you through, which are confidential, and may I join Mark Willisey in?
Yes.
And was that meeting in order to talk to her about how to handle all the confidential source issues?
Actually, the meeting was, firstly, I said I thought we should accept the complaint. And then how to handle the confidential source issues because of FOI, really. Content material is exempt from FOI, but complaints material is not.
Right, so if it shifts into the complaints file, then it can be produced under an FOI application.
Right.
And the next thing that happened was, despite Ms McLeish telling you on 27 October that she was minded to accept the complaint late, she wrote to Mr Russell requesting an explanation for the delay. Do you know why she did that, if you both agreed that it should be accepted late?
That's for her to meet her obligations. Because I don't know, there are particular criteria for accepting a complaint, and that is to ask the complainant why. And if it meets one of her criteria, then she accepts it. I mean, she would have made the decision regardless of what I thought, but I encouraged her to accept it.
So after your email on the 28th of October asking for the Teams meeting, behind tab 173, you sent another email the next day on the 29th of October to Mr Willisey. First of all, do you recall what question you'd been asked about Mr Russell that you were responding to?
No, I don't recall.
So you don't know who Liam is?
No, I can't recall.
Is it possible, given the timing and the fact that there was some publicity about the editorial complaint being lodged, that it was an inquiry about the editorial complaint and its progress?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Now,
there was a lot happening at that point in time. There were lots of 2GB editorials and interviews.
There was a lot of publicity, wasn't there, about Mr Russell putting the complaint in on behalf of November Platoon?
That and other things. 2GB was, I recall Ben Fordham saying, oh, there's no investigation, this is a media story. There was a lot at that time.
So Mr Fordham was talking a lot?
Yes.
And why is it that, if you can remember, you say, Liam, you'll appreciate that I can't comment about that while there's an ABC investigation. You know, that doesn't help you remember what you were responding to?
No, I'm sorry.
And then you say, and other police investigations going on into the matter. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, what made you think that adding those words about a police investigation was appropriate in the circumstances?
what I think, what this email is a moment of frustration to a colleague, because by that point I knew that the OSI was investigating the Josh allegation, and we were getting a lot of, there was a lot, not only stuff on 2GB, but it was also around the time that there were a lot of threats to Mr. Willisey. There was a lot of pretty terrible social media stuff. I was organising security. I contacted at one point the ADF because some of the abuse seemed to be coming from the defence community. So I was stressed, and I sent an email to a colleague and I didn't act on it. I did nothing.
But you sent an email where you indicated that you were considering responding to a press inquiry in order to freak Heston out a little.
I expressed frustration to a colleague about knowing that there was this investigation going and feeling like we weren't able to, I wasn't able to tell anyone. And then I moved on.
The threats against Mr. Willisey started when his book was published in August. That's right, isn't it?
But they amplified. There was a period late October, early November, and that was very intense.
Well, there wasn't threats from the period of the October article.
No, it was around, I remember November, I think it was November 2021, I wrote to the ADF with a report that our staff had put together about some of the terrible abuse.
21st November 2021.
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that, first of all, the threats and abuse didn't start at the time of the October article. They started when Mr. Willisey's book was published in August 2021.
I think that's correct, but they very much amplified during this period. Tense during this period.
Well, wasn't Mr. Willisey on his book tour throughout this period? Do you accept that it would have been inappropriate to respond to a press inquiry in order to freak Heston out a little?
Why I didn't do it?
But you do accept it?
It was a moment of frustration to a colleague because I wasn't able to get out information that would have made known that it was a serious enough allegation for the OSI to be interested in. And that's it. I didn't act on it. I moved on.
Did you know that the only reason the OSI had any interest is because they thought that Josh had said it was November Platoon?
I object.
Yes.
I'm asking you if she knew that.
He's objecting. I'm asking to articulate the
Oh, sorry.
objection. So,
Lack of any foundation for it.
I'm sorry?
The lack of any foundation for the question.
The 13 November file note from the OSI.
Well, I'm sorry, if I could ask you to go out for a moment, Ms. Puccini, as we have a debate about whether or not the question is an appropriate one. Yes, better take me to the file note.
It is... Oh, it's right at the end of the court book because it was given to Mr. Willisey later. Sorry, that's why I can't find it. 26 July it was given to him. I just wanted the tab number.
What number is it? Oh,
358.
358. Yep.
358?
Yes. Page 1924. The first paragraph. goes on.
Yes, and just repeat the question again.
Did you know that the reason the OSI was talking to Mr. Willisey about November Platoon was because they understood the October article alleged that the US Marine had said it was November Platoon?
Where do you get that from?
First 3 lines.
Yes, yes, Mr. Arms.
There are 2 things. The first is the question is asked was that the only reason the OSI was interested in is because it was about November Platoon, but even assuming the question is as reformulated, all this first paragraph indicates is that they did understand the allegation to relate to November Platoon. It doesn't tell you whether that's the only reason or any reason why they're interested. And that's perhaps...
It's clear that plainly the OSI thought that the article related to November Platoon. That's not in doubt.
Well,
I don't quite...
There's another bit, though, that might be relevant to that, which is on page 1926.
Where in 1926?
About the middle of that, Willisey confirms his ADF source has not indicated that it's November.
No, but I still don't think that cuts across the fact that they believed it was, but what I'm struggling with, and I recall that when it was shown to Mr. Willisey, what I'm struggling with is the notion that from that you can deduce that the only reason they spoke to him was for that reason.
Quite. They think it is about.
Yeah,
well,
but that seems
subject to some
two
possible.
distinct issues, aren't they, Ms?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm troubled by the question.
It says initial discussion around the article.
No, they believed it was, but but you're going further. You're saying the only reason they spoke to him was because they thought it was about November Platoon.
That's what they're saying in that first paragraph.
No, they're speaking to him about something which they thought was about November Platoon, but I don't know whether or not they were speaking to him about a variety of different things, or that they would have done it irrespective of whether they thought it was about November Platoon.
Well, they say the initial discussion is around the article. That's what
Well,
they're
you can
talking
put the
about.
question, you were aware that they believed that it was about the November Platoon, if that's what you're...
And that's what they were asking Mr. Willisey about, the fact that he'd alleged that in his article.
But what they believe is the article.
I'm not quite sure about the second aspect of it.
Your Honour, Mr. Willissey writes an article which everyone other than apparently Mr. Willissey and Ms. Pacini understood was an allegation that Josh had said November Platoon committed the
I
murder.
understand that.
Then they ring up Mr. Willissey after they've spoken to him about other matters in his book. Your Honour knows the history. In September, there's big meetings for 2 days about his book, nothing to do with Josh. And then Mr. Willissey volunteers to them Josh's material
Yes.
without his permission, but he volunteers it to them. And then the next item is an official request on 1 November for the, and that's the letter Ms Pacini's referring to.
But the OSI just asked him about his
Yes.
new allegation, which isn't in his book.
Well, it was before the book, but yes. This was the...
But it isn't in the book. So they talked to him about his book.
Yes.
Materials given to them because Mr Willisey considered it was within the ambit of what his discussions with Josh allowed him to do. He provides it to the OSI and then they speak to him.
Yes, because they think
But
Josh
because
has
there's an
said-
allegation.
Because they think Josh has made the allegation against November Platoon.
So what? Against November Platoon or it's Uncle Tom Cobley. They want to speak to him about it because it's an allegation that they're taking seriously. I just don't get the second part of it.
Ms Pacini's saying we were so frustrated because we knew November Platoon was being investigated.
Yes.
What was being investigated was Josh's allegation, which by the end of this meeting, the OSI realised was not about November Platoon.
Where's the high watermark of that for your purposes?
The high watermark is, so on page 1926, Willisey confirms that his ADF source has not indicated it's November Platoon.
Where do you say that? Where's that?
About
Oh, yes,
middle-
I've got that about 0.5, yep.
Oh, sorry, no, it's 1925 as well. Williams asked Willisey how he puts it down to a particular platoon. And then Willisey questions whether he said it was November Platoon responsible or if it was just commandos. Willisey states he had no idea about the November Platoon, Oscar Platoon stuff.
Yeah.
To him, it was just 2 commando. Then
Oh.
he says Josh doesn't differentiate platoons. To him, they were just 2 Australian commandos. Then Barnett says, if Josh's deployment coincides with November Platoon, and then Williams says there's an overlap of deployment of both, and then Willisey, then they keep going and they talk about the other thing. And then Willisey says, after he's made it clear on the last page that he was never told it was November Platoon, he says that he states the idea of writing the Josh story was to get it out there and see what came back, and we got nothing back.
Sorry, what were you reading from there?
Willisey states that the idea of running the Josh story was to get it out there and see what came back. He said, just like we did with the other story.
Where is that?
1926, about 3/4 of the way down the page. But that's the second time he says that. But he says it earlier. At 1925, in the second paragraph, Willisey states the decision was taken to run the story as an online and TV news story to see what came out of it. Willisey states that unlike the other stories where they got stuff out of it from SAS members, this story led to nothing from the commandos. A few people came back saying they didn't like Heston Russell, but the only thing they really got out of it was the front page of the Daily Telegraph, having a go at us. So this is the frustration, Your
Going
Honour.
too quickly with for me. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You keep on just reading out random parts without telling me where it is.
Oh, sorry, I said 1925 second paragraph.
1925, 1927 second paragraph.
1925 second paragraph.
1927
1925.
5 second paragraph. So I'm going backwards. Right. So what's the high water mark about them saying they're not investigating November Platoon?
They don't. The whole point of the article is to ask about the Josh allegation.
No, where is it say in the document they are not investigating November Platoon?
It doesn't say one way or the other.
Well, that's what I was asking you,
Oh, sorry,
and you said
I
it
didn't-
did.
No, what I was saying, Your Honour, is this whole conversation is about the October article and the misunderstanding that Josh has accused November Platoon of that murder. And by the time you get to the end of the meeting, it is clear that Josh has not made that allegation. That's
Well,
it.
it's clear that there was ambiguity about which platoon the allegation related to, which is a different thing from saying that there is no investigation. I thought you were putting it as highly as saying it was evident by the end of this meeting that there was no investigation.
No, I wasn't putting that, Your Honour. I was
Well,
putting
then
that...
how can you say that there was no investigation going on of November Platoon on the basis of this document? I
No.
I must be missing something.
I'm saying that they rely on this meeting to say there was an investigation. And I'm saying this meeting does not demonstrate that. It's the misunderstanding, according to Mr. Willisey, by the OSI of his article. And by the time we get to the end, Mr. Willisey has said, I have no idea which platoon. I was just told it was commandos. Josh doesn't differentiate between platoons. To him, they were just all Australian commandos.
And they have discussion about Russell's business affair, drug use and current associates.
Your Honour, what's that got to do with anything?
They
allegations that Mr. Willisey says he's pursuing. I mean, he talks about the helicopter story, but by 13 November, Mr. Robertson had pursued the helicopter story in September, which I put to him.
There's a simpler way through this, if I might respectfully suggest it, which is it's become clear from this exchange that my learned friend is putting this document to this witness.
No, I'm not.
No, the use of this is the basis for a question as to this witness's state of mind as at the time of publication of the November 2021 article. Everything in this document didn't emerge until July 2022. This witness wasn't present at this meeting. Ms. Chrysanthe can explore whatever it is Mr. Willisey told her about what happened in the meeting, but putting to this witness propositions about what was in the head of the OSI, even if it could be substantiated on the basis of this document, can't be relevant.
I asked an open question. I said, did you understand or did you know?
You didn't. You put.
No,
Sorry,
I didn't. It was open. And my friend said, I don't have a basis to ask it. Well, this is the basis. And she said she was talking to Mr. Willisey.
the basis asking what though?
Did you know that the reason that the OSI was speaking to Mr. Willisey is because they thought the Josh allegation was about November Platoon?
I reject that question. We have the witness back in, please. Allow you to put a question about anyway, no, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Piccini, you expressed some frustration before you went out about, or you were explaining your frustration as at late October, that you believe there was an investigation into November Platoon and you couldn't tell anyone. Did you have any understanding as to what was being investigated? Other than what you've told us, which is that you were asked for some documents, and the letter's on 1 November, just to date you, asking for the Josh interviews.
I believe by then I'd had a conversation with Mr. Willisey, and he had sent me the email outlining his meeting with the...
Sorry, you have to speak up.
Sorry. I believe by then I'd had a conversation with Mr. Willisey and he had sent me an email outlining the OSI.
And you knew he'd also had a lengthy meeting in September, or 2 days worth of meetings about other allegations in his book about various special forces?
About the SAS, yes.
Right. And from that, you concluded that the Josh allegation was being investigated in connection with November Platoon?
No, I didn't conclude that.
Can I ask you this question, which is what I'm interested in? When you got to the publication of the November article, so we're dealing here on the 19th of November 2021. I understand your evidence is that you thought then there was an extant OSI investigation in November Platoon. Can you just give me a list of the information that was in the sources of that belief? I just want to understand what the sources of that belief were as of November 2021. There was presumably what you've told me then, the fact you had a conversation with Mr. Willisey and he'd sent you the email about his meeting with the OSI. I'm just trying to work out what the universe of material which then informed your belief that there was an ongoing investigation.
By which date, Your Honour? Sorry.
As at the time of the publication of the November article. So we're talking about the end of November, we're talking about November 2021.
Okay. So there was a conversation with Mr. Willisey. There was the note from him, the email from him.
Yes.
There was a letter from the OSI requesting material, including the Josh interview, but some other video that Mr. Willisey had. And there was the FOI refusal.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
In fairness, the video was the helicopter video, wasn't it? The 66-minute one, the Alpha Company one? And what I want to ask you next is, was it your understanding as at 19 November that what was being investigated was the Josh allegation in connection with November Platoon? Or did you understand the Josh allegation was being investigated separately?
My understanding was that the Josh allegation was being investigated by the commando unit in the OSI. And separate to that, there was the Soldier X investigation, and separate, there were other sort of peripheral issues that I can't recall exactly what they were.
So you didn't understand necessarily, based on all the information you had, that it was November Platoon that was being investigated over the Josh incident, just that it was being investigated?
Yes.
Now, in relation to the day of the article, which was 19 November, you knew that Mr. Willisey had made an FOI request at some point, and you were copied in to an email with you and Sally Jackson at about 7 a.m. that morning of 19 November with the FOI response.
Me and Sally Jackson? So do
yes.
you have a copy
Yeah, I'll
of
get
that
that
here?
up.
I don't recall that one.
Yep, so that is, let me just get that up. So it's 215 of Court Book B, Volume 3. So you've got an email, is 214, and the statement of reasons is 215.
Okay, yes.
So, so it was from Mr. Willisey to you and Sally Jackson at 8:25 a.m. Do you remember receiving that?
No, but it's here, so
Do you remember why Miss Jackson would have been copied into that?
I don't know.
And do you remember understanding what the words "this is very helpful" worth a story, I think?
That it was worth a story.
But why are the words "very helpful"? What did you understand by that?
Well, I did.
What?
I think helpful to get on the public record that there was a criminal investigation underway, and important for the public interest.
It's right, isn't it, that you understood that Mr. Willisey's purpose in issuing the FOI was to receive a response like this so that he could report that there was a criminal investigation?
I've answered that question already.
Well, you've just answered another question, that when you read this email, you thought the words "very helpful" were helpful to allow you to publish a story that there was a criminal investigation.
Yes, in part, yes.
And it would seem that there'd been some prior discussion on any reading of that email about that topic, because he says this is very helpful and he doesn't say to what.
Don't recall a prior conversation to this.
Well, for you to understand those words, to, as you did in the witness box just then, as meaning helpful to enable you to report a criminal investigation, what I'm suggesting to you is that there'd been previous conversations on this topic.
Oh, there'd been over a series of weeks with all the 2GB editorials calling, and there'd been many conversations about the frustration of not being able to say that there was a criminal investigation. Whether there was a conversation on this day, I don't recall.
2GB stories were about the Josh allegation. Do you agree?
There were a number of editorials. There wasn't just the interview with Heston Russell.
When you use the expression criminal investigation of that answer, are you talking about a criminal investigation into Josh's allegations, or a criminal investigation into the November platoon, or both?
In terms of which was in the public interest, or
No, I'm just
the
asking you.
2GB
There was frustration about not putting.
that was regarding the Josh allegations. The broader issue was in the public interest for a story, obviously.
And the reason you wanted to tell the public there was an investigation in your mind into the Josh allegation is because the 2GB broadcasting was about the Josh allegation, wasn't it?
Well, no, the 2GB broadcasting strayed into abuse and deriding all the war crimes coverage. I mean, it's a culture war, this issue. It's not, this Josh allegation was a way to criticise all the war crimes reporting, including the one that is currently subject to charges.
Are you talking about Soldier C?
Yes.
That's the SAS person. And just thinking about it, if it was the case that the purpose of the FOI, or part of the purpose of the FOI, was to receive a response that enabled ABC Investigations to say there was an investigation into the Josh allegations, then the FOI wouldn't have been limited to November platoon in those relevant months. It would have just asked for communications in the relevant months without naming the platoon. So when you look at the FOI, if you don't mind, which is on the next tab.
Yes.
So the response helpfully sets out what was sought.
Yes.
And you see that what Mr. Willesee sought in the first two bullet points related to November platoon. Did you understand or have an understanding on 19 November why those dates were selected?
Sorry. Potentially because, look, I don't know actually. I didn't put in the FOI. So I didn't put it in.
Well, if it helps you, the draft story that Mr. Willesee sent through to you and Mr. Robertson that morning identified the alleged killing to have taken place in June or July 2012. Does that refresh your memory?
I don't know why he put the FOI in or how he put the FOI in. I wasn't involved in that.
Right. Did you look at the response when it came in?
Yes, briefly.
And did you personally consider that it confirmed that there was a criminal investigation into November platoon? Is that something that you came to on your own, or was that because of Mr. Robertson's emails to you about that topic?
I read the letter myself, and I also asked him to clarify it for me.
I want to suggest to you that this document does not confirm that there's a criminal investigation into November platoon by its refusal to produce documents under those 4 bullet points. And you saw, did you, when you considered that issue, that the 3rd bullet point doesn't refer to November platoon?
I don't know which one you're referring to, I'm sorry. Can you?
See on the first page of the FOI response, there's the 4 bullet points, which are the things that Mr. Willesee sought.
Yes.
The 3rd one doesn't refer to November platoon at all. Did you notice that at the time?
No, I don't think so.
Does that make any difference now on your assessment of whether this confirms a criminal investigation into November platoon by the fact that documents weren't produced?
No, because I also knew that there was a criminal investigation into November platoon.
There's a big difference, Ms. Puccini, between your belief, based on the information from the OSI and Mr. Willesee, and the pretext of this story, which was that this document confirmed that there was an investigation. Do you understand?
I don't agree with you.
And I want to ask you about what I'm testing your evidence where you've said you looked at this on this day and thought that this document confirmed that there was a criminal investigation. And you'll recall there are emails back and forth between you and Mr. Robertson where you asked him to justify the word criminal and other matters. And I'm trying to focus your attention on why you say this document confirmed a criminal investigation into November platoon. And I've now drawn your attention to the fact that one of the categories sought did not mention November platoon. And your evidence was you might not have noticed that at the time, and I'm asking, now that I've pointed it out to you, does that change your view as to whether you say this document confirms a criminal investigation into November platoon?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I need to have a think about that. And certainly the communications, emails and reports between the ADF and the DEA presumably included information about operations involving November platoon.
And others.
And potentially others.
So doesn't that mean, logically, that the documents that were available to be produced but that were denied could have concerned an investigation into people other than November platoon?
Other than we already knew that there was an investigation into November platoon.
I know you keep saying that, Ms. Puccini, but I'm asking you as an editor, as a person who understands English well, who is good with words, to look at this document and tell me, honestly, as you sit here reading it, whether it's your view that this document confirmed a criminal investigation into November platoon.
I do. Because I also had information from Mr. Willesee that he had conversations with the OSI who were consulted about this FOI.
Ms. Puccini.
That it would be rejected because because of the investigation that he had been interviewed about.
When did you have that conversation?
At the time that, during the process of this FOI.
Is that anywhere in your affidavit, that conversation?
No, but
I haven't seen it, but I don't want to be unfair to you. I might have missed it.
I'm sorry, it's not in my affidavit, but
It's just a conversation before the email, isn't it?
That?
Is this the conversation before the email was sent?
Yes, we had a few conversations about him lodging the FOI, including how potentially to get that information. And he, at some point, relayed to me that the FOI application, that the OSI was consulted during the process of this.
So what? How does that
They
affect?
refused.
How does that affect the meaning of this document, Ms. Puccini?
Because it connects the OSI investigation and the refusal.
So what your true answer is I accept on its own this document does not confirm a criminal investigation, but in my view, in connection with other information I had that I've told you all about, I thought it did.
That would be an accurate summary.
That would be an accurate summary. Thank you. Sorry, I've been trying to articulate that.
That's
not
all right.
very well.
It's getting late in the day. Now, you then received from Mr. Willisey a draft article, and he copied you and Mr. Robertson, and then you gave evidence that you spoke to Mr. Robertson and he agreed to do the story.
Yes.
Now, did you read the draft that Mr. Willisey sent?
Yes, briefly. I think it was quite early in the morning. Yes.
It was about 8 a.m. And I want to suggest to you that it was far more advanced than just a rough skeleton of an article.
Which is that? Can you point me to the tab? Is that?
Yes, I think it's 217.
That is the way he normally writes his drafts. He's very fast.
Right. And you saw that he had given the OSI a deadline to respond.
Yes.
And then later he forwarded you and Ms. Robertson the response he'd received from the OSI, which is at 219, tab 219, which appears to be a standard response, given if you look down the chain of emails,
218.
if you look down the chain of emails, there's an earlier, nearly exact same query to OSI. So if you don't mind just scrolling quickly down, or not scrolling, but turning to page 1485, you see that Mr. Willisey had asked the media inquiries at OSI. The ABC has some questions regarding some other issues. The ABC sought documents under OFI from Defence regarding this operation, and a Defence OFI officer found that the documents contained information, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice, etc. Yes? And then they were asked, can the OSI confirm it is the agency currently investigating the circumstances surrounding this operation and the killing of OBJ Heggett? If OSI is investigating, what is the status of its investigation? Do you see that?
Yes.
So it was nearly the same process. Mr. Willisey issued an FOI, he was refused, using very similar language to the one we're talking about, and then he sent a request for comment to the OSI. Do you agree? Same process.
Yes.
And then the response he received eventually was at 1484. The OSI is working closely with the AFP to investigate potential criminal matters raised by the Burton inquiry, etc. And then it says the OSI does not comment on specific allegations or investigations. You remember that?
I wasn't in this email chain.
It's part of.
But it's part of the story, yes.
Yeah.
The quote was included in the story, yes.
No, this was forwarded to you that day.
Right.
So if you keep going up.
All right, yes.
Yep. The Willisey just did a reply to the same email. So the quote he got from the OSI about the Tarankout story was 29 October 2021.
Yes.
And then he clearly just replied to OSI Media and said the ABC lodged a Freedom of Information request seeking defence reports and audio recordings of November Platoon, 2 Commando Regiment during missions in Afghanistan between 1 June 2012 and 31 July 2012. And then he refers to the response to the FOI. Then he says, can the OSI confirm it is investigating November Platoon over an incident described in the ABC News link below, or for any other incident in Afghanistan during the time period specified in the ABC's FOI to defence, and then he links the October article. Do you see that?
Yes.
So he's asked OSI to confirm an investigation, and OSI has said, consistent with your early inquiry, we do not comment on specific allegations or investigations. Right. So there was no story that you're aware of, was there, in relation to the FOI the refusal on the FOI request on the Karen Tout story in October. There wasn't a story written that OSI confirms investigation into those allegations.
No, but he might have been working on it for something else. I don't know why he was corresponding with them about that.
Okay, so that was that exchange that was sent to you, and so what I wanted to suggest to you about the article was that it was a substantially completed article that just needed to have a few things added before publication.
It was a skeleton draft.
Have you seriously? You think this was a skeleton draft of the final article?
I'm happy if you think it was close to what published. I haven't compared the two, but I don't.
I want to suggest to you that it was a substantial draft that was at least 3/4 of what was ultimately published. You don't know one way or the other?
I haven't compared them recently, but I'm happy to accept that.
All right. I'll just give you a copy of it so you have it, because I might ask you some questions about it. So this is the November article. Mr. Robertson worked on the article. Did you understand that was because it was Mr. Willis's day off? I want to suggest to you that there was nothing urgent about the publication of this article.
Well, I was told that there was concern about it going onto the disclosure log.
Right, but you didn't know for a fact that that's something that would occur or likely occur?
Well, I can't predict what the ADF will do with its disclosure log.
Well, what I suggested to you earlier is a disclosure log only publishes disclosures, like documents actually produced, not rejected FOI applications.
I don't know that, didn't know that to be the case.
Now, okay, now, in any event, I want to suggest to you that it wasn't a story of any urgency, irrespective of what you were told about the disclosure log.
I accept what two journalists that I respect tell me about their view of the urgency around the publication.
But exercising your own judgment, did you think that there was some likelihood that another news organisation, if it did become aware of the rejection of this FOI, would write a story about it?
Potentially. I've actually had Defence in particular. I've received documents through FOI that hadn't been put on the disclosure log and were leaked to another media organisation.
Right, but that's when there's actually documents produced, right? Not just a rejection.
I can't predict our job as journalists is to publish as soon as we believe we are able to.
Well, I want to suggest to you that the story could have waited until Mr. Willisey came back to work on Monday. There was no producer put onto this story, is that right?
I don't think so, no.
And there was no formal fact-checking process, informal or formal fact-checking process that occurred?
Well, it was Josh Robertson's job to fact-check. There was no producer because there was no multi-platform rollout. There was no interviews to do a big rollout. It wasn't necessary to have a producer.
There was a TV broadcast and a radio broadcast associated with the article.
That's quite straightforward. There may not have been anyone available. Any reporter should be able to do a digital and a TV news and a radio, or it's not difficult.
But isn't that all that occurred with the October article?
There was a producer available then. There was more work put into the production of that.
There was very little work put into the production of this story, wasn't there? Now, Mr. Robertson told you that he intended to speak to my client. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you suggested the questions that he should ask. Do you recall that?
I'll
just show you the email.
Yes.
It's behind tab 205.
Well, he asked me whether I had any thoughts for him.
Yes, and it's a page behind tab 205, page 1453.
Yeah.
which tab, sorry?
205. It's a long chain, but this, the relevant query here is 2053. Now, you said in answer to his questions, any last minute thoughts? No, just keep it straight.
Yes.
But it's very small print. Is
Sorry,
he aware
I
of
can't
it?
find it.
So you got tab 205 and go to page 1543. Sorry. Oh, thank you. 1453.
Okay, yes.
Sorry about that. Do you see your email under the ABC News logo? Now, when you said just keep it straight, were you saying, what did you mean by that?
Josh Robertson can be boisterous.
He's not the only one that's being accused of that, okay? So you thought he might talk too long?
No, he's just, I don't know, he can be boisterous. But, no, I just meant just be straight. I mean, that's what I've written is what I meant.
Did you intend that he only asked those 3 questions?
No. He could ask whatever he wanted, but, you know, those 3 were the obvious ones.
Wasn't it more obvious to you in your mind at that point to ask about the underlying allegations that were being republished, namely that the allegations about the Josh helicopter story?
To ask about that? No, because that wasn't the article that was being published. The article that was being published was about the defence, about a criminal investigation.
And did you not?
But he was free to ask whatever he wanted, and Josh often does.
So you didn't intend to restrict him?
When you say it was about a criminal investigation, have you got the November article there in front of you?
Yes.
The big one? And I know you gave some evidence about this before, but I just want to understand your evidence. Have you read through that article recently?
I have. I've read a lot of stuff recently, so if there's something you want me to look at in particular, please let me know.
No. You see the key points there.
Yes.
See the first 3 paragraphs which introduce the story. Defence Department's revealed an active criminal investigation. Defence has refused to release audio. Then you go to last year, the ABC report on allegations of US Marine who said Australian commandos shot and killed an Afghan prisoner. Go across the key points. US Marines helicopter crew has alleged November platoon killed an Afghan prisoner. Former commander of the platoon says his soldiers never harmed a prisoner. Defence denied an ABC FOI request on the grounds that the release could prejudice the current investigation. Now, by all means have regard to the balance of the article, but as I understand it, the evidence that you're giving, you say that you don't believe that that article was conveying the notion that the active criminal investigation talked about in paragraph 1 was into the allegations referred to in paragraph 3. Is that your evidence?
No, I do believe that the investigation was also into the Josh allegations.
So I just want to understand. So
yes.
you accept that the reader of the article would get the correct impression that this article was saying that there was an active criminal investigation, and at least part of that active criminal investigation was in respect of Josh's allegations. Would that be right?
That was my knowledge at the time.
And that's what you understood was being sought to convey. All right, thank you.
Yes.
You saw this article before it was published, including after Mr. Harrison had made it into the digital copy?
I did not read it properly after Mr. Harrison made it into a digital copy, and that is my error.
And you're referring, are you, to the first key point
Yes.
where my client's platoon is alleged to have
Yes. Yeah.
been the killers.
I read the article when it was finally produced. I was out and I was reading on my phone and I didn't read it carefully enough. And that was my error.
So you accept that, well, when did you read it carefully?
After it was fully, this error didn't come to my attention until Kirsten McLeish actually noticed it.
So even
I was
when,
reading the body of the article and I didn't pay enough attention to the key points and the headline. That's my error.
so even when you had occasion a couple of times to amend the article on 23 November and again on 16 January, did you not notice that key point?
I went straight to the paragraphs in question. I did not notice it. It was my error.
Now, you were sent, though, that version, you agree?
Yes.
Dan Harrison's changes? And that's behind tab 208. And you'll see that Mr. Harrison sent you, Mr. Robertson copying Mr. Willisey, the story at 1:57 p.m. at the bottom of all that black.
Yes.
And then over the page you see at 1463 there was a teaser title. What's a teaser title?
It's a short title that goes below the headline, I think. I'm sorry, I'm not great with digital.
Because it says, Defence confirms active criminal investigation into conduct of Australian Commando platoon in Afghanistan, and Australian Commando platoon's conduct in Afghanistan under criminal invasion, Defence confirms. An Australian platoon accused of unlawfully killing Afghan prisoner, the subject of criminal investigation, Defence confirms. And platoon that was accused of killing Afghan prisoner to save space on aircraft, now under criminal investigation, Defence confirms. You see that?
Yes.
Pretty clear that those teasers asserting the Josh allegation is about November platoon, isn't it?
1464 on now?
1463 at the top.
Oh, okay.
Teasers in yellow and mobile alert options in blue.
Last two do, yes.
And the mobile alert options, what are they? What is a mobile alert?
Oh, that's something that goes to if people sign up for an ABC mobile alert, this goes to them.
Do you have any idea how many people that would have gone to?
No.
So the first mobile alert says, the Defence Department has confirmed a platoon accused of unlawfully killing an Afghan prisoner is now the subject of a criminal investigation.
Yes.
And the next one says, an Australian platoon accused of unlawfully killing an Afghan prisoner is now the subject of a criminal investigation, that Defence Department says. You see that?
Yes.
Now that email came to you. I can't tell you it came in colour. I don't know. This is how it's been produced to us with that highlighting. I think. Did you have highlighting on yours? Or is that just me? Check, does yours have highlighting, Your Honour? Blue and yellow? I just want to make sure that that's how it's been produced, not my copy. 1463. Sorry. Is yours highlighted? Oh, sorry. It is highlighted. Is yours highlighted?
Yes.
In bright yellow and bright blue?
Yes.
That's how it's been produced to us.
Yes.
So I assume that's how it was sent to you on 19 November.
Well, I'm going to proceed on the basis it is, because that's what it's going to evidence.
Yes. And I want to suggest to you, you could hardly have missed that.
I was at an event judging Walkley's entries, and I didn't check it. As I said, I made an error.
And you didn't discover that error until when?
Until Kirsten McLeish, I think, alerted me to it, which is when we put the correction up. I had a lot of stories on. I moved on, and nobody pointed it out, and I didn't go back and check it.
So what was corrected was that key point was changed.
Yes.
And when you scroll down, turn the page to 1464, the key points are listed there, including the ones that ultimately appeared on the article. So the key point was changed to remove November platoon, effectively.
Yes.
But didn't it occur to you, Ms. Pacini, that the fact that the digital editor had read the story and understood that the allegation was being made about November platoon was the underlying problem, not what the key point said?
I actually think that the narrative of the whole October story, which was a fairly small story that disappeared in a day, but had been subsequently discussed on all sorts of other media outlets, I think your client's narrative basically prevailed over a period of time. That's what I think occurred, and that's what I think Mr. Harrison understood, but I'm not brain, so.
Well, it's the narrative we're talking about today is the narrative that is this article. And I want to suggest to you that given the headlines and composition and content, it is inevitable that people would understand that what this platoon is being investigated for is the allegations reported by Josh the Marine.
Please, I made an error, I'm not checking.
No, put aside the key point for a minute. Assume it doesn't say November platoon. What I'm suggesting to you is that the structure and narrative and headlines and the whole theme of the article is that the ABC reported allegations from a US Marine who said the Australian commando shot and killed a prisoner. November platoon commander said he was present on all operations and denied it. We lodged an FOI, and now we're confirming there's a criminal investigation into his platoon. You don't accept that narrative paints a story that what is being investigated is what the ABC reported on.
What the ABC reported on was being investigated.
Yes, but this story says that the person being investigated is November platoon, or the body of people.
Sorry, so what's your question to me?
The story says that November platoon is the platoon being investigated.
Yes.
You've accepted previously that this story is understood to mean that the Josh allegation is also being investigated.
Well, I knew that the Josh allegation was being investigated.
Well, what I want to suggest to you is this story says the Josh allegation is being investigated, and those being investigated for the Josh allegation is November platoon.
I disagree. That was not the intention.
Well, I just want to show you a tweet that you issued that day. This is a bundle of tweets, but I just want to show you the one at the back. That's the one on the back page. On 19 November 2021, you issued a tweet where you linked the article and you said FOI response confirms an incident we reported is under criminal investigation. Right? So you're saying FOI response confirms it. That's your tweet, your words on that day. Now, does that remind you that what you intended to publish was that November platoon was being investigated for the Josh allegations?
No, that's not what we intended to publish, but if we did that, then I made an error.
But how do you explain this tweet? What You are saying to the world, whoever follows you on Twitter, that the FOI response confirms an incident we reported is under criminal investigation. Do you agree with that?
That it says that, yes.
And then you linked the article which says platoon under criminal investigation after claim Afghan prisoner killed to save space. I want to suggest to you that those words are one of the teasers.
Yes.
And the teasers appear when people link the article on social media, etc. So anyone who had this article linked to them on social media would have had the teaser which directly accused November Platoon of being connected with that murder.
Made an error.
So when you say you made an error, does that mean... Let's go back a step. You've been shown a contemporaneous record of what you tweeted
Yes.
with the article on the 19th of November. Now that you've had the opportunity of looking this tweet, FOI response confirms that the incident we reported is under a criminal investigation. Will 2GB correct its assertion that it isn't? Does that assist you in thinking that your recollection of what you intended may be better on the 19th of November 2021 than it is now? That is, that in fact what you were tweeting was your actual view contemporaneous with the publication of the article, not what you said in evidence now.
No, I never believed, well, I've never felt or believed that Josh was accusing November Platoon. And why I tweeted this, I don't know. I obviously made an error.
But don't you think you were tweeting this because you perceive that your journalism, the journalism of your journalists,
Yes.
in respect of whom you have the responsibility, was under attack by 2GB,
Yes.
saying the article in
Yes.
relation to Josh was
Yes.
misconceived and poor,
Yes.
and you're responding to it by saying, well, in fact, here we go.
Yes.
FOI response confirms that we were right, and it's under criminal investigation. Isn't that more likely than not?
Yes.
Sorry, Your Honour, can I raise something in the absence of the witness?
Sure.
Because I'm concerned that there's been a big misunderstanding here.
Sure. No, it's important. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get up like a jack in the box, but if you wouldn't mind going out for a moment. I know it's a long afternoon.
Sure.
And I do wish to raise it at some point, Your Honour, the length of this might become...
Well, I'm going to raise that now. That I'm just going to find out how much longer. Otherwise, we'll go back to Plan B.
I might be missing a subtlety here, but from what I've understood the witness to be saying, the content of the tweet is entirely consistent with what she said, which is that she understood the FOI response to confirm a criminal investigation into the matter they reported. The only thing that links it to the particular platoon is the so-called teaser title.
She's linking the article, Mr. Owens.
Oh, I understand that, but that's not her. That's just what, when you put in the link, that comes up without, she's not typing in. Well, sorry, there's some...
Well, look, I mean, I'm concerned that I understand her evidence on this point, because that's why they've asked the question, because I just want to... Because I mean...
My point is the word...
The November article's a November article. Have a look at it. I must say I'll hear submissions about it, but it seems to me pretty clear that what's being said there is that there was a criminal investigation, and that criminal investigation is into Josh's allegations.
Absolutely.
Right? And that's what you thought at the time. Yeah. And so I'm a little confused about her answers to Ms. Chrysanthou. But I think it may
because the witness is drawing it, as I understand it, the witness is drawing a distinction. She says, I knew that the Josh allegation was the subject of a criminal investigation.
Yes.
She knew that.
Yes.
What she is saying she did not at least intend to convey was that the Josh allegation was the subject of a criminal investigation into November Platoon. It's it's into November Platoon that she's quibbling with.
I'm saying that's false because the headline of the article...
I understand that. And look, I think you can re-examine on it. And if
I don't think
I'm a little confused about that point, but I'll have to reread the transcript and think about it. Okay, well, I mean, this is the perfect. I know you don't like re-examining, but this might be a time when it's a good idea.
Re-examining is not a good thing.
Not necessarily.
And I've had bad experiences.
Not necessarily. As a general proposition, I agree with you, but not always. Now,
I'm going to finish by 6.
If the witness is okay with that, then that's fine. As long as
I'll
we do
ask you
finish
because
by
it's
6.
Whatever happens, Your Honour, I think we should finish.
Right. Well,
I don't want to
look,
bring everyone back on
If you tell
Monday.
me you only need another half an hour,
I need a lot more than that, but I'm going to finish it.
I'm not asking you to curtail. If you say that sitting on is going to mean that you don't do the job you wish to do for your client, then we'll come back and do it on Monday.
Your Honour,
So
the
I don't want that
material...
I just don't want that hanging there.
No, the material that requires exploration that takes a long time is all the editorial complaint process material, but it's all in writing. And if my friend doesn't require me to put to her that she was dishonest in the context of those emails, then I won't. But if I need to go through them and put every dishonesty that appears in those documents, then we won't finish today.
If it's a simple matter of putting the proposition, I don't require it. If there's some, as it were, set of circumstances that are said to indicate dishonesty, then that should be put.
Yes.
I'll try and do that.
Right. Well, if we could have Ms. Puccini back, please, and I'll make an inquiry of her. If she's happy to sit on, then I'm happy to sit on till 6. If no reservation until 7, and but if not, then we'll call it stumps.
Much more relaxing here than in my home, Your Honour, so I don't mind staying.
Well, mercifully, that's not where I'm going. Now, Ms. Puccini, I'm told that if we kick on till 6 p.m, then that'll conclude evidence. But it's been already a long afternoon. If you would prefer to come back on Monday, please tell me.
I'm okay to continue till 6.
All right, let's go then.
Ms. Puccini, I want to suggest to you the evidence you've given about what you as editor intended to convey by this article is not true, and that it wasn't a mistake, and that you intended to convey to the audience that there was an investigation into the Josh allegations and that November Platoon was the platoon being investigated for the Josh allegations.
I disagree.
Now...
This might save me having to ask a question later. That was a 2-part question. If it could be broken up, I think that would be fair.
I'm going to have to remember what I put.
Well, the two things we were just arguing
I know.
about.
I've had a long day as well, and not just the witness. Ms. Puccini, I'm suggesting to you that you intended to convey to the reader that there was an investigation into the Josh allegations.
Into the Josh allegation, yes.
Criminal investigation into the Josh allegations that had been reported by the ABC the year before. And that you also intended to convey that there was a criminal investigation into November Platoon.
Yes.
And that you intended to convey, when you read the article, that what November Platoon was being investigated for was the Josh killing. And that necessarily must follow from any ordinary reading of the article, having regard to paragraph 5, for example, where it said that the FOI was directed to information about November Platoon covering June and July 2012 when the alleged killing took place. Do you agree that you, in publishing this article as an editor at the ABC, sought to connect those two?
I didn't seek to connect those two, no.
And that you intended the reader to understand that the thing that was being investigated was Josh allegation, and the person being investigated for that allegation was November Platoon.
That was not the intention, no.
And there's no other, in your experience as a journalist of long standing and an editor, there's no other way to read this article.
I accept that there were errors in this article. I don't accept there was no other way to read this article.
Well, who else could be considered by the reader on this article to have been investigated for the Josh allegations?
I don't know.
The reason you don't know is because there's no one else, is there?
No, the commandos.
The only commandos nominated in the article, including in the headline, were November Platoon. Now, were you? Did you participate in the? Oh, sorry. Thank you. The tweets.
Yes, the tweet is marked as NFI 34.
So you don't remember if you participated in the drafting of the statement that day. You were aware one was happening, but you don't know if you drafted it.
I didn't draft it. I'm pretty sure I didn't.
You didn't see a draft?
I can't recall, I'm sorry.
Did you see it after it was published?
Can't recall.
I'll just show it to you briefly. It's at tab 225. You said earlier other people responsible might have been Mr. Lyons. Who else might have been responsible for giving Sally Jackson content?
I don't know who was responsible. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I apologise if you've already answered this question, but it's right, isn't it, that you did, for this story, not just seek advice, you did upward refer it to Mr. Lyons.
Yes, I did.
He was the ultimate decision maker as to whether to publish in accordance with that upward referral process. Now, you became aware on the 23rd of November that Mr. Russell had issued a press release about the article, the 19 November article. Do you remember that? It's in your affidavit from about 149 if you want to remind yourself of the chronology.
Yeah. Is this 150?
Yeah, so at
Yes.
149, Mr. Russell offered a live interview.
Yes.
And then on 23rd of November, he issued a media release which came to your attention. And you understood, didn't you, from the media release that he was saying that November Platoon were not conducting operations in Afghanistan until August and were not in Helmand Province until September.
Yes.
And you had to consult with Mr. Willisey about that, and you set out at 151 a conversation that you recall with Mr. Willisey. I just want to ask you about that. Were you concerned when you saw Mr. Russell's statement about the deployment dates?
I wanted to get more information, yes.
Because the article clearly alleged that the murder had occurred in June or July. Do you agree?
Well, the original article in October said mid-2012.
Yes, but then Mr. Willisey had issued an FOI for June or July and then written a draft article that said June or July. Do you agree? And were you concerned that the article was just wrong?
As I said, sometimes after the passage of time, people don't remember the exact date. I wasn't concerned that Josh didn't stand by his allegation. I wasn't concerned about the fundamentals of what he said happened. It was whether those dates were exactly right.
Why would it matter what Mr. Russell said about the deployment dates if you didn't intend to make the Josh allegation against November Platoon?
Didn't matter really.
Well, it did apparently, because you spoke to Mr. Willisey and you asked if it impacts our story, why is he saying he wasn't in Helmand? And then Mr. Willisey says, our guy doesn't remember the precise dates. He said he thought it was around mid-2012.
But it could have been, I mean, it could have been either Oscar or November, but, you know, my question, it could have been the November platoon. I don't know. I still don't know.
But if you had no intention of conveying to the reader that November platoon were connected with his murder, why this conversation with Mr. Willisey about Helmand, about what Josh had said about dates, about rotation dates? Why have this conversation if the evidence you've been giving today is honest, that you did not intend to connect November platoon to this murder?
Didn't intend to connect November platoon. However, November platoon was one of the 2 platoons there, and so it was a possibility that November platoon was involved.
Right, and you went well beyond that possibility and just accused them of it, didn't you? And then when you were caught out with the dates, you had this conversation with Mr. Willisey to try and get around the fact that there was a fatal flaw in the entire story. And
The FOI covered a longer period of time than June, July. By this point too, the only, and I don't mean this with disrespect, but we were not able to obviously get material from defence and independent corroboration around those dates. Those come only from Mr. Russell, and at this point we were also working on the OnlyFans story, and I had a question about Mr. Russell's credibility as well.
did you read Mr. Willisey's book, Rogue Forces?
Yes.
Mr. Willisey writes about different rotations. Do you remember that? In that year, 2012? And he writes about rotation 17. Do you remember that? And he talks about it being up until July 2012 in the book.
I don't know details about rotations, I'm sorry, and that was a book about the SAS, so I don't know the relevance to this.
Well, you don't understand the SAS rotations to be the same as the commando rotations? The dates?
I don't know, no.
Right, well, what I want to suggest to you is you have this call with Mr. Willisey to try and get around the dates that Mr. Russell has put out publicly, and you suggest that the FOI response has a third bullet that doesn't mention a time frame. Could it be they're referring to that bullet in their response? Do you see that?
Yes.
When you mean say the third bullet, I think you mean the fourth. The third bullet was the one that was not about November platoon and was January to August.
There were 2 bullets that weren't precisely June, July.
Yeah, so the last bullet had just 2012, and it sought disciplinary memos and things. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you were scrambling around, I want to suggest, to try and come up with a way to not publicly admit that the story you had published making serious allegations about November platoon was just wrong. And what then happened was a very dishonest alteration to the article accompanied by a dishonest clarification note. Do you agree or disagree? And that was done intentionally in order to cover up the disgraceful error that the ABC had made.
I disagree.
Then on the 24th of November, you say a Daily Telegraph article was published, which quoted from the Department of Defence. Do you remember that?
Which point here?
145. Sorry, it's paragraph 154 of your affidavit.
Yes.
And it's tab 245 if you want to look at the article. I want to suggest to you that you read that article at the time.
I think so.
And in that article, page 1545, Defence, the ABC story is referred to. The ABC said its FOI for the audio recording was refused as Defence confirmed there was an active criminal investigation, not so according to Defence. And then there's quotes from Defence. Do you see that?
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that at that point, you should have understood that the FOI response was not a confirmation that there was a criminal investigation into November platoon.
I disagree what this is saying is that defence is not currently conducting an investigation into this matter. Now, defence...
Well, hang on a second. That's selective. Do you want to just read the whole
No, can
quote?
she answer the question?
Yeah, I think you cut her off. But
Sorry. Okay, answer the question.
Defence is not... Defence is not investigating war crimes allegations. That is the role of the OSI. The defence, and that was, I guess, the misinformation that was being put out at the time.
Okay, well, why don't you read the first part of the quote, please? The one that doesn't help your version of events, where it says defence has not confirmed there is a current criminal investigation involving November Platoon in Afghanistan 2012.
Defence will not confirm an investigation by another body. That's all this is saying.
Your headline says exactly that defence confirmed a criminal investigation.
Because the FOI was a defence document. That is different to defence confirming to the media that there is a criminal investigation.
Well, your headline says exactly the same thing.
Because the FOI is a defence, FOI letter is a defence document.
I want to suggest to you that the rationalisation going on amongst ABC investigation journalists was dishonest and unethical and absurd. And the answer you just gave was dishonest.
Disagree.
Now, the next thing that happened was participation in... sorry, I want to say, just on the timing, you mentioned the OnlyFans article briefly in one of your answers.
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that it was at this time that Mr. Robertson, to your knowledge, started investigating the OnlyFans issue.
Around this time, yes.
Now, in relation to, the next thing that happened, there was a Media Watch program on 4 December. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked to answer some questions in answer to Media Watch. Do you remember participating in that?
Yes. Well, I can't remember who actually... I don't think we sent much to Media Watch, but yes, I participated in a conversation about it.
Did you help prepare the answers, or was that something that just Mr. Willisey did? The answers...
Want me to... where it is?
Yeah, the answers are behind tab 268A. So that's what appeared on the Media Watch website. You know, when the Media Watch has the broadcast and underneath it sometimes links statements by people affected?
Yes.
That's what appeared on the link, ABC's response to the Media Watch story. Did you help prepare that?
I can't remember. I can't recall exactly, but I probably did.
And you helped prepare subsequently complaints to Media Watch about that Media Watch episode?
Yes.
And including the complaint that was escalated to the head of television?
Yes.
What happened to that complaint after it was escalated to Mr. Carrington?
Nothing.
Was it dismissed or just ignored or nothing?
Nothing. At that point, ABC journalists had no capacity to complain about Media Watch, unlike journalists outside the ABC, in terms of an audience and consumer affairs complaint.
I'm not going to ask you about all of the documents in the editorial process, but I just want to ask you about this one. It's at Court Book 296.
I don't have that one.
Sorry, what volume's 296?
that's changed now, has it? That's changed now, has it?
Which one?
What's changed? You want the Media Watch issue? Volume 4.
ABC journalists being able to complain. Yes, that's changed now with the new ombudsman. Sorry.
Did that change as a consequence of this?
I don't know.
It's a different process now completely, Your Honour. So the Miss McLeish process has been abandoned and there's a separate ombudsman that's more independent than what we see here. You never disclosed, did you, in the whole editorial process that Mr. Willisey had in fact drafted much of the November article?
No.
You didn't think it was relevant to disclose that? I want to suggest to you that throughout the editorial process, there were representations made to Ms McLeish that the October article was separate to the November article and needed to be considered separately. Yeah. And didn't you think it was relevant when making those submissions to Ms McLeish to tell her that Mr Willesee had in fact also drafted the November article?
I don't see, no.
All right. Now, this document is behind, that I'm taking you to, is 296. And it's a bit of a way through the editorial process, which was going on in January and February. And Ms McLeish is asking you and others, including Mr Willesee and Mr Lyons, about the connection between the November platoon and the allegation by Josh. Do you see that?
Point me to,
So you see, have you got page 1742? So she sent you an email on 2 March. I'm asking so that I can be satisfied that November platoon was not the target of the allegation made by Josh. This is a critical point for our assessment. News has explained that Josh did not know which commando regiment he was supporting on the night of the alleged incident, and that the story didn't state or imply that his allegation related to November platoon. However, as you know, others have drawn precisely that conclusion from the 2020 story, including Heston, Russell, other media organisations, Media Watch, and the digital producer that worked on the Defence FOI story. I needed to be clear about the circumstances in which we subsequently reported that November platoon was the subject of Josh's allegation, because this does not align with the comments News has provided about the 2020 story. This inconsistency in the description of Josh's allegation is problematic and will need to be addressed in our assessment, right? You see that?
yes.
And Mr Willesee responded that November platoon was not the subject of Josh's allegation. He only mentioned the commandos as a whole. He never mentioned the words November platoon. Whatever conclusions others have drawn is for them, and Media Watch is wrong, plain wrong, and we've been in communication with them about correcting their mistake. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, I want to suggest to you that you understood that that was a very misleading response from Mr Willesee in circumstances where the November article very expressly was composed in order to convey exactly that November platoon was the subject of Josh's article.
I disagree.
And that it would have been relevant at that point to tell Ms McLeish that Mr Willesee had actually written most of the November article, and so his assertions about the meaning of the October article and how it was later interpreted would have been relevant to that consideration to know he had drafted most of the November article. Now, ultimately, at the end of the process, an ABC statement was issued. You did participate with Mr Willesee and others in the preparation of the statement issued on 30 March 2022. There were a lot of emails back and forth. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I'll just briefly show you that statement at tab 329. Now, this statement was issued on 30 March, and you'll see that the first paragraph links Mr Willesee's story from 21 October, the October story, and it says no breach was found, but there was a clarification note. And then the full investigation report was annexed. Did you ever see the full investigation report for the November article?
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I think. I don't know.
I made a call for that. I don't know if it's been produced. It's been emailed. And anyway, I'll come back to that. Now, in light of the conclusions, the unit revisited its finding in relation to it says a separate story published on 19 November 2021. Do you see that? The bottom of 1879.
Yes.
And then it annexes or links the updated November article with that bullet point changed. Now, it wasn't a separate story, was it? That's misleading.
Separate story.
And then it says, an aspect of this complaint was subsequently upheld for inaccuracy. ABC News has explained that an error in the story and an alternate headline arose in the production phase for the story. You see that?
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that that was just false. And you knew that at the time it was published. Now, this year, there was a bit of a issue that occurred in the proceedings about Josh's name being revealed in the proceedings. Do you remember that?
I remember the issues around the identity of Josh.
Yes, so on 11 July there were some orders made by the court about producing to us, my side, documents in relation to Josh and his identity, or which would reveal his name. Do you remember that?
I wasn't in court, but
You were told about that?
that would be legally privileged.
Okay, well, the next day you participated from 9 a.m, if not earlier, in an exchange of communications with persons at the ABC, including the head of news, Nick Lees, the head of communications, and other persons from 9 a.m, Justin Stevens, Nick Lees, you consulted with Mr. Willisey about issuing a press position in relation to the protection of Josh as a source. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when was the decision made by the news, you, Mr. Stevens, and others, that there would be a refusal or at least a statement about the refusal to hand over Josh's name?
Sorry, I don't know what your question is to me. When was there a decision about him?
When was the decision made that there would not be, I don't want to ask about legal advice, I'm asking about from the news perspective, as far as you were aware, on the day of 12 July, so I'll just help you with the timing. We were before His Honour at 5:45 p.m. on 12 July, where the barrister for the ABC said, we're withdrawing our defence because we don't want to reveal Josh's name. You were aware of that?
Yes.
Later that night, Justin Stevens, the head of news, issued a press release about it. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that you were participating in the preparation of that press release from about 9 a.m.
I don't recall from what my participation was or what I did. I was aware of it. It was a busy day. I can't remember.
I'll just quickly show you some documents in the last volume at 4.3.
Only 3 weeks ago.
No, so in terms of, I remember the media release and I remember that it happened exactly what my role was in it. There were many, many meetings about this and you have the documents to show me, I'd be more than happy to look at them.
Well, we've been given some communications about the draft, so it's just behind tab 437, which is the final tab. It's the final volume, and it's tab
437.
Yes. So these are some text messages that we've been given that appear to be between you, Mr. Lees, someone called Gavin Fang, and I'm just trying to think who was who's DF?
Sorry?
Who's DF?
Donna Field.
What is her role?
She's on the executive. She's the, I don't know what her exact title is, but she's in charge of the newsrooms, state newsrooms. I think what Justin Stevens was on leave at that period of time, and both Donna Field and Gavin Fang were filling in for him at various points.
Well, I want to suggest to you, well, we've been given text messages from 9:10 a.m. that morning. Just thinking about it, when's the first you were aware that there'd be a press statement issued that the ABC refused to disclose Josh's name? The morning we were in court at 5:45 that night.
I understand that, but if you can see here that I'm not involved in sending any of these text messages. I wasn't actually involved in the in the decisions around press statements. I was in receipt, but I wasn't making decisions around that.
Well, there's some emails as well, if you just turn over to page 2447. Where there's a back and forth that you're copied into with Mr. Stevens. I thought Mr. Stevens was on leave.
But he was, obviously this was an important issue, so I think he was involved in key meetings and key conversations about it.
Well, if you turn to 2543, you approved the statement.
Oh, yes.
So does that now refresh your memory that you approved it?
Yeah, they sent it to me to check for accuracy.
And then,
It wasn't my decision whether to, obviously Justin Stevens is my boss and Nick Lees is the head of corporate comms, decisions about how and whether to release media statements and not done it, in this instance, was not done at my level.
Ms. Piccini, given your experience as an editor at the ABC, I want to suggest to you that the publications in November and the original article in October, to the extent it's linked to that November article, breached a number of ABC editorial standards,
I disagree.
and that you're aware that standards of accuracy were breached?
Well, where there was a breach, the ABC corrected it. When clarifications were seen to need to be made, they were made. And I think that is the job of a responsible media organisation to do that.
Is there any reason why there was never a public apology to November Platoon and Heston Russell for the accuracy breach?
Well, I didn't think that a public apology to Heston Russell needed to be made. We didn't accuse Heston Russell of anything.
What about November Platoon?
We corrected the article. We put clarifications on both articles. That to me is a public statement.
Yeah, but it's not saying sorry. Why?
I thought that the steps that we took were appropriate.
I want to suggest to you that it was, given the error made, namely a platoon of commandos being accused of murder, a public apology should have been made by the ABC.
I disagree.
The reason it wasn't is because ABC investigations, as conducted by you, are incapable of accepting when they get something wrong. And in relation to this story, they held, they were so determined to protect Mr. Willis's negligent and dishonest reporting that they would not publicly admit wrongdoing in relation to his story.
I disagree.
And in doing so, concealed from the public until documents were produced in these proceedings a few weeks ago that he in fact wrote the story in which the accuracy breach had been found.
I disagree.
And any public statements by the ABC or any statements by the journalists that you've seen, you know, to be misleading to the extent they say that Mr. Willisy had nothing to do with that November article?
I disagree.
Oh, there was one tiny thing I had to ask you. Do you remember being asked by Mr. Robertson, or after he spoke to Mr. Russell, he sent you in bold what Mr. Russell had said to include in the article?
Yes.
And you suggested that Mr. Russell's comment be removed?
Only the end of it about calling on the ABC to apologise for the October article.
And I want to suggest to you that your reason for doing so, as stated in your email, because that he had another platform, was an improper reason to remove that comment?
My reason was because his overall denial encapsulated given the October allegations, he had an overall denial of November platoon being involved in any alleged killings until he asked to change that. And I thought that was sufficient. And I thought that calls for a public apology around the October article went into another issue altogether.
But that's not the reason you stated in your email. The reason you stated in your email was because you thought he'd already had a huge platform on 2GB and because of other things you knew about him.
He had certainly said that in a lot of places.
Sure, but your reason for not wanting to include his comment was an improper reason, wasn't it?
Right.
No further questions, Your Honour.
I'm very vulnerable to being dared. I've just got a few short questions. If it doesn't work, I'm blaming Your Honour. Ms. Piccini, do you remember you were asked some questions by my learned friend about the point in time at which you became aware that Josh Robertson started work on the OnlyFans article? And I think your evidence was to the effect, I think the question that was asked of you was something to the effect of, was it around this time, by which I think my learned friend meant the time that the Daily Telegraph published the article on November the 23rd, I think, saying Defence hasn't confirmed the thing. Now, can I ask these questions? First of all, when, in your answer there, when you referred to starting work, what did you mean by starting work around that
and
time?
I didn't mean around that date. Josh Robertson started work as in received the tip-off and then spoke to one of the sources for that article. It was either the day before or 2 days before the publication of the November article.
So a day or two before the publication of the November article,
He'd started work on OnlyFans before the publication of the November article. I checked this morning, and that is what I remember.
No further questions, Ron.
Yes. I'm just not sure whether you answered this question, but did you sign off on that final statement that was made by the ABC on the 4th of July?
Which statement is this one about the Josh source?
Yes.
It was sent to me to look at for accuracy, but I didn't have sign off on it, no.
Right. Okay, thank you. Right, well, a couple of minutes late, but that concludes your evidence, so you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Piccini. Sorry?
It was the re-examination that took us past.
Yes, all right, yes. Thank you, Ms. Piccini. Just a couple of things then. Can we have a copy of MFI 15, please? 2 pages of text between Mr. Willisey and Josh, dated 2 November 2021.
They were produced by my friends, so we don't have the copies of that, I think.
We'll
Do.
Oh, we do? Oh, no, we've got one.
There we go. Thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a choice. I'm going to tell you what I prefer, but it causes insuperable problems that I'll fit in with you. What I would prefer would be to come back for oral addresses on Tuesday the 29th of August and 30 August and put in place a regime whereby you both serve submissions on the matters in respect of where you bear an onus within 7 days and then a responsive one within a further 7 days. The reason I say that is that having received the submissions and reviewed the evidence myself, and I suspect having progressed the judgment significantly before the 28th of August, I can then seek the real assistance of the parties in respect to those aspects of the case that I find troubling, or I need some assistance in.
The three of us start a 6-week trial on the 4th, and being in court 2 days it would be irresponsible of us to take those 2 dates when we're at start.
Sorry, you start a case on when?
All three of us.
A week later.
Start a 6-week trial, no, like 4 days later. And it would be unfair to my other client for me to accept 2 days of court the week before that 6-week case starts.
Monday and Tuesday next week.
You mean you start preparing the case before the Thursday and a trial starting on the Monday?
I have to cross-examine.
But next Monday and Tuesday.
I have to cross-examine 40 witnesses, Your Honour, so I just don't think it would be fair to my other client for me to take those dates. I'm sorry. Usually I'm happy to accommodate these things and I can work harder than usual.
No. I mean, that's why I'm offering you a choice. That's why I'm offering you a choice.
It's all three of us. So it's not even other juniors who could continue to work while I'm in this.
Yeah, I mean, my only reason for hesitation is the fact that you would have already done the written submissions and all you're doing is responding to questions from me. But in any event, if you can't do it, I'm not going to force you to do it by any stretch of the imagination.
Right, if it's the case that Your Honour, after reviewing all the material, wishes for another short appearance in that period, then of course we would accommodate that.
Okay.
And we could come back for maybe
Well, my problem is I basically, they're my last 2 days and I'm in court literally every day until Christmas Eve.
But what I'm suggesting is...
But in any event, if there are questions, then I'll just have to do it from Melbourne because I've got a 12 to whatever week case about whether Roundup causes cancer from that following Monday.
No, but what I was going to suggest, Your Honour, is we do Monday, Tuesday, and if after considering all the material, Your Honour still wishes to have a short half-a-day appearance on those 2 days in August, so the 29th and the 30th, then I would happily accommodate half a day that week, but just not 2 full days.
Can I perhaps build on that, which is, it would seem to me to be highly likely that if there had been a more considered and careful preparation of written submissions, not that what we will give Your Honour next Monday is going to be deliberately unhelpful, but will necessarily be somewhat undigested. If there was a considered exchange of written submissions, and really we are just then at the point of Your Honour asking pointed questions, it would seem to me highly likely that half a day to a day at the most would be more than sufficient. We wouldn't need the full 2 days.
I disagree with that, Your Honour. I want to make submissions about the new sections, not just section 29A, but also section 35. And unless my friend wants to talk for minus a day, I'm not going to finish in a day. Or I'll barely finish in a day.
Okay.
Well, sorry. That means if my friend's saying she's going to be a full day, on Monday we've still got probably some further evidence from Mr. Russell.
I'm not having a 2 days oral submissions. It's a complete waste of my time.
But that's my point. So if we're not going to have 2 days, then...
I mean, talking about legal provisions for it orally is not going to be as assistance to me as thoughtful written submissions, because I have to think about, I'm not delivering ex tempore reasons. So in this case, and so I want, and I do want some considered assistance in relation to this. And I've done a lot of work myself already. So I don't need, so look, what I'm going to do, I think we'll leave it. It's only something I'm prepared to do with both parties' consent. So we'll come back at 10:15 on, well, there's a case management hearing at 9:30, isn't there? The case management hearing. Maybe. Well, what's it about? Oh, that'll be short. Can you see if they can come at 9:30? I'm gonna move the current hearing. I had a hearing at 10:15 for some inexplicable reason, so we're moving that to 9:30, and I think that'll only take 15 minutes. So why don't we start at 9:45 on Monday?
Yes, Your Honour.
That's right. Your Honour at one point had suggested it might be possible to do later next week. One friend shaking her head, but she, I think, previously said Thursday might be possible. I think we can make Thursday work.
We just want to finish, Your Honour.
We all do, but as I say, there are difficult questions here. I mean, we can give Your Honour just undigested evidence summaries. That's not going to be, we apprehend, the most helpful way to crystallise the issues in this case and to make the oral submissions more efficient.
Mr. Owens, I see the force in what you're saying, but I appreciate people have made arrangements. I said Monday and Tuesday. That's the way it was listed, and unless everyone is happy with it, then I think I'd better, out of fairness, continue down that path. So we'll come back at 9:45 on Monday. That'll give us hopefully half an hour to deal with objections and tender of documents. We still have this unresolved issue concerning MFI 9, so we'll start that at 9:45. But I'm going to finish oral submissions, come hell or high water, by close. I mean, I've already given a huge amount of time outside usual court hours to this case to fit it in, and I'm going to tell you, a lot of people wouldn't have done that. So I've already inconvenienced myself significantly for this case, and I'm prepared to continue to do it to accommodate counsel and accommodate other people. But I'm not going to sit listening to undigested legal argument for 2 days. So if we're going ahead on Monday, I want written submissions before I come onto the bench.
Our legal submissions are basically done, Your Honour. So
are the evidentiary submissions going to be done on the weekend so I can look at them before I hear oral addresses?
Yes, of course, Your Honour.
All right.
But,
okay. Well, if you send them through first thing on Monday, and then, if you can send them through very early, I'll get up at 5 o'clock on Monday and try to read them so I can find the exchange of some use with counsel.
Your Honour, we don't wish to make oral submissions that aren't of assistance to Your Honour.
No.
Your Honour, I would prefer to have the oral submissions later. Then I don't, Your Honour has inconvenienced yourself to hear this case, and my client and I appreciate that. I don't mind being inconvenienced.
No, Ms. Chrysanthou, I think almost inevitably I'll have to find time to come back, because there are aspects of the evidence at the moment that I need to think about, and I suspect that, as I found in previous cases, this is why I like to do work during the case, because if I need assistance in relation to things, I can raise it with counsel after having digested the submissions. And but I suspect that I'm happy to come back at some stage, or I might even send, and I could even send some questions where I need some particular assistance, so people can think about them, and we can have a short further discussion at some later time. So we'll adjourn until 9:45 tomorrow.
Your Honour,
on Monday.
Your Honour, I've just been negotiating with my juniors, and having regard to what Your Honour says, then we should take the 29 and 30 dates, because we don't want to have an unproductive session given the hours we've been sitting. So we think we should come back on Monday and close all the evidence, and then we'll produce submissions to Your Honour and come back on the 29th and the 30th. We don't wish to have an unproductive session if it's not of assistance to Your Honour. The purpose of oral submissions is to assist Your Honour, and if they're not going to be of assistance on Monday and Tuesday, then we prefer to take the 29th and the 30th. Even if that means someone else has to come, we'll take those dates.
No, I don't want other people to come. I accept what you say totally. I don't know anything about the other case. I can imagine cases where you need that time. Okay, so we'll go ahead here. And
Your Honour, we'll just move the days.
I'm going to try to accommodate people as best I can. I suspect I will want some further discussion. We've got to come back on Monday anyway to deal with the evidence. We've got to come back on Monday to deal with the evidence. So let's come back at 9:45. I'll hear some submissions. It may be that during the course of the submissions, I might say that I need some further written assistance in relation to some aspects of it. So let's just start at 9:45. I shouldn't have even raised it.
Sorry, could I just have a very... I want to let Your Honour get away. Can I just have a quick whisper to my learned friend?
I'm agreeing to that.
Yeah, I know. You actually...
No, I know.
Well, if we need more assistance, then
I'm fine with that. Okay. We're happy to accommodate Your Honour on the 29th and the 30th. if we come back and close the evidence on Monday, all the tenders and whatever happens with MFI 15 or whatever, 9, and then Your Honour will have more time to look at the submissions and ask us questions. I mean, from our perspective, we'll just use the days that we're not here on the other case, and it's just a matter of then or now.
Okay. All right. Well, as provided you, I don't make anyone.
Your Honour, we're
I
pretty,
don't.
we're pretty tough on this side of the bar table. We don't mind, but I just, if it's our priority is to assist Your Honour.
All right. Well, I think we'll do that then.
Thank you, Your Honour. So we'll come back and close the case.
And I'm grateful, and I'm sorry if it's caused any inconvenience to
No,
you.
it's fine. We'll come back. We're definitely not sitting on Tuesday. Can we mark Tuesday's gone now? We'll come on Monday morning and finish off the evidence.
You're not here on Tuesday.
Thank you.
On any view of it.
And we'll agree a timetable for submissions before Monday.
Yeah, but keep
Very
early,
short.
Early,
Yeah.
because I want to start after the written submissions. I will be thinking, I will undoubtedly form some preliminary views, and I hope to significant. I want to get a judgment out as soon as I can in this case. I have no reserve judgments. So,
And as Your Honour's already indicated, hasn't Your Honour, that you'll accept.
when I say I've got no reserve judgments, I've got 2 judgments that I've written, waiting for a full court to hand out a judgment, and then I can hand them down.
Misleading and dishonest.
Yeah, I know. Your Honour has indicated that Your Honour will let us read the irregularly sworn affidavits.
Yes.
Just wanted to check that's the case.
Yes.
So we'll do that on Monday as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just indicate, I've already marked it as an MFI. All those affidavits the transcript can record all the affidavits in MFI.
There's no MFI, I don't think, Your Honour. They're just in the.
I thought the whole court book was MFI 1. No, it's only Part B. Yeah. Anyway, okay, we can deal with that on Monday at 9:45.
Done your affidavits.
All stand. This court is now